Catspaw by Joan D. Vinge. Copyright 1988 by Joan D. Vinge. Narrated by Bruce Huntey.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Cat, half human, half alien, was kidnapped by authorities of the planet Psion and must now travel to Earth, where he is to prevent the assassination of Lady Elnear. Cat must use all of his telepathic ability and streetwise survival skills to defeat the real menace, a charismatic preacher who wants to distribute mind-controlling drugs to people. Sequel to Psion, RC 29149, 1988. From the book jacket. In her first novel in 4 years, Joan D. Vinge, the best-selling author of the highly acclaimed The Snow Queen, has written a high-tension thriller of technology and telepathy, power and passion on a complex and fully realized future Earth. In a 25th century New York of glittering wealth and decadence, embassies of interstellar power brokers rise above the depths of a Dickensian underclass. Here, a nefarious assassination plot is the most visible element in a vast conspiracy of political manipulation, one that draws a tormented young telepath into its web. Cat is a scion, a telepathic half-breed, and a survivor. A street punk and petty felon, a rebel and a reluctant spy, he has been a victim of experiences that would have driven a less resilient person insane. Unfortunately, he has paid a high price for survival. His psi powers are burnt out, a loss he carries like an unhealed wound. Once kidnapped by the Galactic Combine Centauri transport, Cat will be forced to become the bodyguard of a most unlikely and unwilling client, Lady Elnear Taming. Activist, politico, and part of the family that owns Centauri, she opposes a bill to deregulate a mind-control drug that could earn Centauri billions, while perhaps destroying the lives of millions of people. Someone is trying to kill her, and despite her wishes, she needs the kind of protection that only a telepath can give. But Cat is a streetwise outcast from a far planet and cannot hope to save Lady Elnear without becoming a part of the seductive, treacherous world of high finance and power politics in which she lives. From the malevolent Karen Taming and the fanatical religious leader Stryker, to the silver-skinned, sensual sim player Argentine and the cyber-augmented security chief Brady, Cat must explore the minds and motivations of each Taming, and those whose lives are caught in their orbit. Unraveling the mystery through a maze of false leads and electronic enigmas, discovering secrets that range from the sensually delightful to the excruciatingly painful, Cat will follow the elusive trail of the execution order, until it leads him to a place from which no living being has ever returned. And then, to shatter the prism of lies, the young scion must become bait, a cat's paw, and expose himself to an utterly horrifying atrocity that could cost Cat his future, his sanity, and most likely his life. About the author. Insightful, sensitive, and renowned for creating tense, lyrical human dramas in fascinatingly complex future settings, multiple Hugo Award winner Joan D. Vinge is the author of the classic SF novel The Snow Queen, the best-selling Return of the Jedi storybook, World's End, and Psion. A trained anthropologist, she has worked as a salvage archaeologist. Ms. Vinge lives in Chappaqua with her husband and 2 children. Dedication. This one's for you, kid. You know who you are. With his glared-off face glued back into position, a dead man's eyes plugged back into his sockets, a dead man's heart screwed in under his ribs, his tattered gut stitched back into position, his shattered brains covered with a steel cowl, he comes forward a step, and a step, and a step. Ted Hughes. We are afraid of truth, afraid of fortune, afraid of death, and afraid of each other. Ralph Waldo Emerson. To understand a cat, you must realize that he has his own gifts, his own viewpoint, even his own morality. Lillian Jackson Braun. Prologue. Someone was after me. The feeling, the knowing, was like the touch of ghost hands on my back all through the long afternoon. I knew it, the way I still did sometimes, picking things up like bits of song heard through static. It had got hold of me first in the bazaar of the orbiting spaceport. I'd been standing under the colored sunscreen at the jeweler's booth, letting a dark woman with long fingers puncture my earlobe with a ring. "Doesn't hurt," she was crooning in some kind of accent as thick as the smoke from the charred meat in the next stall. "Hold still, doesn't hurt, doesn't hurt." Like she was talking to a child or a tourist. It did hurt, but not much. And I was a tourist. Everybody here was a tourist, but that didn't make acting like one feel any less strange to me. I winced, and then the second of sharp pain was over. But in the second of empty whiteness that followed it, while I was waiting for more pain, I got something else. The touch, the whisper of something's interest brushing against my mind. Not someone, something. Neutral, patient, mindless. I looked up and away, jerking free of the jeweler's hand as she wiped blood from my ear. But there was nothing to see, no one I knew or who seemed to know me. Just the shifting crowd of colors that were too bright, faces that were too soft, like the crowds in an old city night. I shook my head as the past slid across the present like a membrane. It still happened to me too often, that suddenly I felt like I was dreaming, like I didn't know who or where I was. The green agate beads on the wire bumped the side of my jaw. "Another?" the woman was asking, reaching out. I pushed away into the crowds and let them carry me on down the street under the light of the artificial sun. Once I knew the thing was on to me, I couldn't stop feeling it. That whispering, toneless song like a hook caught in my brain. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination, my crippled mind feeling something the same way an amputee felt phantom pain. But it didn't work. I knew what I knew. It went with me along the twisting, gaudy streets that tried to hide the fact that they were only going in circles. Into the quiet, shadowed sprawl of the museum complex and out again. Into a food bar, into the silver-fixtured hotel men's room. It watched me, only me, tuned to the electrical fingerprint of my brain. Locked in. I thought about going back on board the Darwin, but even a ship's walls wouldn't keep it away from me. There was no reason in hell why anybody at all would put an ID trace on me. Maybe it was a mistake, a trace meant for someone else, an echo reading. If somebody wanted me, where were they? Why didn't they just ask? Why shadow me through this crowd of vacant-faced marks in their show-day clothes? "Cat! Oh, Cat!" I turned, my fists knotting up, even as I recognized the voice. My hands were slippery with sweat. I opened them, working my fingers. It was Cassandra Perrymead, her half-dozen brown braids dancing down over her khaki shirt, her smiling face like scrubbed ivory. I stopped, letting the crowd flow on around me until it brought her to my side. "Hi, Kiss." Her nickname always made me smile. I pushed my hands into the pockets of my jeans. "I'm glad to see you," I said, meaning it for once. "You are?" her face asked, with that mix of aching shyness and trying not to stare that usually left us both acting stupid whenever we met. We'd walked the surfaces of half a dozen worlds together, along with 500 other students in the floating university, but I'd never really gotten friendly with her, any more than I was friends with any of the rest of them. She was a teaching intern, which made me half afraid to say anything to her to begin with, and the fact that she was rich and pretty and stared at me only made it worse, because the same things that made most of the others keep their distance from me pulled at her. I didn't talk like they did, I didn't dress like they did. I hadn't come out of the same places. I had eyes with long slits for pupils, in a face that wasn't put together right by human standards, a half-breed's face. I never talked about any of it, but that didn't make it go away. And yet the things that made most of the others snap shut like traps made Cassandra stare. I knew she sketched my face with her stylus on the edges of her glowing noteboard, as if I was something she thought was beautiful, like the artifacts and scenic views she made painstaking drawings of, things everybody else hollowed once and would never look at again. I didn't know what I was to her, and if she knew, she wouldn't admit it, and that made me feel even more awkward whenever we were together. But now, with something inhuman locked on my brain, I was glad of any face that wasn't a stranger's, more glad that it happened to be hers, even smiling that painful smile. I noticed she was wearing jeans. Nobody else on the ship wore jeans except me. Jeans were cheap, common workers' clothing. It hit me suddenly that she'd only started wearing them after I met her. "Is something wrong?" she asked, glancing up at me again. I shook my head, only partly for an answer. "Why? Because I said I'm glad to see you?" My eyes kept wandering away, searching the street. I took her arm, felt her start, but not pull back. "Come on, let's take a jump. Let's get out of here. Let's go see something." Thinking that if I could get away from the spaceport for a few hours, maybe I could lose the mistake that was dogging me. Sure, she said, brightening now. Anywhere. It's incredible. She broke off as if she knew she was starting to talk too much. At least she meant it. Most of the students on the Darwin were too rich and too bored and only looking for a long vacation. But a few of them were really here for what they could learn. Like her. Like me. Your ear's bloody, she said. I touched it with my fingers, remembering, feeling the earring. Just got this. Supposed to be a relic. She stiffened. Don't worry, I said. It's not. I didn't like the way humans helped themselves to pieces of the scenery without asking any more than she did. Maybe less. Concentrating, I tightened the fingers of my mind into a fist. Something I could still do, even if I couldn't reach out. The scratching alien hum stopped. With luck, I'd just stopped existing for whoever was on the other end. But it was like holding my breath. We made our way back to the museum, went down 10 levels to the wide, shadowy cavern where the shuttle squatted in patient rows like opalescent beetles, waiting on the smooth ceramic pavement to carry people like us down to the planet's surface. There was no permanent human structure of any kind on the world that lay 1,000 clicks below our feet. The world humans called the monument. The whole planet was a Federation preserve, an artificial world, constructed millennia ago and dropped into an orbit around a bleary orange star out here in the middle of nowhere. The spaceport station orbited high above it, as big as a small town, which it was. The museum complex occupied about half of its core. It was a center for the study of the vanished race that had created the monument. Rooms and rooms full of artifacts and questions without answers. It was supported by the flesh and flash of the tourist resort that made up the rest of the port. As we came out of the dark hallway under the heavy alloy pillars, 3 shuttles rose up together with a hum like invisible wings and circled away into the dark mouth of the airlocks. On the far side of the field, the polarized hull of the station led in the sky. Midnight blackness shot with stars. The orangey streetlight of the monument's nameless sun shone in one corner. The world itself rolled silently past down below our feet. It had been left here by a civilization humans had named the Creators because they couldn't think of anything better. The Creators had vanished long before humans ever crawled up out of their own gravity well and spread like roaches across the stars. Nobody knew where the Creators had gone to, but everyone agreed they were gone, leaving behind almost nothing except this monument to their mystery. Even the Federation respected it. "What do you want to see?" I asked Cassandra, as we drifted up to join the usual long line of tourists and students putting in their requests at the gateway. I didn't care where we went, as long as it got me out of range. You could take tours that took only hours, or as much as a couple of days, to any part of the world. It wasn't that big a planet. Its diameter was only about 3,500 clicks, even though its gravity was almost Earth normal. It was one of the things the Xeno experts couldn't explain. Why a world put together by aliens seemed to fit humans so well. If they hadn't been like us, then maybe they'd wanted to tell us something. But then there were the Hydrans, who were so close to human that the differences didn't even matter on a genetic level. I was living proof of that. And what was left of the Hydran race was living proof that humans didn't listen very well. Well, Cassandra bit her lip, staring up at the shifting images on the screen over our heads, the deep views changing, the overlying digits in bright yellow flashing the transit times and the fees. The moon pool caverns are supposed to contain some of the best examples of synesthetics, and if you want to dive... She glanced back at me. It was an overnight trip. "Great," I said. "Anything you want." The effort of holding my mind shut was making me sweat again. I focused on her face, concentrating on that. She was staring at me, her eyes as transparently blue as deep water, her lips parted. It made me realize suddenly that I was horny as hell, that I wanted to kiss her. She looked up at the screen, away at the view of space, back at me again. She blushed. "Except," she mumbled, "I promised Ezra I'd meet him for supper." "No problem," I lied, glancing away this time. "Another time. Something short." I stared at her back, feeling even worse than usual, and pinned my restless hands against my sides with my elbows. We were almost to the gateway. "Yes, maybe we—" "Cassandra!" She jerked around as the voice, Ezra's voice, suddenly caught us from behind. I turned with her, saw her boyfriend come galloping out into the square toward us. He always moved like he was about to fall over. He spent most of his time with trodes taped to his head. His face was red as he cut into the line beside us. So was hers. Different reasons. Or maybe not. Once I would have known for sure. "What are you doing here?" he said, trying not to sound like he sounded. "Studying," she said, a little too loudly. "Studying what?" He looked at me. "The monument. I thought you were still working on your compilation." "I was in the resource center when I saw you out the window." "So? So when were you planning to meet me for dinner, Kiss?" His voice rose over the muttered conversations around us. "In your next incarnation?" The black frizz of his half-grown beard quivered when he stuck out his jaw. "Ezra," Cassandra hissed, hugging her sketchboard against her with white-knuckled fingers. "You're so archaic." "3," I said to the gate. "Student." I let its sensors scan my databand. Golden Gate. The station was passing right over the Golden Gate window. A short jump, one we might all survive. I went on through the gate, hearing my boots click on the ceramic. After a few seconds, I heard 2 sets of expensive magnets follow, and more muttering. I ducked into the next waiting shuttle and sat down. Cassandra climbed in and sat down right beside me. After a minute, Ezra joined us, sitting on the other side of me. The door sealed, destination coords rippled across it. The shuttle lifted so smoothly I hardly felt the motion and spun toward the locks. I settled back as we passed through and out, beginning our drop down the monument's gravity well. I stretched out my legs, loosened the fist I'd made of my mind, finger by finger. Nothing. Out of range. I sighed, shutting my eyes. Now it was easy to believe it was a mistake, or even my imagination. Paranoia was an old habit, a hard one to break, when I felt like a freak and a fraud. When every time I shut my eyes I still saw the darkness. I opened them again, blinked, stared, watched the world below, swelling outward like a balloon across the view screens as we dropped toward it. If I thought about that too much, it made my stomach climb into my throat. I glanced at Cassandra and Ezra, remembering again that I wasn't alone. I might as well have been. They were still arguing across my chest in angry whispers. "Well, I can't help it. I have to access. I don't have an eidetic memory like the walking databank here." His hand in my face, gone again. "Ezra." I looked at the screens again. We were almost down now, entering the atmosphere, our trajectory altering toward our final destination. The deceleration buffering wasn't very good. Cassandra and Ezra got quiet as it got harder to speak. The discomfort made me feel better instead of worse. At least we had breaks. Too much of the galaxy was run by things I couldn't even see. It still made me nervous. The surface of the monument was spreading out below us, like a painting coming into clearer and clearer focus. I stared at the view, letting the images seep in through my eyes, feeling a slow smile stretch my mouth. It was so beautiful. Sometimes when it was like this, I felt as if I'd had a brain transplant, as if I was living in someone else's body. The fact that I couldn't prove anybody else was real by their place inside my thoughts anymore didn't help the feeling. I tugged on my earring, feeling the pain, rolling the cool, hard surface of the beads between my fingers. I'd never had any jewelry before. Never wanted any when it only attracted the wrong kind of attention, the kind that would get your throat slit. One morning after, back in Old City, I'd woken up with a tattoo, but even that didn't show with my clothes on. Getting the earring today, I'd been trying to prove to myself again that I didn't have to be invisible anymore. I tried not to remember what I had to remember every time I glanced at my credit readout. That by the time the university finished its studies here, I'd be zeroed, out of money. I took a deep breath, easing the tightness in my chest, watching the view. Anywhere you sat down on this world, you'd find a scene that filled up your eyes with wonder. The air was like satin, the winds like musicians. It was as if an artist, or 1,000 artists working together, had been given a whole world as clay, as lightbox, as a musical instrument. Nothing but beauty anywhere, as perfect as diamonds. Nothing alive to disturb its stasis. Not a leaf, a bird, an insect. Not until now. The changing view of beyond the walls had stopped changing. The hatch sighed and yawned. We climbed out, stretching, silenced by the sudden silence of the yellow windswept plateau that was the designated viewpoint. 2 other shuttles were already there, and a bunch of gaudy tourists stood a few meters away. I could hear their voices, but the sound was thin and high, as if they were somehow farther away than they looked. It was nearly sunset. The reddening light burnished the sandstone cliffs, making the hills look like they'd been cast from brass. If you didn't know, you would have sworn that only time and wind had eaten them down into those forms. But if you looked at anything too closely, anything at all, a pebble, you might find a hidden sign, An undecipherable signature, telling you that some sentient mind had laid everything out just so and left it that way for eternity. I turned, stepping away from the shuttle. As I looked around me, the hugeness, the sheer size of world and sky hit me so hard I couldn't breathe. It made me feel like there was no place to hide, the way I always felt when I took on too much open space too fast. I made myself keep looking, feeling the wind ruffle my hair with an easy hand. I took a breath, forgot to finish it. Beside me, Cassandra and Ezra sighed and said, "Oh," and broke off their argument. This ship-in-a-bottle world's foster son lay framed inside the arch of stone they called Golden Gate, as if time itself was trapped there, frozen in the moment. The black silhouette of the bridge was shot through with a pattern of bright rays, riddled with the precision of lace. And as the wind rose, lifting a pale curtain of dust, I could hear it, the thin, high piping far up in the air, the song the wind made in the hollow flute of stone. The sound reached into my chest like an invisible hand to break my heart. I started away from the others, forgetting them, forgetting everything, sun-blind, stone-deaf. Loud bleeping cut across my senses, jerking me back. I stopped at the edge of a sheer drop, the boundary of the access area. I stepped back onto safe ground and waited for my ringing ears to clear. Then I stood on the edge between worlds, listening to something else. After a minute, I crouched down, making handprints in the burnished dirt. I picked up a smooth, striped stone no bigger than my hand. I put it down again, in a different spot. It still looked perfect. The voice of the wind turned cold inside me. "Whatever made them do it?" Cassandra murmured, not to me but to the wind, and I realized she was standing beside me now. "Was it just for its own sake, all this beauty?" "A ritual object," Ezra said. "Part of their structure of worship." That was the answer we usually heard while images of strange artifacts poured into our heads. It meant the experts didn't know what the hell it was either, and probably never would. "No." I straightened up, brushing my hands on my jeans. "It really is a monument." "To what?" Cassandra asked, her eyebrows rising. Beside her, Ezra frowned. "Death," I said, feeling the word fall out of my mouth, cold and hard. "Bits and pieces, the bones of planets, that's what it's made of. That's why there's nothing alive here." The sun was disappearing beyond the cliffs. The wind was beginning to feel as cold as I did. Cassandra caught at my arm. "Who told you that?" "Huh?" I looked back at her, seeing sunspots where her eyes should have been. "Who?" I shook my head. My thoughts felt heavy and slow, like molten glass. "Dunno. Heard it, I guess." "I've never heard that one." She shook her own head, but it wasn't denial. She squinted out across the sea of stone, her body tightening with excitement. "He's making it up," Ezra mumbled, without the guts to say it to my face. Cassandra began to murmur notes into the recorder on her necklace, her eyes back on me. Still feeling like I'd been hit on the head, I bent down, trying to hide what was happening inside me. I pulled the knife out of the sheath inside my boot, straightened up. Leaning against an outcrop of rock, I reached into the pouch pocket of my tunic and found the egg fruit I'd bought this afternoon. I began to peel it, steadying my hands before I looked up at them again. Their faces were like two 6-year-olds, the naked fear slowly draining away, leaving them slack-jawed, like they'd never seen anybody pull a knife before. "I don't make things up," I said finally, and then wished I hadn't, while they nodded too eagerly. I didn't know how I knew what I'd just told them about this place, couldn't remember ever knowing it before that moment. All I was certain of suddenly was that I was an alien, had always been, would always be. I put my knife away. "See you." I looked back at Cassandra and Ezra for as long as it took to say the words. I started toward the waiting shuttles, and they didn't follow. "Cat?" Cassandra called suddenly, her voice pale. I turned back, waiting. She licked her lips. Can you really read my mind?" So that was it. She knew I was a Psion, knew it was Hydran blood that made me half a stranger. But she didn't know the rest of it. Probably she wouldn't want to. "No," I said. "I can't." I went on alone. On board the shuttle, I ate my dinner and stuffed the pit into the ashtray, next to some skagweed user's stale cud. The smell of the cud was overwhelming the air scrubbers. There was the butt end of a camp in the ashtray, too. I almost took it, let it fall back. Still too much memory. Maybe there always would be. Maybe the monument to death wasn't falling away below me now. Maybe it was inside my head. That was easier than believing that somehow I could just know things about a place. Or maybe I was just better than the rest at reading the subliminals embedded everywhere in the monument. That made a kind of sense. Maybe the creators had been more like hydrants than like humans after all. But it didn't ease the feeling of being out of focus that had only been getting thicker all day. I tugged on the earring again. First the tracer, then Cassandra, now this. I remembered I was falling back into the tracer's electronic net right now. Humans were always making my life lousy, still hounding me like they'd done to the whole Hydran race. Screw it. Stop acting like a shadow walker. I unclenched my fingers, pulling them out of the holes they dug into the form foam armrests. I held my mind shut, holding my breath, the rest of the way back to the station. When we landed, I stepped out again to the perfectly antiseptic, climate-controlled womb below the museum. The port's massive ceramic composite hull was all around me, like the walls of a fortress. There were 100 people within reach of my voice, and none of them looked too interested in me. I let go, setting the crippled receptors of my brain as free as I could, listening. Nothing. The toneless static of the trace wasn't there, if it had ever been there in the first place. My telepathy had gone dead 3 years ago, but sometimes my brain still played practical jokes. I shrugged the shadows off my back and went on across the tiles, out through the gate with the rest of the sightseers. They flowed on into the echoing mouth of the walkway that led back through the museum's labyrinthine guts, and eventually to the lifts that would carry them on up to the port levels. I went with them, letting my shoulder hug the reassuring closeness of the wall along the edge of the crowd. And then suddenly I stopped, staring. Spray-painted on the wall, inside a clumsy heart, was my name, Cat. Cat and Jewel. People swore as they bumped into me, but I didn't care. I didn't even notice as all the rest of them passed me by. Didn't notice that I was standing there all alone now, with only the sound of my breathing and the sign on the wall. I felt a kind of panic begin to rise inside me. The day had just gone from out of focus to completely insane. I looked back over my shoulder. Light and darkness shifted around me, flowing across the pillars and walls like water, as if they had a life of their own. I turned, feeling a sudden bright stab of warning a split second before my eye caught real motion. 2 shadows peeled off from the darkness of a passageway and closed in on me. I caught a flicker of orange, the flaming badge of some Combine's colors on somebody's sleeve, and then the cold bite of nothingness hit my neck, chemical teeth sinking toward a vein, finding it. And that was all. 1. I came to on board a ship, but it was no ship I'd ever seen before. I was lying on a foam-padded fold-down bunk in a room that I couldn't mistake for my cabin or any other place on the Darwin if I'd been blindfolded. The last thing I remembered was a flash of Combine colors on a corporate security uniform jacket. The gray-green garbage can walls around me now, the stripped imitation asceticism of the single desk and chair, the storage nets, the bed, all screamed military. I'd been body-snatched by some Combine security arm, which made no sense at all, except that here I was. I tried to sit up and was more surprised than not when I found out I could. No binders on me, no straps. My knife was missing. I felt along my neck and stripped off the patch I found there. I'd been drugged all right, but my head seemed clear enough now. The door of the cabin was shut. Just then it slid open as if they'd been waiting for me to wake up. 2 men entered, probably the ones who'd done it to me. One dark-skinned, one pale. They wore interchangeable faces and interchangeable silver-on-gray duty fatigues. They stopped inside the doorway, waiting, tense. I wondered if the Combines made their corpses get face jobs so they'd match. Then my eyes found the insignia on a jacket front and I froze. Data flowed across the ID patch below the Sunblaze logo of Centauri Transport. A giddy flash of double sight hit me. I didn't know what this was about, but I knew now it wasn't a mistake. And it wasn't good. Cold anger, or maybe cold fear, slammed through my brain. I stood up and said, "What's going on?" and sat down again with my stomach up in the back of my throat. Shit. Now I knew why there were no binders. No need. Whatever they drugged me with left a hell of a hangover. The twins looked at each other and grinned, but it was more like relief than like they thought it was funny. They came across the room as if they'd been afraid to get too close to me before. "Okay, freak," one of them said. "The chief wants to see you." They hauled me up again and half-dragged me out the door. I wished I'd eaten more dinner because I wanted to see it all over them when I puked. We were on board some kind of small scout ship. At least they didn't have to drag me far. They pushed me through the doorway into another cabin and down onto a wall couch. I was wrong. I wasn't on some scout ship. This was some Combine VIP's private cruiser. It might have been on a different world from the room I'd come to in. "Here he is, sir. He's safe," one of the guards said beside me. I realized they didn't mean safe and sound. They meant crippled. I'd been wrong, and right. The chief was Centauri's chief of corporate security. He was sitting in a tapestry-covered recliner behind a perfect black semisphere of desk, staring at me from across the room. He had a face like the blade of a knife, thin, sharp, and cold. No beard except high up on his cheekbones in a feathery line, as if his eyebrows grew around to circle his eyes. His eyes were so dark they looked black. He was wearing a full-dress uniform, a gunmetal gray helmet with Centauri's logo and his insignia dancing on it, a conservative business suit in silver tweed, a drape crawling with shining crap that made my eyes swim. I'd never seen so much flash on one body before. The fact that he was wearing it said either he wasn't worried or he wanted to impress me. I didn't know what that meant either way. I looked away from him because he was staring at me without blinking. We seemed to be inside a bubble, hanging out over the black heart of space. The monolith sun hung just above his left shoulder like a floating lamp. I couldn't see the world itself. I looked down at my feet, glad that at least there was a rug. Sapphire blue, it had the Centauri logo shot through it in gold. Subtle. I pressed deeper against the back of the couch, waiting until my stomach caught up with the rest of my body again. Then, as carefully as I could, I said, "What do you want?" "Your name is Cat. My name is Brady." The black eyes were still fixed on me like cameras. "I'm Chief of Security Systems for Centauri Transport. Do you understand what that means?" It meant there was probably nobody higher in the Combine's power structure except the controlling board members. It meant that he was probably the most trusted man in that entire structure. Also, the worst enemy anybody who crossed them would ever have. The ruling board itself must have sent him after me. Did they really know who I was? My paranoia started doing the multiplication tables. I shook my head to answer him. It was cold in his office. The sweat crawling down my ribs made me shiver. "It means that I don't see just anybody. It means," a muscle in his face jumped, "that we need twitch. A telepath. Twitch. Now I'm going to explain why." Surprise caught in my chest, then relief and confusion and anger. I sucked in a breath. "No." I touched my head, meeting the telephoto eyes. "Nah, till fix this." "The drug blunts your psionic ability. The speech is an unfortunate side effect. Your comprehension is completely unaffected. There's no reason for you to say anything until I've finished." "For you." I stood up, turning toward the doorway. The two matching corpses filled it up. I turned back again to face Brady. "Fix it!" If they knew what I was, they should know I was no more danger to them than any deadhead they picked off the street. Less. I wouldn't kill them. But from the way his face worked, I knew he was as piss-ass scared as anybody else. Maybe more, considering what he did for a living. The more someone had to hide, the more they usually hated scions. Brady shook his head. He said, "Gentleman, Karen Ta Ming heads the Centauri board. He ordered me to keep you drugged." Ta Ming. I jerked as I heard the name. "For him, too," I said, trying to cover my surprise. Brady glared at me for a long minute, considering the alternatives, probably feeling the invisible fist of Centauri ready to come down on us both. There was something wrong with his eyes, more than just the way he looked at me, but I didn't know what it was. At last he said, "I'll give you the antidote if you'll submit to a scan." Calling my bluff. My hands tightened, went loose again. I nodded finally and sat back down. One of the corpses came and dropped the veil of silvery mesh over my head. I flinched and shut my eyes as it molded to my flesh, tingling like 1,000 insects crawling on my face. The urge to rip it off was almost more than I could stand. The first time one had been used on me, they'd had to use binders, too. At least by now, I knew what was coming. I'd been through so much testing, so much therapy since the killing that I'd learned to live with it. I clenched my jaw, trying not to resist. resisting anyway, not able to stop blind instinct as the sensation began. Worms ate my brains for dinner, while somewhere the scan sequence vomited a useless data simulation of my mangled psi. It was over in less than a minute, subjective time of about 50 years. The mesh dropped into my lap. I brushed it off and kicked it away, wanting to spit. Brady was staring into the air, at me but through me. I looked over my shoulder, but there was only the single wall that backed me up. "She was right," he murmured. "The shape of your profile is... well, see for yourself." He really was looking at me now. I didn't see him move, but suddenly the sun disappeared behind him, and instead my scan profile flashed across space in pure light lines of red, blue, and green. Data into symbol, making it comprehensible for humans who had to input everything the hard way. I stared at the dead end that had turned me into a deadhead, the wall I'd built myself and couldn't tear down again. Seen it. The image disappeared. I blinked at the sudden reappearance of the sun. "All right. Give him the patch," Brady said. One of the guards stepped forward again and stuck another patch over the vein in my neck. "Leave it there for 12 hours or you'll regress," he said. I nodded and waited a minute longer before I tried to speak again. "Okay, deadhead." My voice was raw and shaky, but I heard what I expected to. "I'm ready for the reason. It better be good." His mouth lifted just a little, like I amused him. Then the thin, pale lips stretched over his teeth again. He pressed his fingertips into a steeple on the lifeless surface of his desk. "You were once briefly involved with Lady Jewel Taming, who was a member of the founding family of Centauri Transport." "A friend," I said. "I was her friend. I'm still her friend." He frowned at the interruption or the implication. My own face appeared suddenly in the air behind him, a little younger, a lot thinner, hair curly and white blonde, skin brown, eyes green and slit-pupiled. The story of my life was summed up in about half a dozen depressing lines underneath it. No living relatives. Criminal record. Psionic dysfunction. We know all about your relationship with the lady and Dr. Siebeling, her husband," he went on, still frowning. "About their Center for Psionic Research, about the service you performed for the Federation Transport Authority." He seemed to be having a hard time getting the words out, coughing slightly every time the taste got too acid for him. I'll bet the FTA would be amazed at how much you know about that." I leaned back, putting one boot up on the couch. One of the guards moved forward and slapped it down. "That patch on your neck comes off just as easily as it went on." Brady stared at me, not blinking. I realized he never seemed to blink. I wondered if he was really alive. I couldn't tell. I swore under my breath, suddenly feeling stupid for saying anything. Stupid and scared again. Nobody's sane crossed a combine the size of Centauri and opened their mouth about it. Just seeing a uniform was still enough to make my stomach knot. I'd had a lot of run-ins with corpses in my life, enough to know that if they had you, they always made you pay. The only people who knew where I was right now were all Centauri corpses, and all in this room with me. And there were worse things than a speech impediment. "All right," I mumbled, not meeting his eyes. "What do you want?" "We need a telepath, as I said before." He leaned back in his seat, easing off. His drape flashed and shimmered as he took a deep breath. "Lady Jewel recommended you. She said that even though you were young, you were extremely intelligent and loyal." He shifted again. He looked like he trusted her judgment about as much as he trusted me right now. But I was here, and that meant either he did believe her or he was desperate. Maybe both. I thought about Jewel, let her face form in my mind, the details getting a little hazy when I tried to focus on them now. The surprise was back in place, hot as coals. That Jewel would tell her family anything about me, that they'd ever want anything to do with a Psion. Jewel was a Psion like I was. Her freak-hating family had made her life a living hell because of it, until she'd finally tried to cut all her ties with them. But blood was still thicker than water, and the Tamings were a family with a long reach. They didn't like to lose something that belonged to them, even if it was flawed. They kept in touch. "Why'd you snatch me, then?" "Would you have come if we'd simply asked you?" I thought about it. "No." He raised his eyebrows as if that was all the explanation it needed. "That heart sign on the museum wall. You think of that?" He shook his head. "Lady Jewel suggested we do something unusual to attract your attention." My mouth twitched. I jerked my head at the image in the air behind him. "You don't want me. I'm brain damaged." The way they'd brought me here told me enough about what I could expect if I hired on as a corporate telepath, and I couldn't imagine anything they'd want that I'd ever want to do for them. "That blockage is self-inflicted." He half frowned, as if he couldn't imagine why having somebody die inside your mind might make some part of you want to dig a hole and never come out of it again. He was right. He couldn't imagine. "It isn't irreversible. Lady Jewel suggested that you might even find working for us to be a therapeutic experience." I shook my head. "I don't believe that." His face hardened. He was allowed to believe that I'd lie to him, but I didn't have the same right. "I have a communication from the lady," he said. "She realized that you might be skeptical." I leaned forward on the couch. "Let me see it, when I'm ready." My picture on the invisible screen behind him ate itself. The sun was back over his shoulder again. "First, you hear me out. This is no ordinary security position we're offering. I'm not stupid enough to think that would interest someone like you. And you hardly fit our profile." I smiled. He didn't. "This is a matter that concerns the Toming family personally. One of them, Lady Elnear, has had attempts made on her life. So far, we have successfully blocked the attacks, but we have been unable to discover why the attempts are being made." "You mean she's such a wonderful human being she doesn't have any enemies?" I said sourly. The frown came back. "On the contrary, there are any number of competing interests that could be considered Centauri's enemies, her enemies. Lady Elnear's holdings have united Centauri and Gen. As if that was supposed to mean something to me. She is the widow of Gentleman Kelwyn, and fills his seat on our board, as well as being the linchpin stockholder of our merger lease with Gen. She also votes for our interests in the Federation Assembly." "Oh." She was either one hell of a woman or a complete pawn. I thought I could guess which. "And you want me to find out which one wants her dead?" If all their best snoopware couldn't track it, I could hardly believe they thought I'd have better luck. But he nodded. "You would function as her aide, accompanying her at all times. Lady Jewel suggested that using your abilities to protect another person might help your condition." I sat up straight. "The person would have to matter. Lady Elnear doesn't mean shit to me, and neither do the interests of Centauri Transport." I shook my head, starting to get my nerve back. "Anyway, I've been through enough therapy to change the lives of everyone on a planet, but I still can't keep control of my psi. I used to be good enough, maybe, to do what you want me to do, but not anymore. If you really want Lady Elnear safe, find somebody else." He didn't answer me at first, but then he said, "There are drugs that can make it possible, that can block the kind of pain that's crippling you. We can get them for you." I looked down. "I know," I said finally. I looked up at him again. "There are drugs that will let you walk around for days on a couple of broken legs, too." His fingers began to move one by one, tapping a silent code on his black desktop, spelling out his impatience. He looked at me, his mouth thinning. "Centauri will make it worth your while." I shook my head again. "Sorry. I've already got something to do. You interrupted it. Take me back to the Darwin." I got to my feet. "If you wish." Brady leaned back in his seat and cracked his knuckles. "But your credit is down to 3 meaningful digits, and your tuition will be due again at the end of this term. What are you going to do then?" It wasn't just curiosity. The words were a knife blade pricking my ribs. "Yes," he said, smiling. "We really do know all about you." I felt the helpless anger try to choke me again. I hadn't even had a rating or a data band until 3 years ago. Hadn't even existed to the galactic net that monitored the lives and fortunes of everybody worth noticing, from the day they were born to the day they died. Then I'd been paid off for my service to the Federation with a rating that made me dizzy, and the freedom of a galaxy to spend it in. I hadn't been stupid enough to think it would last forever, but I'd lived my entire life in the bottom of a sewer. I had a lot to learn and a lot to forget, and I'd wanted to see what I'd been missing all my life. So I'd signed up for the floating university, which cost a lot. "No smart answer?" Brady asked, pressing a little harder. Did you really think that repository for the spoiled offspring of privilege was going to prepare you to live in a high-level technological society? I felt my mouth tighten. So did he. The smile started to come out on his face again. I understand that until about 3 years ago you were completely illiterate. Of course, given enough time and training, you'd be marginally employable, although your lack of social skills would probably keep you in a low-level position. But you aren't just ignorant. You're also a scion. You look very Hydran. I don't have to tell you what that means. I felt my face flush. I don't have to work for a combine. I was fighting the fear inside me, the fear that it was all true. It was bad enough just being a scion. All human scions had Hydran genes in them somewhere, but most of them didn't have to wear it on their faces. Their mixed blood was ancient history. Of course not. There are other jobs. Contract labor is always looking for bodies. But you know that. My hand went to my wrist, covering it like somebody caught naked, covering the scar that still marked the place where the bond tag had been fused to my flesh. But it was already covered. My fingers felt the warmth of the data band, solid and real. Mine. Forget it, scumbutt. You just lost me. I stood up for the last time. Suddenly, Jewel's face was in the air behind him, larger than life, so real I could almost touch her. Her gray, upslanting eyes were looking straight into mine. Her face was tired, pale, uncertain, beautiful. "Cat," she said, and a trace of real smile pulled at her lips as if she could really see me. I felt my mouth smile in answer, even though I knew she couldn't. I hadn't seen her face in over 2 years. Seeing it again made me ache, the way sometimes a song would, triggering memories. I wondered if it would always make me feel that way. "I'm not sure this is the right thing," she went on, glancing away at someone and back. "It has to be your choice. I told them that, or it's no good." She brushed a long strand of midnight-colored hair out of her eyes as the breeze lifted it. There was the shifting green of leaves behind her, the wink of sunlight on spray. I felt the breeze touch my face, smelled the fresh smells of damp earth and flowers. Whoever had made this tape hadn't spared anything to make it feel real. I wondered if Jewel was in the Hanging Gardens, upside in Quarrow. I felt a twinge of homesickness for the first time in my life. They hadn't taped her at the Center for Psionic Research, in the stink and the noise and the darkness of Old City. Maybe they couldn't take it. Maybe they hadn't wanted me to think about that, except that it made me think about that anyway. "They told me about Elnear." Jewel's eyes darkened. "I don't understand it. But if you can help her, Cat, if you're willing to, do it. Please. She's the only one." She glanced away again. "The only one in my family who ever loved me." Shadows moved across her face, leaf patterns and the darkness of past lives. Her eyes were both hard and longing when they met mine again. "She's a good woman. She needs someone she can trust. She can trust you. I trust you. She did smile now. "We miss you." She lifted a hand in farewell, and she was gone. The room seemed colder without her, emptier than if I'd been there alone. But I wasn't alone. I looked up. Brady's eyes were fixed on my face, sucking in everything that showed. I almost asked to see the tape again. I thought about him watching me watch her. I didn't ask. Remembering it would have to be enough. All right, I thought. For you. All right. And it was all right this time that she couldn't hear me think it. "She told me not to tell you this," Brady said, "but the center that she and her husband run is almost out of funds, too." I felt my mouth twist. "You always go one step too far, you know that?" "Then I have you." It wasn't a question. I glanced out at the sun, where Jewel's image had been. "You don't know how close you just came to losing me again. One day you're going to walk right off the edge." He smiled. "I'll do it for Jewel, but I want the money, for me, for the center, too. Set up the contracts. I'll tell you if it's enough." "Of course. Some now, more later, if you do your job. We'll settle the details as soon as we reach Earth." "Earth?" I said, sounding a little like I'd been hit in the stomach. "That's home to the Tomings." I was amusing him again. They are a rather conservative family. Home. It was a strange thought. I looked down at myself, back at him. "You know, Brady, You're in the wrong kind of work. You should have been a blackmailer." He shook his head. "You have a lot to learn about politics, boy." 2. Once Brady had finished convincing me that nothing was ever free, including me, he signaled the doorway like a magician, calling up tricks. When I turned around to look, I wasn't really surprised to find someone standing there. A tiny, dark-haired woman who looked like an antique doll, like her body might be made of soft cloth under the cover of her dark business suit. She wore a Combine logo like a brooch at her throat. It wasn't Centauri's. I clapped my hands once, twice, 3 times. "That's pretty good," I said, looking back at Brady. "Can you do animals, too?" One of the guards made a sniggering noise. Brady looked at him with those eyes. He stopped. "This is Mez Jardin, Lady Elnear's executive assistant," Brady said, the words dry as sand. "Go with her. She'll brief you as much as possible on what your duties will be as Lady Elnear's aide. Afterward, I'll see you again." The last part was more a threat than a promise. I nodded and stood up, meeting the woman's eyes for the first time. I had to look way down. She barely came up to my shoulder, and she was wearing platform shoes. "I'm all yours," I said. Her expression didn't change. She still looked like she smelled something rotten. I followed her to the ship's commons. There were long bone-colored couches hugging the wall, a round metal table with magnetic chairs locked to the floor. Private, but not too private. She sat down at the table, looking back at me. "I already know how to eat," I said from the doorway. "I doubt that." She folded her hands. Her voice was high-pitched, almost like a child's. "We don't have a lot of time, and you know almost nothing of the world you will be entering." "Earth?" I came into the room and sat down. "No," she said. "I meant politics." I leaned back in my seat, twisting the chair on its single leg with the motion of my foot. "There's that word again." Her doll's face reddened. "Now listen to me, Mez. Cat," stumbling over it as if there should have been more to my name. "I watched your performance back there with Brady. It didn't impress me. You have a smart mouth, but I see no proof that you have a mind to match it. I am going to give you a lot of information, and I am forced by circumstance to deliver it verbally. I will repeat it as often as necessary until you understand everything. You may interrupt to ask me questions, but they had better be short and to the point." I shrugged, smarting a little. "You won't have to repeat yourself. I'll get it right the first time." Her small mouth twisted down. "Try me." I leaned forward. She took a deep breath. "All right, then. Some background to begin with." She told me what Brady had already told me about Lady Elnear and how she'd married into the Tamings. A premarital non-interference agreement was signed. But since the gentleman's death, the Tamings have taken a greater interest in Kemengen's policy-making. Her voice soured. She wanted to say more. But she knew whose ships we were on just as much as I did. Combines had long memories. "The lady is under constant Centauri security protection at all times since the incidents." Her hands, which had been lying quietly on the table, curled around each other, protecting, strangling. Suddenly, I was sure of one thing. Mez Jardin's loyalty to her boss was as total as her hatred of Centauri. With an effort that cost her, she controlled her hands and laid them quietly one on top of the other on the table surface again. She glanced up at me. "Well?" I began to repeat everything she'd told me, word for word. Her eyes widened for a heartbeat before the tight, furrowed frown came back. "Are you hot-wired?" I touched my head. "It comes with the wetware. Package deal." She looked blank. "I was born that way. Most telepaths can do it if they want to bother." I'd bothered because it helped me learn. I remembered things perfectly. It was forgetting that was hard to do. I felt more than saw her withdraw, as if every separate cell of her body wanted to crawl away from me. "Psion," I said, and she flinched. "Telepath. Better get used to it." "We didn't ask for you," she snapped. "You were Centauri's idea. The last thing that Elnear needs is a Taming mind reader to spy on her." She'd said Elnear, not the lady. She must be more than a top aide. Maybe a personal friend. "She send you to check me out?" I asked. "In part." She glanced away. "We're forced to accept you in any case. The least I can do is try to make you presentable." Emphasis on try. Not even all of the Taming family will know that you are a Psion when you arrive. They think that I am away simply to find her a new personal aid. Her previous aid was poisoned. The frown looked almost like pain now. How? I asked. A piece of syllabi intended for Elnear, which Elnear had given away because she doesn't like syllabi. Clara nearly died. Her health is still not good. Poison candy? Pretty crude, I said. Maybe they'd counted on surprise. Who do you think would want to kill her? I don't know. She shook her head, looked down again. I just don't know. Brady comes up with new possibilities every day, and all of them are possible. I've been with her for 25 years, and nothing like this has ever happened before. You sound like it's a big surprise. I thought the Combine spent half their budgets trying to screw each other. I'd done a lot of reading after Jewel had taught me how, and a lot of accessing once I'd joined the university, trying to figure out how the Federation worked, and how I'd come to be who I was, and where I was in it. Facts and figures can tell you a lot, but they can't tell you that. Her face eased. It is a fact of life in her position, yes. Her gaze left me again. But Elnear is not like that. She believes in the perfectibility of humanity. She works only for the greater good. That's enough to make some people want to kill you right there. Her eyes snapped back to my face. Listen to me, you deviant. If you ever say anything like that in front of her, I'll have you— Hey, I said, cutting her off before she could finish it. Okay, Ms. Jardin, you're one tough bitch, and your boss is a goddamn saint. Just tell me what I have to do and get it over with. She smoothed her hands again. As I was about to say, Lady Elnear considers her true work to be her involvement with the Federation Transport Authority's independent drug enforcement arm. A narc. A Combine VIP, a saint, and a narc. Everything I heard about Lady Elnear made me feel less like I ever wanted to meet her, let alone save her from death. I didn't say anything. She has been so dedicated in her work for the arm, and such an effective media representative, that the FTA is considering her for the current opening on the Security Council. I whistled softly. Brady hadn't mentioned that. That was something like going from being a saint to being a god. There were only 12 human beings on the Security Council, and they made all the FTA's policy. And the FTA regulated all interstellar commerce. As you can see, you will be exposed to levels of society and government about whose rules you know almost nothing. You may allow people to believe that you are acting as a kind of physical bodyguard, as well as in the capacity of an aide, to help explain your lack of the usual requirements for the position. But under no circumstances will you tell anyone that you are a Psion. Why? That should be obvious. If you're to be of any use at all in helping discover who is trying to kill the lady, then your ability has to be kept secret. That's not going to be so easy. I pointed at my eyes, the long slit pupils. A lot of people knew what that meant. Brady will take care of that, she said. I smiled, more like a nervous tick. He's going to give me his? They were even stranger looking than mine. I wondered if he left them on the table at night when he slept. He's cybered, right? Of course he is. Do you think he could be security chief for a Combine without augmentation? He looks pretty normal. I've seen some grotesques. Only a fool would advertise exactly what he can do. I thought about that. Depends on what you're into, I guess. We're not dealing with street gang pathology, she said. I wasn't so sure, but I didn't say anything. I knew the Combines didn't allow most of their employees more than an occasional memory plug-in besides what they needed to do their specific jobs. The higher you were in the network, the more augmentation you were allowed. If it was really good, it didn't have to show. But if you had that kind of power, why not flaunt it? She said. Most Combines discourage flamboyant displays of personal engineering. Most of humanity still finds aberrance threatening. Yeah. That made perfect sense. I've noticed. I touched my head. As if she hadn't heard that, she reached into the soft leather bag she carried and pulled out a handful of hollows. She tossed them out onto the tabletop in front of me. These are some of the people you will have to recognize and deal with. I couldn't believe she didn't have some better way of giving me information. Maybe Brady was making it hard for her. I had the feeling she hadn't been exactly welcome on this trip. I picked up a hollow, stared at it. Family portraits. Not even a question. It was a picture of a middle-aged man, but the resemblance to Jewel was so striking that a cold finger ran up my spine. I shuffled through the rest of them, holding the membranes up to the light. looking at profiles and full faces as they stared, yawned, smiled, or frowned through a moment of their existence, over and over, trapped in a kink of time. Too many of them could almost have been Jules' twin. Jardin named them one by one as I picked up the pictures. She didn't really have to tell me which were the outsiders who'd married in. For the first time I saw Jules' father, a grandfather, a great-grandmother, a cousin, a brother. I didn't even know she had a brother. He looked just like her, too. Holding images of her face over and over again, barely changing, began to make my fingers tingle as if mice were crawling over my hands. Why do they all look like that? They all look just like her. Like who? Jewel. She looked at me blankly for a minute before she remembered. Oh, yes, she said, as if she was disposing of an unpleasant reminder. As you may have gathered, Centauri transport is something of an anomaly. They are still controlled by the heirs of their founder. After more than 300 years, that is a rare accomplishment. So why do they look like clones? They're not marrying each other. I tossed the hollow back onto the pile. They control the transfer of their genetic material very strictly. Only a minimal amount of outside material is introduced into each new generation. They select for the psychological traits that have given them success in the past, and obviously for physical resemblance. It's part of the control factor, part of their mystique, if you will. Genetic incest. I thought about Jewel, a scion, an empath, and teleport born into that family of perfect mirror images reflecting back through centuries. A mistake that had almost driven her insane. I wondered how it could have happened. I glanced at the pile of pictures again. You have one of Jewel's mother? Jewel looked like her father. I didn't know much about her family life, but nothing I'd heard about her father was good. I couldn't help wondering what her mother was like. Lady Sansu is dead. I let the hollow I was holding drop. I looked down at the pile again, realizing suddenly who else was missing. Where's Elnear? The lady, Jardin said. You will refer to her as Lady Elnear, or ma'am. I grimaced. So where's the lady's picture? You've never seen her? I shook my head, wondering if she was supposed to be a 3D star, too. She took one more hollow out of her jacket this time, and handed it to me with all the careful respect that had been missing from the way she'd given me the rest. I took it between my thumb and finger, holding it up. That's her? I said, surprised into asking it. What do you mean by that? Nothing, except... Lady Elnear didn't look at all like a Taming, which was a relief, but she was ordinary. A woman who looked like she was past 50, with a long face and too many teeth, colorless hair, a body that was doughy and soft. Her clothes fit like they didn't belong to her. I looked up at Jardin, saw the resentment in her eyes, and almost couldn't say it. She's not beautiful. I mean, hell, they can afford it, right? They can get it fixed if they don't like it. They can get all the systems running right. They can get their body clock set back. They never have to get too fat or skinny or old. Lady Elnear believes that there are better uses for her time and money than indulging in personal vanity. I glanced at the picture one last time. Lady Elnear looked tired and sad and horse-faced as she turned away from me, again and again. I handed the hollow back. She put it away carefully in her jacket, piled the other hollows up neatly, and left them between us on the tabletop, like a small wall. Then she began to tell me how to act. The official duties, the endless lies and phony rituals of people pretending to be decent to each other, while all the time they were trying to get behind each other's unprotected backs with knives. I set my brain on record and thought about other things, about getting jerked around like a puppet by fate and the Combines, about seeing Earth, about Cassandra Perrymead and whether she'd think my being gone was because of her. If she even noticed I was missing. I forgot where I was and laughed. Are you listening to me? Jardin's voice was as hard as a slap. I looked up, blinking. I fed the last few sentences she'd spoken back to her. Don't worry. Even if I fall asleep, I'll remember it. Her mouth thinned. Do you actually understand any of this? You haven't asked me a single question. I frowned because I hated what I was hearing and hated being forced to listen to it, and hated to admit that maybe she was right. It's like getting the instructions for a machine you've never seen. It's not going to make any sense till I get there. If I have questions, I'll ask the lady. Brady? She got up from her seat. Brady appeared in the doorway before she'd finished the motion. "You're pretty good at that, too," I said sourly. "I'm through with him," she said, meaning me. It sounded as final as if my next stop was the incinerator chute. "On the contrary." Brady shook his head. Her frown deepened. "He'll never pass." "For human?" Brady's eyes flicked over me, probably scanning me all up and down the spectrum, straight to my bones. "He will when I'm finished with him." "That's not what I mean." "You'll have to. You." He pointed at me. "Come with me." I did. He led me to what looked like his personal lab. It wasn't impressive. Cool green and antiseptic tile, a lot of strange surfaced alloys, but nothing that would make you want to get the hell out of there. But knowing who he was and suspecting what he could do, I knew those walls probably hid as many secrets as his skin did. "Sit down," he said. "I'm going to fix your eyes." He nodded at a stool in front of what looked like some kind of scanner. "There's nothing wrong with my eyes," I said. "Don't act stupid." He shoved me toward the seat. "You look like a freak. All I need is some eye skins." I hugged my elbows, looking toward the doorway. "I just want to look at your eye structure." He sat down, waiting for me. I sat down too, slowly, and put my face against the headpiece. "Look at the rings." Nothing inside but darkness, and a set of concentric rings floating in space like a target. I watched it for a long minute, squinting my eyes. Nothing. I began to relax. There was a sudden blow against my eyes that wasn't light or heat or pain, but somehow all three at once. I jerked back, swearing, rubbing my face. "You shit! What did you do to me?" "See for yourself," he said. A mirrored plate slid down over the window in front of me. I stared at myself. The long slits of my pupils were changing while I watched, shrinking into pinpoints, the green of my irises filling in like crystal growth. A simple molecular graft. Eye films would leave you half-blind in dim light. Not useful. Also detectable. This isn't permanent, but you can have it made permanent. I looked up at him, away from the perfectly ordinary human eyes staring back at me from the mirror, away from the expression on my face. "What makes you think I want to look like a human?" My voice sounded shaky again. He ignored that. A little cosmetic facial surgery would be better. He hesitated, watching me. "But to do it safely takes more time than we've got. You can pass, I suppose. There are enough exotics around to make you look normal." I took a deep breath, glancing at the locked storage units along the walls. He could turn my whole face into boneless mush with some of the virals he probably had in there. He smiled. He enjoyed keeping people off balance. "Ms. Jardin has told you everything she considers important." Heavy on the sarcasm. No wonder she hated him. "Now I'm going to give you what you really need. You can use a standard access?" "Sure," I said, as if I'd been doing it all my life. He passed a programmed headset across the table. He had everything ready and waiting, every step planned. I took the headset carefully. They always looked like a twitch would crush them, even though you could wad one up and keep it in your pocket for days. I dropped the net over my hair, waited a second while I cleared my thoughts out. Then I pressed the trodes to my forehead and waited for the hard rush of image to hit me. I'd had some trouble learning to use one because my mind wanted to treat the information feed like an invasion. But once I'd learned to access, it was like being a sponge. I'd spent most of a standard year submerged, doing nothing but sucking up facts. This time there was a megadose of data about the rise of the Combines and the Federation Transport Authority. Most of it repeated what I already knew about the bad blood between them, stretching back over centuries to old Earth days. The FTA's control of Telhassium, and with it of shipping and communications, meant that they butted heads with the transport networks every time they put an embargo on some government they wanted to toe their line better. It cost Centauri Transport every time the FTA wanted to make some other Combine pay. Centauri hated their guts. They were the big enemy to Centauri. But Centauri Transport had other problems, and the flow began to change color, getting more personal. Now it was intercombine warfare, shifting loyalties and alliances. Focus on Triple G, Centauri's prime competitor, always looking for a way to give them grief. Anything it could get away with. Goods delayed until the transport contract was invalid. An explosion in a fitting yard. A trade ambassador who never arrived to negotiate a deal. Who never arrived anywhere again. Images of derelict vessels with breached hulls, bloated bodies drifting. Of what a vial of biotoxins did to a shipment of transplant organs, and the ship's crew. The usual kind of thing. Focus on Lady Elnear, her work for the FTA, work that Centauri didn't like much, that a lot of Combines didn't like even more. She had a rival for the opening on the Security Council, one with heavy Combine support. A lot of networks would do anything to plug him into that slot in her place. Anything they could get away with. One murder was nothing. The whole transfer took less than a minute. Centauri's self-serving picture puzzle of who would want to kill Lady Elnear, in about 100 tiny bits. It was going to take my brain a day or so to put them together so that I understood the details completely. But already I had the feeling there were pieces missing. I didn't ask about them. Not yet. I took off the headset and started to lay it down. "Keep it," Brady said. "Replay it as often as you need to, until you know everything on it." "I already do," I said. "Most people couldn't retain that much data that fast. They'd need to replay it over and over as it settled in." "You really remember everything?" he asked. There was curiosity as much as challenge in it. "That easily?" It was my turn to smile for once. He took the headset and didn't ask again. "You'll find more acceptable clothing in your cabin. Put it on when you get back there. And use this on your hair." He tossed a tube of something at me. "Give it some shape. Nobody wears their hair like that." I glanced at my reflection again and back at him. If he had any hair at all, I couldn't tell. I raised my eyebrows. "It's my business to know what's expected. You'll have enough trouble not violating sensibilities every time you open your mouth. Try to keep it shut." I picked up the tube and pushed to my feet. "Not yet," he said, waiting just long enough to make me feel awkward. He held up a thin strip of transparent plastic covered with maybe a dozen colored dots. "We aren't finished yet. About these. The drugs." I sat back down, suddenly feeling lightheaded. One hand caught hold of the other, squeezed it too tight, like lost children under the table's edge. Those very expensive little skin patches would give me back the gift. Make me whole again. Let me touch another mind, warm myself at its fire without the cost, the sickening echoes of somebody else's death pain that blinded me every time I tried to make contact, that made me stay out in the cold and the darkness, always remembering. Except the pain would still be there, just numbed. Nothing was really free. I was half Hydran, and I'd killed a man. If I'd been all Hydran, it would have killed me, too. The psychological feedback mechanism was built into Hydran brain circuitry, along with the psionic abilities that made it necessary. If you could kill with a thought, there had to be something to stop you. Humans didn't have the psionic ability or the safeguards either. That was why the Hydrans hadn't stood a chance against them. I was half human, with half the ability of a real Hydran and half the safeguards. The feedback hadn't killed me, but it had crippled me real bad. Time was the only thing that could heal me. Fresh bandages of clean memory, safe experiences grafted on like layers of new skin. There hadn't been enough of either yet. With the right drugs acting on exactly the right areas in my brain, I could use my telepathy and not hear warning bells. But it was like I'd told Brady. Sooner or later I'd start to pay for it, doing more damage until maybe it crippled me for good. But what kind of choice did I have? I needed the money. And I needed to feel that fire. I felt a flush start to crawl up my face, saliva filling my mouth, my palms sweating. "You have all the physiological responses of an addict," Brady said. "Does it really mean that much to you?" "Deadhead," I whispered. "You can't imagine." I reached out for the sheet of patches. He held it back. "What about the side effects you mentioned? Like walking on broken legs, you said." "That doesn't matter. I'll worry about it later. I'll do whatever you want. Just give me the drugs." I stretched out my hand. "When we arrive," he said, beginning to frown. "Now! I need some time to work on it, get my control back. Come on." My hand fisted. He hesitated, staring at me, reading responses. Doubt, calculation, mockery. All of them could have been on his face or none. I couldn't read him. Finally he put the sheet of patches down where I could reach it. I snatched it up, staring at it. "Keep them out of sight, especially when you're using. They last for one standard Earth day. I'll have more when you need them." I nodded, not really listening. If you need targets, use Jardin and my aides. Don't tell them. He hesitated. If you ever try to read me, I'll know it. And I'll kill you. I looked up then. I got to my feet again without saying anything, and left the lab. Before I'd gotten halfway back along the hall, there was a patch behind my ear. 3. There was something about coming to Earth. It was coming home. It didn't matter that Earth had stopped being the center of the Federation centuries ago, that it was a backwater stagnant world, a living museum, that the only reason the Federation Assembly still met here was tradition. It didn't make any difference that Ardati, where I'd spent my whole life, was the hub and the heart now, where everything that really mattered happened first, or that I was too Hydran to feel really human, and too human to ever really be Hydran. It went deeper than that, below the scars and the memories and time itself, catching me by surprise right in the gut. It kept me silent and wide-eyed as we left the Centauri transport field complex. The entire planet had been a federal trade district for a couple of centuries, under the direct control of the FTA. It was peppered with starports because of the tourists, but most of the heavy shipping and distribution activity still centered on a place called Nyuk, and so the major transport combines had been granted footholds there. The Federation Assembly met in Nyuk on neutral ground inside a sprawling plex that also held the FTA's Security Council and headquartered all its activities. I'd spent 5 carefully monitored minutes of access time on Brady's ship studying up on it. Nyuk was on the coast of a major continent, just like Quarro, where I'd grown up, but it was centered on a handful of islands instead of a peninsula. The prime starport, and the Centauri complex, took up the largest island, Long Eye. Triple G was based on another island called Stat. Combine embassies sprouted on the mainland like crystal growths, fantasy fortresses, for kilometers along what had once been one of the most polluted stretches on the face of the planet. Like everything else, the pollution was still there, just different. It was data pollution now. Brady put me into a mod with Jardin and sent us on to the family estate somewhere inland. "I'll be in touch," was all he said before he let me go and slipped like a fish back into his own world. And then I was alone with Jardin and my thoughts. She didn't say anything for a long time, gazing out at the red, gold, green world flowing by below us. Somehow I'd expected it to be blue, because blue was what it was on the Federation seal, the logo all the FTA's corpses had worn back in Quarro's old city. In the distance behind us, the ocean reflected the sky, as blue as I'd always imagined. But below us, the land looked like it was on fire. Jardin wasn't impressed. Her mind was far ahead of us, already trying to deal with the 100 different scenarios of disaster and humiliation she was sure she was bringing back with her. Earth was just something you stood on to her. I made myself stop reading her with an effort. While one part of my mind was staring slack-jawed out the window at the scenery, another separate part was always tracking her, gathering in the random images that floated on the surface of her thoughts, feeding on her reality. The world around me was alive again, the solid human flesh, hers and everyone else's, that had been invisible to my mind for the last 3 years, was suddenly there again, breathing, thinking, feeling. It was hard to remember now that for most of my life I hadn't used my gift, hadn't even known I was a telepath. My mother was Hydran. When I was barely old enough to know what was happening, somebody had murdered her in an old city alley. I'd felt her die and survived it, but it had burned out my psi. After that, I'd been alone for years, living like a deadhead, without even the memory that once I'd had someone who cared about me. I'd spent most of my time drugged into oblivion, hiding from the life I'd lost, and the living death I'd ended up with instead. Then the FTA had come along looking for psions and jerked me out of the gutter. Dr. Ardan Siebeling had put my mind back together and taught me how to use it. And Jul Taming had taught me why it mattered. And then the FTA had used us for pawns in a power game, and I'd killed a man and died all over again. Only this time I remembered what I'd lost. Now I had it back again. And knowing I couldn't keep it only made having it that much sweeter. I wanted to touch Jardin with my mind, share, give. Let her know the mystery she was blind to. Make her feel what I felt when I looked out the window at this world. The emotion too deep to put into words that didn't sound stupid. All words turned stupid and clumsy when you could share someone else's mind, and simply know. She looked up at me suddenly, her dark eyes sharp with guilt, anger, suspicion. Are you reading my mind? What? No, I lied, picking up the red heat of her resentment without even trying, wondering if I'd really slipped that much. But I realized then that I hadn't let her feel it, hadn't let my control slip. It was only her own deadhead's fear suddenly catching fire, afraid I was hearing what she thought of me. Brady said he gave you drugs so you could... I'm not using them yet, I said as calmly as I could. If I told her the truth, I knew she'd panic, and we were alone, way the hell up here in the air. God only knew what she'd try. She glared at me, but I felt her easing up, relaxing a little. Don't worry. I won't read everything you think anyway. I have to really concentrate on it, and I'm not that good. It was true. I wasn't much good, not like I used to be. And it wasn't just that I was out of practice. The stuff Brady had given me wasn't much good either. There were drugs on one of those customized dream dots to block the chemical reactions I called pain and terror and grief that my memory triggered every time I used my gift. And there were drugs to deaden the traumatized response centers that short-circuited my psi every time I even tried to get that far. But I already knew that if I pushed too hard, I still hit a wall, even with 2 patches. They weren't strong enough. Brady didn't want me as good as I could be. That made me too dangerous. If that was how it was going to be, I didn't see why he wanted me at all. Maybe fear just made him stupid, like most people. I'd tried his mind in spite of his warning, but carefully. He was burglar-proofed all right for all kinds of electromagnetic snooping. Even psi energy might trip something. Maybe not, but I wasn't curious enough about him to get myself killed finding out. I looked out the window again. I never thought I'd see Earth. I didn't think it would be like this. What were you expecting? She asked after a long minute. Her voice was almost pleasant with relief. Blue. I stared at the lavender-blue mountains rising up ahead, looked down again at the trees. Not all these colors. A world isn't all one kind of thing, you know. I looked back at her. I guess not, I said, thinking of Ardati, of Old City and Quarro. Mine had been. Her face hardened over again as she met my eyes. She broke my gaze. Her glance flicked over the new me, dressed in a high-collared shirt, a loose, belted green jacket, and pants. They were plain but expensive, and they fit like they'd been made just for me. Maybe they had. There was a Centauri logo on my sleeve, branded. Why is your hair like that? She said. I almost reached up. Brady told me to fix it. I'd used the tube of gel he'd given me on it, making the curls stand up in spikes. It was something I remembered was going around Old City just before I left. She sighed, more like a hiss, and murmured, Scum. I settled deeper into my seat and didn't try to find out which of us she meant. She didn't say anything more, and neither did I. It wasn't much more than half an hour from the time we left the Centauri fields until the mod began to lose altitude again. That meant we'd probably come 300 clicks or so. I'd been surprised at how much open space there was, this close to the urban corridor that hugged the eastern coastline. I'd seen a handful of lone houses, and towns that didn't look anything like the few combine claves I'd seen other places. But then, Earth wasn't like other places, and the combines didn't run it. It was hard to believe that nobody wanted to live here, but most people went where the money was. Only people who already had money could survive on a world like this. The mod drifted down into the arms of a steep-walled valley. If it was autumn up on the mountainsides, it was still summer in the valley's bottom. It looked like it was carpeted in green velvet. I could see estate houses lying along the silver road of the river that ran the length of it, each one larger and more expensive than the last. Which one is the Tom Ings? I asked, finally breaking the silence. All of them, she said. The entire valley is their private estate. I shook my head. Is it big enough? They have many others. Here on Earth, on Ardati, all through their network. She didn't even bother to glance up. Her voice was dull. Her hand rose to touch the logo at her throat that wasn't Centauri's. I grunted. The mod landed softly in the courtyard that had been widening below us. The yard lay behind a building that looked like it had grown up out of the soil, part of the overgrown mass of trees and shrubs that surrounded it. It was all stone and wood. Small windows, their glass cross-hatched into half a dozen tiny panes, watched us silently as we got out and stood together on the cracked ancient flagstones. The long shadows of late afternoon lay across the yard, but the air was sweet and warm, without the chill I'd been expecting. Here the trees were still a fresh green. Flowering vines climbed trellises and spilled over a high stone wall. A stooped old man in a baggy coat was patiently and almost soundlessly trimming a hedge with a hand-guided light stick. He glanced up at us half-curiously and went back to his work, as Jardine nodded at him. For a moment the clenched fist way she'd held herself ever since I'd first seen her eased. She'd come home at last, standing in this yard. "This place looks like it's been here forever," I said. "For 518 years," she answered without thinking about it. Then she looked at me and the fist clenched again. "This is Lady Elnear's private residence when she is on Earth, which is most of the time these days. Each family member maintains his or her own estate house as they choose. I live here too. So will you." With a click and a hum, the mod lifted again behind us, going off obediently to some outbuilding where it wouldn't spoil anybody's illusions. You could almost believe it was 500 years ago. Pre-space, another age. There was no trace of any security anywhere, although I knew that on the way in the mod must have cleared 100 snoop scans that were backed by measures which would have taken us out if we'd failed any of them. The more money and privacy you wanted, the harder a shell you needed. Some things probably hadn't changed in a lot longer than 500 years. Jardine started toward the house entrance up the wide stone steps that led onto a vine-walled porch. I shouldered the bag with the few things Brady had forced me to take and followed her. It was dark inside. The pupils of my eyes didn't work as well as they used to, but they worked well enough. After a minute, my panic eased. I followed her down a hallway that smelled like oiled wood, up more creaking stairs, along another hall. The house was larger than I'd thought. We stopped in front of a closed door, and she glanced at me. I stood there waiting, but the door didn't open. She pushed me aside and opened it by hand, looking at me as if I was stupid for expecting it to open itself, like every other door I'd ever seen that wasn't in a slum. "This will be your room." I looked past her through the doorway. A bedroom. I could see the bed. The bed, inside its forest of carven wood, was large enough to sleep 4, easy. The room itself seemed to go on forever, filled with bureaus, tables, chairs, and things I couldn't name. Only the desk terminal in the window alcove didn't look like it had been there as long as the house had. The rug was dark and dense under my boots as I moved across it, and patterned like a kaleidoscope with jewel-bright flowers. The ceiling was at least 3 meters high. I put my bag down on the bed. The bed jiggled, full of jelly. I sat down beside my bag on the smooth, cool surface of the covers, suddenly feeling more than a little lost. Jardine was still in the doorway. I forced a smile. "Well, it's cramped, but I can stand it." She didn't react. No sense of humor at all. She touched an inset in the wall beside the door. "If you need anything, this gives access to the housekeeping programs. There is also a small human service staff." I nodded. "Any questions?" I shook my head. "Perhaps you'd like to rest." "No," I stood up. "Let's get it over with." Her face pinched. "All right, then. You may come with me to meet the lady." Her doubts were screaming silently at me. They weren't any louder than my own as I followed her out of the room, but anything was better than staying behind alone. Lady Elnear was sitting by herself on a sun porch. The light streamed in through the tall windows around her, golden and green. She was painting a picture on a lightbox, the view from the window half hidden in vines. It wasn't very good, and it wasn't what I'd expected. I wondered what I had been expecting. She turned as she heard us enter. I saw the sad, sagging face I'd seen in the hollow, the awkward body, the plain clothes. And then she smiled as she saw Jardine. And suddenly she was another person. She had the most beautiful smile I'd ever seen. Like the sun, it made you blind to everything else. "Philippa, you're back." And then she saw me. The smile disappeared. "And this is the young man, the one Brady sent to watch me. Jules' friend." Even her voice had an odd quality, almost quavering, musical, and uncertain all at once. It warmed just a little as she said Jules' name. She was staring at me, trying not to. "The telepath." Because she was looking at me, I nodded. Jardine gave me a sharp poke in the side. "Yes, ma'am," I said. "Lady. I'm Cat." "Cat?" She raised her eyebrows, waiting for the rest of it. "Just Cat." I shrugged, glancing at Jardin. "Ma'am."
"Oh."
She smiled, but it was false this time. She knew she should offer me her hand, a peace gesture, but she couldn't quite make herself do it. Like maybe I'd give off sparks when she touched me. Like being a scion might be contagious. I put out my hand. Not a peace offering. More like a dare. She took it. Her hand was strong and warm.
"I've never met a Hydran before."
But she had to say that. "Half Hydran," I said, letting go. "Half human." Most people had never met a half-breed either, because most humans would rather have a brain wipe than a cat-eyed freak for a son. Once humans had been glad to know that they weren't alone in the universe. That time was long past now. Her colorless cheeks reddened a little.
"Please forgive me if I seem awkward and self-conscious. It isn't personal. It's just that being in the presence of a telepath is not something that I'm used to. It will take a little time."
She stepped back, her hands helpless at her sides. A lifetime probably wouldn't be enough. I only shrugged again, trying to shake loose the invisible weight that pressed down harder and harder on my shoulders. Jardin moved away from me to Elnear's side. She whispered something I couldn't hear. She was telling Elnear that I was a cripple without drugs, that I couldn't read them at all right now. "Yes, I can," I said. "I lied to you." Her head snapped up, her eyes cold with fury. Elnear put a hand on her arm, gently but firmly.
"Temper, Philippa," she murmured.
She looked at me as if she expected an explanation.
"Centauri hired me to help protect you. Jardin's right. I can't do you any good unless I use the drugs. I figured the sooner I started doing my job, the better. If you can't handle that, it's your problem," I said, looking at both of them. "But if somebody was trying to kill me, I'd damn sure be glad of anything that made it harder to do, ma'am. Might as well be the tough guy. It was better than being the freak." Elnear nodded, but their faces didn't change much. Elnear led Jardin past me. Her hand was still on Jardin's arm, as if she didn't trust us that close to each other. "Come, Philippa, it's nearly dinner time. I have to dress. They've asked me to join the family at the Crystal Palace, and I can hardly refuse again. Will you keep me company?"
They went on out of the room together, talking softly as if I wasn't even there. I stood where they'd left me. I watched them get smaller and smaller as they went down the hallway, leaving me there without a word, not even looking back. Only I was the one getting smaller and smaller, being swallowed up in the suffocating emptiness of the silent house, so that by the time they came back again, I would have disappeared. I didn't ask for this either. They spun around together as my sending caught them from behind, gaped at me with their hands pressed to their heads. For a minute neither of them moved. Then Lady Elnear started back down the hall toward me. Jardin caught at her hand, but Elnear shook her off and kept coming. When she reached the doorway, she stopped again. Her baggy sleeve slid down her arm as she caught at the white-painted wood for support. She stood there, still staring, her free hand still pressed to her head.
"Come with us,"
she said finally.
"Of course you should come with us to dinner. You should meet the family. You are my new aide."
It took me a second to believe I'd heard it, another to make myself move. When I reached her side, she was as surprised as I was. We began to walk together. Up ahead of us, the hall was empty.
"What are the terms under which Brady hired you?"
she asked, as if she hadn't even noticed that Jardin was gone. I told her.
"I'd have the contracts run through a legal advisory program before you agree to anything, if I were you,"
she said, her face expressionless.
"One can't be too careful."
"I will," I nodded. "I know," and smiled. She smiled too, just a little, looking straight ahead. 4. There really was a crystal palace. It looked like something carved from ice, lit up from the inside, and it stretched out along the darkening river bank, admiring its reflection. Earth's sun had slipped down behind the western mountain, and the valley was blue with evening by the time we stood on the palace steps. It reminded me a little of the combine centers in Quarrow, but it was built of glass and iron, had to be at least as old as the house where Elnear lived. She told me it had been transported to this valley from somewhere else on Earth, like most of the buildings here. Anything that caught a Tumming's fancy down through the centuries and had a price. Some people collected antiques. The Tummings lived in them. Looking up as we went in through layers of splintered light, I felt my senses go into overload. This was a private home. This was a dream.
Nobody lived like this. I followed a few steps behind Lady Elnear, not because Jardin had told me those were the rules, but because I didn't know what the hell else to do except follow somebody. I felt like I was walking through a minefield. Elnear was dressed in a long, loose sack of a tunic over leggings, wearing ropes and ropes of jeweled necklaces. She didn't look elegant, but at least she looked rich. Jardin walked beside her. I knew it had taken a good half-hour for Elnear to get her to come out of her room after I'd mind-spoken them. Elnear hadn't mentioned what I'd done, or even warned me not to do it again. She treated me exactly like a new assistant, explaining, suggesting, pointing things out as we rode up the valley. She didn't do it because she liked me. She did it because she disliked unpleasantness. She was good at keeping the things she felt off of her face. It was all part of the games they played in her world. She had no choice, and so she pretended I was normal. Considering all the choice I had, I was grateful she was a good player. The interior of the Crystal Palace had been one huge open space once. I wondered what it had been used for then. The Tamings had broken it up into rooms and levels like a glass beehive. The walls, the ceilings, the floors were transparent but polarized, so they could be made opaque in changing patterns. This is the original family residence that Estevan Taming had brought here after he returned to Earth. He started Centauri transport and made his fortune out in the Centauri system. Elnear was still giving me the guided tour, reading the questions in my eyes. My brother-in-law, Jules' father, lives here now. After so many generations in one home, sometimes you get tired of seeing the same four walls. She glanced away. You could see the river through half a dozen perfectly clear panels. Why not just move? I asked, and felt like a fool as soon as I'd said it. Tradition, she said softly. They are a very stubborn family. They don't like to let things go. I didn't say anything, thinking about Jewel. We were closing now with the hot cluster of mines that I'd picked up as we entered. Elnear had told me there'd be more Tamings than usual tonight, because Centauri was having its quarterly board meeting right now. The floating butler that had led us through this maze of mirrors disappeared suddenly through the doorway in a wall opaque to a pearl gray. The butler chimed as we entered the room, and then began to drift away. Thank you, Elnear said, even though it was nothing but a machine. There were 20 or 30 people there already. Heads began to turn as the three of us stopped in the doorway. I felt Elnear clench up inside, like someone about to dive into cold water. Auntie, Auntie! A shrill child's voice cut like a drill through the polite mumble of adult voices talking treaties and voting and forced merger. A little girl with long black hair pushed through the legs of the crowd and came bolting across the room. She collided with Elnear like a heat-seeking projectile and hung on her tunic skirt, squealing with delight. Talitha. Elnear smiled, the smile that could change everything, stroking the dark hair as the little girl beamed up at her. How's my favorite girl? I have new shoes, Talitha said. See? She stuck out her foot, which was covered with something that looked like a large, hairy bug wearing a red hat. Lovely, Elnear said. Just the thing. Show them to Philippa. Talitha hopped around her, one foot still up in the air, until she saw me. She froze, staring, then buried her face in Elnear's tunic. One clear gray eye showed again after a minute, and then the other. Talitha, this is my new aide. Elnear patted her shoulder. His name is Cat. She looked up at me from under her shining black bangs. I have 2 cats, she said. Their names are Blunder and Calamity. I'm 4. She held up the right number of fingers. Nice names, I said. Suddenly I was remembering Jewel again, seeing her face in Talitha's, just the way she must have looked when she was small. She'd probably never even seen Talitha. You remind me of your cousin Jewel. A frown wrinkled up her nose. We don't talk about Jewel, she whispered and pressed her finger against her mouth. She's bad. I looked at Elnear. No, Treasure, she isn't bad, Elnear said gently, not looking at me. She was just unhappy, but now she's better. Derek says she's bad. Talitha? This time it was a boy's voice calling. I glanced up and saw him coming toward us. He looked about 11, with the same shining black hair and gray, up-slanting eyes. Oh, hi, Auntie. He stopped next to her, kissed her cheek as she hugged him with her free arm. Mother said you weren't coming tonight. I was so bored I thought I was falling into a black hole. Can we sleep at your house? I hate it here. His voice turned sullen as he looked over his shoulder at someone. We'll see, Elnear said. I'll ask your mother. He grinned again abruptly. She turned him to face me. This is Cat. Say hello. Really? He stared me up and down, his eyes wide. That's your name? Wow, your hair is terminal. My thought exactly, Jardin murmured. Will you show me how to do mine? How old are you? Are you Auntie's lover? Jiro! Elnear's hand flew up like it wanted to clamp over his mouth, fluttered in the air, dropped to her side again. Cat is my new aide. Oh, well, he shrugged. You have to fix my hair, he said, looking at me. You promised. Come on, Talitha. Let's find Mother. You want to stay at Auntie's, don't you? He hauled his sister away, squawking. You should have boxed his ears, Jardin said when he was safely out of range. Elnear smoothed her skirts. Well, it's not easy to be young here, or old. She glanced at me finally, almost sheepishly. You've just met the new generation of Taming Empire builders. You may as well meet the rest. I followed her on into the shifting dance of the crowd, into the bodies in orbit around the long table covered with food and drinks. Too many of them, too much alike. Parents and children, aunts and uncles, nephews and nieces, at least 6 generations of them. But none of them, even the oldest, looked any older than Elnear. Even the ones who didn't look like Tamings were all too beautiful, and they all wore perfect clothes and jewels that made my head swim, and murmured things I didn't understand and thought things I didn't want to hear. And all of them were alive, too real, thinking, feeling. Not just around me anymore, but inside me. Angry, mocking, tense, bored, smug, afraid. I'd forgotten what it was like to be open all the time, forgotten how to really control it. It was like being thrown head first into a mob after 3 years in solitary. My nerves were closing in on burnout fast. I reached up when no one was watching and picked off the patch behind my ear, dropping it on the floor. Then all I could do was hang on until the drugged nerve centers half asleep in my mind woke up again, until the black ache that was pain without a name came crawling back, until my crippled sigh response went fetal, smothering the fire of too many other minds inside me. I went on, trailing Elnear through more meaningless head-on collisions like a dazed deaf-mute. No one seemed to notice or care, not even her. She was only using me as a crutch. I was something to say, to people she had nothing to say to. Until we came face to face with still another Taming, a handsome man in a silver-threaded evening coat wearing a ruby button as big as an eye. He looked like he was in his mid-30s, but he couldn't be. He was Jules' father. Gentleman Karen Taming, Cat, she said. This is my new aide. Yes, Jules' father said. I looked back at him surprised. I already know about him. He did know. He knew what I really was. Jules' freak. He was the head of Centauri's board, the one who'd had me hired. Just do as you're told and don't do anything else, and you'll get along fine, boy, he said with a smile that never touched the words. I looked away, my hands clenching over the loose cuffs of my jacket. Somehow, somewhere, there had to be a way out of this place. You understand me? When I didn't answer, something brushed my shoulder, just hard enough to seem casual. His hand. But it wasn't a hand. It only looked like one, wrapped in a skin glove. It was almost pure augmentation, and he didn't just use it to direct access. I jerked as the pressure of his grip hurt me without seeming to. Yes, sir. I had a hard time getting it out. I rubbed my shoulder. You're just like she described you, sir. Who? His glance darted at Elnear. Jewel. Eyes on me again. This time I didn't look down. His face darkened. But then he turned and walked away without saying anything more. Don't try those games with him, Jardin said to me. You'll lose. What games? I asked because I hadn't been playing one. Don't try them on me either, she snapped. Elnear only looked at me, her mind telling me something I didn't want to hear. I turned around, bumping into the table heaped with strange food, spilling a crystal glass full of wine on my pants. I swore, and somebody frowned, and somebody else laughed. I tried to pretend it hadn't happened, wasn't happening, that I really wanted something to eat. I'd never seen so much food in my life, and none of it was anything I recognized. I reached out for something blindly. Behind me I heard Jardin mutter, "Pig." And the table might as well have been piled with garbage. Suddenly the sight and smell of everything on it made me sick. I backed away again. At least the other guests looked like they were losing interest in eating. I told myself it would be over soon. A butler chimed again somewhere across the room. "At last," Elnear murmured, as if it meant something she'd actually been looking forward to. "Dinner." I opened my mouth, closed it again as the crowd sucked us away. Elnear looked at me, curious. "You look like you expect to be the main course," she whispered. "Cheer up. The food is actually quite good." I grimaced, hoping it looked like a smile. "Auntie!" Jiro and Talitha were back, dragging a tall, black-haired woman after them. Jewel. I almost said it out loud, stopped myself. It wasn't Jewel's mind when I found it, not even her face when I saw it clearly. This woman was more beautiful, only hers was a soft, spoiled kind of beauty, not the strong, clean lines of Jewel's face and body. She looked like she'd never even thought about the kind of pain Jewel had always known. But still the resemblance was so strong it made my throat tighten. "Mother says we can stay with you," Jiro was shouting triumphantly. "It's all set." Karen Taming came drifting up behind them, his eyes on the woman's back, a half-frown pulling his lips down. The woman made a quick, hidden gesture with her hands, asking Elnear a question. Old City had its hand codes too, but this wasn't one of them, and I couldn't read it. Elnear smiled at the children, half doting, half amused. "Of course," she murmured to the woman. "You know you're always welcome, Lazuli." "This is my mother," Talitha said, looking at me suddenly, hanging on Lazuli's arm. Still staring at her mother, I managed to nod. "We're going to have a baby brother," Talitha sang. "He's going to look just like me." I glanced at Lazuli's body without even thinking. She was wearing a clinging body wrap that glowed like moonstones, and she sure as hell didn't look like she was expecting a baby any time soon. Her glance followed mine downward. She smiled. "It's in vitro. No one bothers with that anymore." I looked away again in a hurry. Karen Taming's eyes were on me, his frown deepening. I glanced away from him, too, not knowing whether it was even safe to look at anybody. "I mean pregnancy, of course." Lazuli laughed, like music, and I couldn't help turning back to her. "Not sex," Jiro said helpfully. "Mother likes sex. Do you?" "Jiro," she murmured, going pale when I expected to see her blush. "What am I going to do with you?" "Get him a girlfriend," I muttered, and Jardin jerked me away from them like I had a disease. As I turned, I saw Karen catch hold of the boy's arm with that hand and squeeze it hard. Jiro bit his lip, but he didn't make any sound. I looked away again. Someone was watching us, his mouth curved up in a half-smile. Jewel's brother, Derek. He'd just come in. In a crowd of rich-colored party clothes, he was the only one still wearing basic business drab. There was somebody with him, a woman. His woman from the way he held on to her. My eyes stopped dead in their tracks when they got to her. If the way he was dressed made everyone else in the room look like tomorrow, she made them look like yesterday. She was an exotic. She'd had things done to her body that were meant to make people look at her and see something new. Her skin was silver, gleaming in the light. Her hair was a silver-white shock wave cresting over her copper-colored eyes, spilling down her back. Even her fingernails were silver. She was wearing a hollow, the abstract forms and colors flowing around her, always almost letting you see too much flesh, but never doing it. She moved with a kind of easy laughter, playing around her like the colors, as if upstaging everyone in the room, making them murmur about her, blush, swear, gossip in hand sign, was exactly what she wanted out of life. I wondered what she was doing here with somebody who looked like him. "Jesu, ain't that a piece and a half?" I said, and then realized I'd said it out loud as Lady Elnear turned back and gave me a look. I felt the tension coil inside me wind one twist tighter, realizing suddenly that I couldn't afford to stop thinking about anything I did or even said around these people, not for 1 second. "Her name is Argentine," Elnear murmured, not having to ask what I meant. "Derek's companion. She's an entertainer, a sim player, I believe." Even in her voice there was more fascination than disapproval. I pulled my eyes away from Argentine, looked at Derek again. He was still watching us back, measuring our reactions with that smile on his face. He raised his eyebrows as he looked at me. I looked down and away. Before I had the chance to ask any dumb questions, they were gone, and the table was in front of me. I sat down. Jardin flanked me on my left, Elnear on my right. There was already food steaming under a clear dome on the plate, and what looked like bread and fruit and tofu on smaller plates, like planets circling a sun. I reached out, toward something familiar. "Don't touch that," Jardin hissed. I pulled my hand back. No one else was eating. They were all looking toward the head of the table, where Gentleman Theodore, the oldest active board member, was sitting. He didn't look more than 50. He was 4 times that old. Watching the way he moved, the slowness, you could tell. They could set back the body's cellular clocks, but they couldn't fool time forever. Not yet, anyway. He went through some hand ritual, and everyone around me responded. Then, finally, he reached for the food, and so did everyone else. I flipped the steam-clouded lid off my dish. I jerked back. The chair I was sitting in squeaked on the floor. There was something dead on my plate. Its glazed silver eye stared up at me from a bed of different-colored lumps glistening with sauce. The sauce looked like it had rat turds in it. "What is the matter with you?" Jardin murmured. "It's dead." I looked at her plate. There was another dead thing on that one. "I assume you'd prefer to eat it alive," she said, dripping venom. She picked up one of the dozen silver utensils in front of her and dug a piece of flesh out of it. She put it into her mouth and began to chew. "You've never eaten fresh fish?" Elnear's voice made me turn back. "Sure," I said, half frowning. This wasn't it. "I mean freshly raised fish." She nodded at her own plate. "It tastes much better than cloned. Try it." I looked at the fish and the utensils laid out between my own dishes like dissecting tools. There weren't any chopsticks, so I picked up a fork. "No," Jardin whispered. "Start from the outside." She pointed at a different fork. I dropped the one I was holding. It clattered across my plate. I picked up another one and dug into the fish near the tail. I ate a bite, trying not to gag. Elnear had it right. The food was incredible. I looked up at her, wanting to tell her so, but she was already talking to someone else. I went back to my eating. When I picked up the fish head, Jardin knocked it out of my hand. I realized then that a lot of people were staring at me. Realized that my mind had quietly gone dead while I was eating, and I hadn't noticed. Jules' brother was sitting almost across from me, still wearing that same half-smile. He was younger than Jules, which meant he couldn't be a whole lot older than I was. But somehow he looked twice his own age, or half of it. He had the same night-black hair, the same eyes, but if I hadn't known he was her brother, there was nothing about him that would have made me believe it. I looked away from him, feeling my face flush again. Argentine was next to him, and she laughed as he kissed her throat and whispered something in her ear, probably about me. She winked at me as she saw me staring at her. I looked away from her, too, wishing I was dead. Trying to ignore their eyes and everyone else's, I reached out for a pitcher to refill my glass. And then it happened. As I picked up the pitcher, something invisible took hold of it, trying to pry it out of my hands. My brain countered instinctively. My fist tightened again before a drop spilled. I pulled the pitcher toward me slowly, watching my hand every millimeter of the way. I kept my free hand tight around my glass as I refilled it, and set the pitcher back where it belonged. I raised the crystal glass to my mouth, and it happened again. The glass jerked, my hand spasmed. I almost snapped the fragile stem in half as I choked, and drops of clear red splattered onto my jacket. I gulped the wine down in 3 swallows and set the glass on the table, and then I sat with my hands knotted into fists below the table edge. Someone had used psi on me. Someone in this room. My eyes tracked face after face along the table, but every face was the same, a mask I couldn't read. I swore under my breath. I'd thrown away that patch, figuring it was safe, that there was no one here Elnear had to worry about, when I should have been worrying about my own skin. These people might seem like nothing more than a bizarre family of clone-faced eccentrics, but some of the most powerful and ruthless VIPs in the Federation were sitting right at this table with me. They were Centauri transport, and now I belonged to them. This was the peak of the pyramid that had crushed me all my life, and if I ever forgot it again, it could be the last mistake I ever made, because one of them was a Psion too. It didn't seem possible. How could a Psion pass and no one ever suspected? Jewel had been driven out of her home, driven half out of her mind by the untrained Psi she'd been born with. She'd even told me there were no others, that no one in the family knew why it had happened to her. But what had just happened to me wasn't my imagination, and it wasn't an accident. I'd been doing a good job of looking like a jerk without even trying. But for somebody here, that wasn't enough. They wanted the new boy completely humiliated. I wouldn't even have known it wasn't my own stupid fault, except that I wasn't just another deadhead. Someone with a sick sense of humor must be wondering right now why the trick hadn't worked this time. I looked at Elnear. She glanced at me, her faded blue eyes intent. "Did you want to ask me something?" My eyes scanned the table, flicked back to her. Can I have your roll, ma'am?" She passed it to me without comment and looked away again. She didn't tell me there were still 3 courses of dinner to go. I kept picking at my food to keep from seeming stranger than I did already. Nothing more happened. After what seemed like hours, and was, people began to leave their seats around me. As I got up from the table, Jules' brother Derek was suddenly there in front of me, so close that I nearly stepped on him. I didn't, but it took an effort not to look like I was trying. Argentine came up beside him, shimmering like a mirage. "So this is your new aide, Elnear?" He wasn't impressed. "Where did you find this one?" "I know your sister," I said. "Many men have known my sister. That hardly seems like the sort of experience that you'd be looking for, Elnear." He had such a toneless voice that it took a second to realize what he'd actually said. Before I could do anything, or Elnear had to, Jardin said, "Your father chose him, for security reasons." "Really?" He looked at me again, still deadpan. "And what special equipment or skill qualifies you for that important duty?" For just a second I was still thinking about kicking him in the balls. Instead, I reached out and found the nerve inside his elbow. I pressed hard. "I fight dirty," I said. He gasped and went white. His mouth opened, but nothing came out. Argentine looked at us with an expression I couldn't put a name to. Everybody else stopped breathing, including me, as I suddenly realized what I'd just done. I'd just hurt a Taming. But then the color came back into Derek's face in a red rush. "Good," he whispered, shaking out his hand. "That was just perfect." The look in his eyes was so strange I almost thought he meant it. He began to turn away, turned back. "You're the first interesting person Elnear has ever brought into this house." He flipped me a salute. And then he was gone again, leading Argentine after him with a jerky swagger that made no sense at all inside the clothes he was wearing. I looked back at Elnear and Jardin with my guts full of jelly. "What in the 9 billion names of God do you think you're doing?" Jardin started. Lady Elnear held up her hand. "His job," she said, sounding surprised. And then Jiro was at her side. Lazuli trailed behind him, looking exhausted, carrying Talitha, who'd fallen asleep somewhere after the second course. We moved away through the crowd, Taming scattering and regrouping like fragments of a stellar explosion. As we walked, Elnear suddenly stumbled. She would have fallen if I hadn't been following closer than I was supposed to and reached out to catch her. She thanked me, more embarrassed than grateful. Nothing important, except that I couldn't see any reason at all for her to have stumbled like that. When we finally reached the manor house, I went straight to my room and put on another patch. By the time it had taken, I knew that I was the only one still awake in the entire house, and that I probably wasn't going to sleep at all that night. My body felt like it didn't know where it was, what time it was, what year. My brain was going around like a caged rat, going back and back over everything it had seen the last day and a half, all the data Brady had fed me, every random flicker of dream it could suck up from the surrounding rooms. And still none of it could make me forget that I was lying in the hollow silence of a room as big as a house, alone in a bed that could have slept 4, staring at the darkness with a stranger's eyes. That I was utterly lost here, afraid to touch anything, eat anything, even say anything, because everything I knew was wrong. I pulled my knees up against my chest, pulled the covers over my head against the darkness of a world that was nothing like the darkness or the world I'd always known, and lay there trembling. After a long time, I let go of myself again, stretched out my knotted muscles, pushed back the covers. I got up and took a leak, ate some of the leftover fruit I'd stuffed into my pockets, went to the glass doors that opened onto a narrow balcony. The stars were out, their millions crowding the night sky, that dead, black nothingness that was so much greater and stronger and more permanent than any of them. I recognized a pattern suddenly, the constellation called Orion. Recognized it in a stolen memory of Jules. This sky looked totally unfamiliar when I matched it against my own memories. So did any night sky I ever saw, even Quarro's. Growing up in buried old city, I'd never seen the stars. As I stood there, I realized suddenly that I wasn't the only one awake in the house anymore. I caught the candle flame of someone else's thoughts wandering the same night sky, invisible to my eyes but not to my mind, watching the same stars, the same black emptiness between them, thinking like I had that no one else ever saw them that way. I let myself weave a little deeper into the strands of unguarded thought, doubts and longings, unnamed fears, memories of death, loss, emptiness, a sadness so deep that when I reached it, I broke contact because it was too painful. It was a mind I'd seen once before, one I'd never expected to hold the kind of things I'd just found there. It was Lady Elnear. I looked down at my hands clenched over the railing of the balcony. The fight scars on my knuckles showed silver white in the moonlight. I remembered how even before I'd met her, I'd figured the lady had everything anybody could want, everything I didn't have: money, power, family. But she felt lost, helpless, trapped inside the motion of things she couldn't control, surrounded by enemies and strangers. I'd never imagined that someone like her, living in a place like this, could feel that kind of helplessness, a helplessness as total as my own. I let go of the railing, let my hands fall back to my sides, touched her mind again, just enough to keep contact, not enough to intrude. I waited until she left her window at last, drifting silently back to her bed, still thinking that she was alone. The aching awareness of her life had been made small again, bearable again by her awareness of the night, so that she could try to sleep. I went back to my own bed and lay down again, finally, and slept. 5. About 3 seconds after dawn, somebody came crashing into my sleep like a bolt of lightning. "Are you still sleeping?" It was Jiro Ta-Ming. His voice took a sudden broken leap of about an octave in the middle of the sentence. "Not anymore." I pushed my face up out of my pillow, feeling like shit. "What do you want?" "I want you to fix my hair like that. And that thing you did to Derek. That was really a fanged move. I want that, too. Why don't you have any pajamas?" "Jeezu." I let my head drop back into the pillow. "I'm too tired." He jerked my arm. "You work for Centauri. You take orders from me." I sat up so fast that he didn't have time to move. My hand clamped around his arm just over the elbow. "You want to know what I did to Derek?" His mouth fell open, and he almost fell over himself, trying to pull away. I shoved him, letting him go. "Get the hell out of my room." He scrambled backwards toward the open door, his mind a tangle of asinine awe and terror. The door slammed shut. I lay down again and tried to go back to sleep. But adrenaline was pumping into my veins now as I remembered where I was and why. Finally, I pushed myself up again and stumbled into the bathroom. I stood in the fresh air for a long time, letting it needle my skin numb and loosen up my muscles, my brain. I stopped to look at myself in the mirror when I stepped out. My eyes still looked like somebody else's. My hair still looked the same, standing up in soft fingers, even after I'd slept on it. I touched it. Good stuff. I wondered if I'd have to shave my head to get rid of it. I went back out into my room, still feeling a little dazed. I picked through the clothes I'd brought, hating the sight of them, the company logos and what they stood for. "Where'd you get all those scars on your back? Are you immersed? Were you in a war?" I looked up. Jiro was in the doorway again, staring at me. "No. Yeah, sort of." I caught up the first shirt I could get my hands on and jerked it over my head. "I wish I was you," he said, dreamy-eyed. "No, you don't. Stupid little bastard. Is that a tattoo?" "Yeah." "Why do you have Draco's logo tattooed on your butt?" I looked down at the blue lizard slithering up my hip, the hollowed collar of feathers or flames shimmering around its head. I could never see the thing well enough to tell which it was, feathers or flames. "It's not Draco's logo." "Yes, it is, the dragon and the sunburst. It's just a lizard." I saw the tube of gel Brady had given me lying in a tangle of clothes. I picked it up and threw it at him. "Here, put this on your hair and let it set," hoping that would get rid of him. But instead, he came on into the room. He planted himself in front of my bathroom mirror like it was his own. I finished dressing as quickly as I could. "Hey, this doesn't work." Jiro stuck his head out of the bathroom as I was starting for the door. I stopped, looking back at him. His shoulder-length hair stood up and then flopped down again over his face like black curtains. I bit my lip to keep from laughing. "Your hair's too long."
He pushed it up and back again, squinting. "Well, what am I supposed to do?" I shrugged. "Cut it off," and left the room. Everyone else was still asleep, even the servants. I went downstairs, moving as softly as I could, relieved to be alone. I wandered until I found the kitchen, which was as big as a warehouse. At least it was cleaner. I went from counter to counter, nervous but hungry, querying systems until I'd gotten what I needed from the hot and cold units. On the far side of the room there were doors opening into a small courtyard. I went outside and sat down on a wooden bench, gulping black coffee and listening to birdsong, waiting for the sun or whatever happened next. "I'm hungry." I felt the bright tangled web of a child's mind behind the words, looked up as Talitha came shuffling out into the courtyard, dragging a blanket and wearing bugs on her feet. "Ask your mother," I said, damned if I was going to be a servant for every Taming who looked at me. "She's asleep." She stopped in front of me, pressing the blanket against her face. "Ask your brother, he's not." "Jiro woke me up." I sighed. "Me too." "He said I didn't get any dessert yesterday." Her gray eyes filled with sudden tears. "He said I didn't get any dessert because I was a bad girl. I fell asleep at the table. He ate all my desserts." I stood up as the damp wave of her misery rolled into my brain. "Your brother's a croach. Here." Reaching into my pockets, I emptied out the candy and nuts I'd brought back from dinner last night. "I saved dessert for you last night. Eat this first." I pointed at what was left of my food. Her eyes went wide. She scrambled up onto the bench and began to eat, still looking at me. "You're my special friend, right?" "Right." I smiled and touched her hair. Maybe she said that to everybody, but what the hell? I needed to hear it. It felt good. I went back into the kitchen and began to get myself some more breakfast. Someone's surprise caught me from behind. Surprise so sharp it was almost anger. I turned around, and Lady Elnear was standing across the room. She wasn't expecting to see anyone, especially not me. I felt my expression turn guilty as I saw her face, as if she'd caught me stealing food instead of just preparing it. I forced myself to meet her eyes, to remember that I had a right to eat, at least. "You're up very early, Mezcat," she said, not happy about the fact. "So are you," I said, because I couldn't think of anything else. "Ma'am?" "I've always gotten up very early." She came slowly into the kitchen and began to call up some tea. "I value this time alone before the day begins, before anyone else is about to disturb me." She had her back to me, but I could feel the sharp edge of every word. "Do you always get up so early?" "No, ma'am," I said. "I like the night. It's what I'm used to." My second breakfast slid up onto the counter in front of me. I picked it up before I let myself look at her again. I could feel her eyes on me, questioning. "I didn't plan on getting up so early. Couldn't sleep. Guess I'm still a little time-warped. I didn't figure you'd be up this early either." "Oh? Why not?" Without really thinking about it, I said, "Last night when I couldn't sleep and you were—" I broke off, too late, as she suddenly knew what I meant. All the expression disappeared from her face, but her mind recoiled as if I'd seen her naked. I set my food down again. "Maybe I'll go back to bed," realizing with a kind of sick frustration that I'd just completely destroyed any trust that might have been starting between us yesterday. Not looking at her now, I headed for the door. "Please be ready to go into the city with me in 3 hours. I'm going to the Arm today," she said, her voice resigned and cold. "I'm told you will accompany me." "Yes, ma'am." I nodded, still without looking at her, just wanting to get out of there. As I went back along the hall, I heard Talitha's voice. "Auntie, look! Dessert!" When it was time, I went back down. The lady and Jardin were waiting together at the entrance, side by side. They looked like they were waiting for the enemy, or for me. I felt my face settle into a frown. A mod that was larger and more plush and a lot more secure than any I'd ever been in carried us back toward the coast. After a while, Nyuk began to take on reality in the distance, rising above the sprawl of the surrounding herbs. A man-made mountain range of peaks and valleys, one solid block fused from the skeletons of the countless ancient corporate towers that had squatted there on the bedrock of an island between two rivers. The rivers were bridged by arcing buttresses of more structure. The dully gleaming mass of it swallowed us at last, down through a crevice and into its hidden nervous system. We took some kind of shuttle from the garage. It sucked us through transparent tubes toward the destination that Elnear gave it. gliding, slowing down, shifting our track, guided by some invisible master plan that shuffled the moving vehicles like someone juggling at the speed of light. I caught glimpses of storefronts, offices, restaurants. People did everything here, spent their entire lives here, all of them pulled into the gravity well of a government center a lot of people wanted to believe was as obsolete as a human's appendix. Somewhere in the middle of all this, the Federation Assembly and the FTA Security Council both met and tried to outmaneuver each other. And somewhere else, in the real hidden heart of City, was the brain that made it all work. The communications and data core that was one of the brightest stars in the invisible universe, called the Federation Net. One perfect telhassium crystal, no bigger than my thumb, was able to store all the information, contain all the mind-boggling manipulations of it that kept this city's systems from collapsing of their own data density. They only needed a few thousand more in order to calculate hyperspace jumps for most of the ships leaving this mainline port. Telhassium made the kind of computing power the Federation had to have cheap and easy to use. And as long as the FTA kept control of it, the Council would never lose its influence over how the Federation ran. Finally, we entered the government complex. The blue logo of a slowly turning Earth, which the Federation Trade Authority had decorated with wings and claimed for its own, watched me like a shining eye from data screens and wallways as the shuttle car slowed for its final stop. We exited into the velvet-covered fist of a security station. Lady Elnear and Jardan waited patiently while my data band was double-checked, while I was body-scanned, retina and fingerprinted, hollowed, file-searched, and registered. The FTA didn't take any chances here. They couldn't afford to. The vulnerability of the Council and the massive concentration of City around it was enough to make a stone paranoid, and the FTA had at least that much imagination. It was hard for me to imagine how even a flea ever got this far without someone noticing it. Somewhere in the overlapping layers of security they must have crusting this place. I was real glad the commendation I'd been given after the FTA had finished with me had gone on record for the data check to spit up, and that because of it my criminal record had been sealed. Now that I had a data band, I wasn't a non-person. I was real to the Federation Net. The only problem with not being invisible anymore was that too many people got to see you naked. When I was clean enough to suit the security registers, and imprinted on their system forever, they let us go back into the flow of human traffic heading deeper into the maze. By now I was completely lost all over again. I didn't like the feeling. People passed us on all sides, riding bicycles, some of them pulling buggies, in floating carts, even on skates. We walked because Elnear believed in exercise. I thought about the only FTA plexes I'd ever seen the inside of, their corporate security station in Old City, and the contract labor processing center where I'd started a one-way trip to hell. They both looked like prisons. This place didn't bring back any memories. The only thing that looked the same was the Federation seal plastered on everything and everyone in sight. The imitation reality around me was as full of reflecting surfaces that turned your eyes away from the truth as the walls of any Combine's HQ. We were passing through the fringes of the actual assembly nucleus. I began to notice more and more different Combine colors around us, more than I'd ever seen in one place before. But then, I'd never been here before. Lady Elnear wore no logo at all. Jardan was wearing the logo that wasn't Centauri's at her throat again. Finally, I asked what it was just to break up the monotony. She glanced at me with a kind of bleak annoyance and said, "Why do you bother to ask?" I stopped where I was. "You really think all I want to do is get into your mind or hers?" I gestured at Lady Elnear, who was walking ahead of us, talking with someone wearing an FTA insignia. I picked his name out of his thoughts and some random bits of what he was thinking about, like Brady had ordered me to. He'd told me to memorize everyone she talked to and why, in case there was some clue in what happened that I wouldn't recognize. In the back of Elnear's own mind, a strand of her attention was always turned toward me, making every word she said painfully self-conscious. "Don't flatter yourself." Jardan's mouth tightened. "I'm working for you. You're working for Centauri." I looked down at the logo on my jacket. "Then who the hell are you working for?" "This is the Chem-En-Gen logo." I felt the heat of the defiance behind it and remembered. Lady Elnear was a controlling stockholder with a place on Chem-En-Gen's ruling board. But now Centauri controlled Chem-En-Gen and Jardan's boss. And now I understood what that badge really was, a finger raised in the face of every Taoming who saw her. "That takes a lot of guts," I said, but she didn't smile. I looked away from the wall of her eyes. Elnear stood waiting up ahead, looking back at us, listening. I wondered how much freedom she really thought she had, just because she didn't wear a logo here. This was her real work, Jardin had said. I rubbed the patch on my jacket as we went on. A part of my mind was always reaching out ahead of us and behind while we walked, scanning the other minds around us. I told myself I was looking for something wrong, but I knew I was like an ex-blind man, really looking just because I could. Almost everyone I scanned was interested in seeing someone else dead, but none of them had Elnear in mind, and none of them were crazy enough even to think about trying anything here. It was hard to imagine anywhere that Elnear could be safer, but Brady claimed that his own security had picked up someone tracking her here with a dart gun. Eventually, we reached the Drug Enforcement Arm nucleus and Elnear's office in it, deep in the FTA's sector of the Plex. I looked up in the Arm's logo riding beside the FTA's above her door, the black wings of a shadow thing reaching out and down to circle a galaxy. I wondered if that was supposed to reassure anybody. After my walk through the mines of the Federation Assembly, I felt like I'd been cleaning toilets with my brain. I let the thought tracers shrivel up and die, relieved. 2 days ago, I'd been ready to do anything to get back my gift. Somehow it was too easy to forget that everything had two sides. "You're unusually subdued," Jardin said to me as we went inside. The translucent office door began to slip shut behind us. "I'm doing my job," I said. I followed her past a couple of curious office technicians toward Elnear's private inner office. "Elnear!" someone called from out in the hallway. I turned, looking back as the outer door flashed open again to let in Derek Taming. I caught a whiff of his thoughts as my mind crossed his track. I broke contact. He stank. He was part of the family. That was one mind nobody was going to force me into head first. I hadn't been able to scan him last night, but what I caught today matched what I'd seen then better than I would have liked. It was still hard for me to believe he was actually Jules' brother. But then she was the one the family thought was crazy. He pushed between me and Jardin as if we didn't exist, and went on across the room to Elnear's inner office. She stood behind the antique metal desk, looking like she hoped he wasn't going to climb over it. He was violating her sanctuary. She couldn't stop him. She didn't like it. "What, Derek?" "Vote today, Elnear. Just wanted to remind you. You will be there, of course. Centauri is counting on Chem and Gen's support, as always." He knew she wouldn't forget, knew that she'd vote their way. He just enjoyed rubbing in the salt. "Of course," she said, and sat down, doing her best to pretend he'd already gone. "Goodbye, Derek." "Goodbye, Elnear." He turned on his heel, all his motions still full of too much energy, the way they'd been last night. He started back through us toward the door. I moved out of his way. It was the wrong thing to do. He stopped, cocking his head at me. "Hey, new aide," he said, as if he'd just noticed me. "How's your first day on the job?" "Just fascinating, I'll bet." I didn't say anything. "Oh, come on." He folded his arms. "You can speak frankly. We're all friends." I shrugged. "It's all right." I forgot to say, "sir." He didn't call me on it. "Only all right?" he repeated, enjoying himself a lot more than I was. "Where are you from, anyway?" "Ardati. Quarro," I said, not meeting his eyes. He was actually surprised. "The hub? No wonder we don't impress you. You'll have to tell me all about it. Are table manners really passé there?" He was watching to see if he drew blood. It took all the control I had left, but I didn't bleed. "Well, be sure to enjoy your stay on Earth. All of human history is here for you to enjoy, stuffed and mounted, if my aunt ever allows you any time off for good behavior." He looked away from me, back at Elnear. "Loan him to me some evening, Elnear. My friends would kill one another to meet him. Oh, sorry. Pardon the expression." He was already moving toward the door. He was gone before anyone could ruin his fun or his face. I followed Jardin into the inner office. A security screen blinked on across its door. Jardin went to Elnear's side, murmuring something I didn't bother trying to hear. I sat down on the window ledge. It wasn't actually a window, but a hollow that did a decent job of looking like a view of the ocean. I looked at it, sunlight winking on blue water far away. I could see why she needed one. I looked back again at the lady and Jardin. The air was so thick with bad feeling that it was hard to breathe. I felt like a lightning rod. I thought about all the things I wanted to say about Gentleman Derek and tried to forget them again. Instead, I said, "What would happen if you didn't vote the way the Tamings want you to, ma'am?" as Jardin glared at me. Elnear sighed, looking around for something that didn't seem to be there. "Well," she said, her gaze still wandering, as if she were discussing a missing stylus, "I leave that to your imagination, Mes Cat." She meant that I could find out if I really wanted to, but she didn't feel like spelling it out just to satisfy my curiosity. She was thinking that they would sell off Kemengen's patents and chop its network into small, separate bits, and feed the pieces one by one into the open jaws of the Biosci lac market. At least that was how Karen had put it to her. He was the head of Centauri's ruling board, and she didn't have any reason to doubt what he said. She pushed away from the desk, her form-foam chair resettling around her as she looked up at me. There was something in her eyes that I hadn't seen there before. Suddenly I was remembering what I'd said to Brady about blackmailers, and what he'd said to me about politics. "Does it really matter that much to you?" I asked. "Enough to let them blackmail you?" "Yes," she nodded. "It does." She didn't tell me why. I glanced at Jardin. "I thought Jardin said you set up some kind of non-interference contract when you married in, lady." "I thought so, too." A sadness filled her that had nothing to do with any betrayals of trust. It was gone again before I could see more. "While my husband was alive, everything went well. Then after his death, well, you remember that I advised you to have your contracts with the Tomings reviewed?" "You mean you didn't?" I said, surprised. I got up from my seat. "Not carefully enough, it seems. They have some of the most powerful legal advisories operating in the Federation." I looked down. "You don't think— Is there anybody at Kemengen who'd be angry enough to want you dead over that?" Jardin stiffened. Elnear shook her head. "I'm all that stands between them and a complete loss of autonomy. I don't think so." I nodded. "I guess everything works like that around here." I didn't expect an answer, figured I already knew it. But she smiled faintly. "Not in this office," she said, as if somehow the FTA's symbol over her door had some kind of power to protect what she did. "What makes you think the arm is any better than anything else?" I waved a hand at the door and what lay outside it. "It's just what they call it. Arm. Another way for the Security Council to use muscle on the Combine Vips when the Council's out to get it their way. The FTA's no better than the Combines. It controls the Telhassium market. It runs contract labor. It's all the same, just power plays. More blackmail." "For someone who's been here less than one day, you seem to have formed some strong opinions," she said mildly. But I felt her impatience and irritation stick me in the ribs. And as I watched her, suddenly she changed again. Suddenly she wasn't a vague, empty, aging woman, but someone who belonged behind that desk. "If you are going to work for me, you had better understand how we look at things in this office." She motioned at me to sit down again. I sat. "To begin with," she said, "let me tell you something about the society we live in. Most people believe that human beings still run it, but I think they're wrong. All these centuries we have been waiting for our machines to get too smart for us and turn us into dinosaurs. We never realized we'd already created the next step in our own evolution. The interstellar combine." She went on, telling me her pet theories about how the Federation really operated. She claimed no single human or even a ruling board actually controlled the largest combines now. Instead, humans had become the Combine's tools, just like the AI systems and databanks they developed to make the interstellar networks possible in the first place. "You really believe that?" I said, trying not to let her hear how I really felt about the idea. She nodded. "And I'm not alone. There are many logic studies that conclude the same thing. No one has absolute proof. No one has ever directly communicated with a network core. But I really believe that the Combines are the evolving beings of a new order, that they are the way the living universe is accommodating itself to space travel." Human space travel. I thought about the Hydrons, the net of psi energy they'd based their own civilization on. "The Combines are the lions and tigers of a new age," she said, "ruthless and totally amoral. They had evolved and changed to fill the niches of the super-ecology called the Federation, and their individual styles and levels of operation were the mutations that had fitted them to their functions. Some of them had evolved towards such massive augmentation that one or two or a handful of what had been humans became an entire network. Most of them had gone the other way, using millions of separate human beings as the cells of their supersystems. The Combines took care of those individual cells as well as it suited their needs, some better, some worse. but most of them expected the kind of unquestioning loyalty in return that a body would expect of its own flesh. If you betrayed them, you were dead, or as good as. And any individuals or human services that fell between the cracks of their needs were invisible as far as they were concerned. I glanced down at my data band. I'd been invisible for a long time. It hadn't been an easy life. "We can't judge the Combines by human standards," she said, "any more than we can expect them to treat individual human beings as if we were their equals. The FTA is the only independent system capable of interacting on an equal basis with the Combines." Her eyes never left my face, even while I looked down. Over the centuries, it's taken on the job of filling those empty spaces, protecting the rights of the individual human being. The FTA maintains a safe balance, a kind of humane society, if you will, working for the protection of our no longer dominant species. And that is what we do here, and that is why I choose to work for them. I looked up at her again. It sounded so perfectly reasoned, like a speech. It was a speech, one she'd given again and again. She was good, really believable, and she really believed every word of it. Maybe it was even true for her. But the FTA she thought she knew wasn't the one I knew. I'd survived living in the cracks, but not because of anything the FTA had ever done for me. I'd gotten the FTA's attention a few times, but what they'd done to me then had only made my life worse. "I guess I've got a lot to learn," I said, but the words were as sour as vomit in my throat. She broke off, half frowning. It wasn't the response she was used to getting. She looked away from me, resenting the tone of my voice, my attitude, my presence, me. "The vote is at 4, she said to Jardin, looking down at her desktop again as she turned toward her access unit. "I won't review the report since I already know what my vote will be, but I have a lot of my own work to do by then. Philippa, will you call up the Sarumo file and find out what became of that data about Triple G? And then I guess the usual. Request, turn down, and put off. Get the correspondence processing. When you get to that point, come back and show Mezcat how to do it. He might as well earn his keep." She glanced up at me again finally, lifting her eyebrows. "Yes, ma'am," I said, almost relieved. Any kind of work at all had to be better than sitting around until my butt got numb, waiting for Brady to tell me I was free again. Jardin nodded and started for the door. She stopped again as the security screen blinked off. "Will you be all right alone, like this?" She almost looked at me. Elnear's glance followed the twitch of Jardin's head. Every time her eyes registered me, a small shock ran through her, as if my face kept startling her. "I expect so," she said, a little dryly. "I'll keep him occupied somehow." She was thinking that if something sensitive came up, she'd send me out on an errand. "It won't help," I said. "What?" She looked at me, blank-faced with surprise. "Sending me out. You'd have to send me farther than that. If I want to know what happens here, I'll know it. Look, it really doesn't matter." I pushed on before the protest could form on her lips. "Like you said, lady, what do I know about anything? I don't care what you do." "Centauri does," Jardin said. I shook my head. "All I know is they want you to stay alive to go on doing it. All I want is my money." Elnear sighed and waved Jardin gone. The screen came back on as she left, shutting us in together. "Please never do that again," Elnear said when we were alone. "What?" "You know." Listen to her thoughts and answer them out loud. I nodded. "Sorry, lady." Something that was a cross between amusement and annoyance pulled at her mouth. "You know, somehow when you address me as lady, it sounds entirely different. Rather like you were yelling at me from a street corner." She turned away again as her phone chimed. I waited while she talked with the shimmering face on the other end, doing something strange with her left hand on the console part of the time. Some kind of direct neural transfer. Somehow it surprised me to realize she was augmented, but I could feel her using her brain, transferring and calling up data, storing new facts, communicating with her caller on some other independent level, even while they talked, still pretending to be only human. And these people hated psions and called us unnatural, when they had to rip apart their bodies, rewire half their brain with custom bioware, just to get a pale imitation of what a psion was born with. I looked away again, studying the office, staring at the clutter on her desk, an uneasy mix like she was. A crystal vase filled with dried flowers, tape readers and strange little books, data dots inside a security seal, a handmade cup, old hollows of Talitha and Jiro, and a man who was a Taming but not one I'd met. I realized it must be a picture of her dead husband. The access unit she was using looked like a piece of stretched black silk. Her console was totally out of my league from what I could see of how it worked, which was nothing at all. Across the room, under a slow-moving sculpture painting, there was a more normal unit with a touchboard and trodes, probably meant for an aide or someone like Jardin. I stood up as Elnear finished her call. "Ma'am, you mind if I use that port?" I pointed. "What do you want to do with it?" "You have a map of Nyuk I can access?" She nodded, figuring that would keep me out of trouble for a while. She did something with her hand, and light showed on the unit. "That one answers to Twinkle," she said, and looked a little embarrassed, as if she'd never really listened to how the name sounded before. Twinkle. I kept my face expressionless as I went to Twinkle and sat down to ask it for what I wanted. It pulled the map for me. I put on the trodes, let the data slow feed into my memory so that I could get a clearer idea of what I was learning. It was a good map, with a lot of overlays, of the underlying substructures, of major landmarks, of where to find a place to eat, to pray, to get your teeth fixed. Once it had settled in, I'd be able to get around almost like a native. At least that was one kind of lost I wouldn't have to be anymore. But there was one area on the map that was still a blur when I was through. An area at the southern tip of the city called the Deep End. There was a street grid, but it was incomplete, and what happened there wasn't on any reference lists. The fact that it was missing was a warning. If you went there, you were on your own. You didn't find spots like that on the map of a Combine clave. But the federal trade districts always had them. Free zones, safety valves, escape hatches, feeder tanks. Old City had been one of those. I knew what I'd find in the Deep End. I hoped I wouldn't need it. Only about 10 minutes had passed while I let my thoughts walk around inside the map grid. When I came up for air, Elnear was lost in her own business, even managing to forget for 10 minutes that I was in the room. I went back into the data files and chose a dozen other things that looked interesting or useful, mostly things that would tell me more about how a VIP's aide filled up a day. I tried to get them to transfer continuously, but the best Twinkle would do was 3 at a time. Absorbing all the files I'd chosen took me about another 20 minutes. Then I asked for the 3D scan, looking for something to help pass the time while my mind cooled off. Even watching 3D shows had been an education once I'd gotten out of Old City. At first, I'd watched the most mindless shit on the net all the time, the same way I'd eaten food, just because I could. But it hadn't taken me long to see that the 3D could teach me things I'd never get out of a data file, about how people who always had enough to eat and a decent job acted around each other. I'd already learned the hard way how much I didn't know about that, and coming here had given me a whole new level of ignorance and inadequacy to sink to. As I thought about that, my stomach began to hurt. I tried not to think about it, tried to concentrate on what I was seeing in the air in front of me as show after show winked by. I couldn't believe the number of channels Elnear had open. All the public accesses and 5 times as many pay ones with full sensory feed. Most of the subscription channels were only corporate propaganda, the Combine's way of sending messages and warnings to each other without seeming to. But some of the channels were experimentals, sending incredible visions, sounds, and sensations vibrating like drug dreams through my brain. I dropped back into public access finally, too strung out to enjoy anything that intense. Ordinary light and noise was enough. "Stop," I said suddenly, freezing a talking head in the air in front of me. It was a man giving a speech, not the kind of thing I liked to watch even now unless I wanted to catch up on my sleep. But there was something different about this face, something I couldn't look away from once I'd seen it, something I had to see more of. He had one of the most beautiful faces I'd ever seen. I leaned back in my seat, watching him speak, somehow forced to listen to what he was saying. "And I believe that we lost something more than simply our identity as a people," he was saying, "when we left our home world for the stars. We lost our understanding of our uniqueness in the eyes of God. The Combines have become our idea of heaven, where all our physical needs are provided for, our lives laid out for us in perfect comfort from birth until death. It has become too easy to forget that there was once a higher purpose that drove us to succeed where other beings failed. Greed," I muttered, disgusted. "A religion hyper shilling for some Combine, probably. Holy war." I thought I was about to change the channel, but somehow I went on listening instead. Not because I liked what he was saying, but because I couldn't help liking him. It wasn't just the way he looked, but something about the way he was. The openness, the earnestness. the sincerity as he told the people accessing him to see the humanity that bound them together as they looked into a stranger's face. You could change the way your own face looked, and he probably had. But you couldn't buy that kind of charisma. You had to be born with it. I stared at him fascinated, even while I felt a kind of envy twist inside me. "Ms. Cat," Jardin's voice broke in on his, making me jump. "What are you doing?" she asked, staring at the image flickering in the air in front of me. "Nothing." I blanked the port and shrugged. "Sojourner Stryker," she said. "Somehow I didn't expect that he would be to your tastes." I frowned. "Why? Is he a friend of yours?" Her mouth pursed up. "He is the leader of the revival movement and an extremely active lobbyist for humanitarian causes." "One of those," I said. She ignored that and told me to come with her. In the outer office, she introduced me to the rest of Elnear's staff. They nodded and mumbled, looking at me with their disbelief showing. I wondered what Elnear's other aide had been like. Not like me, I guessed. The work Jardin expected me to do was dull, but I did it. Finally, Elnear left her office to go to the assembly. Jardin and I went with her as far as the transparent walled viewing gallery. That was as close as non-members ever got to the assembly floor. The assembly hall looked just like it did in all the media pieces. Long and high, with the ancient logo of a flaming sun circled by 9 worlds, the original Federation. A lot of Combines hated that logo, hated even the name of the Federation, because it suggested too much centralized control. But by now it was tradition, and they were stuck with it, just like they were stuck with the charter that allowed the FTA to initiate its own policies independent of them. Tier after U-shaped tier of seats faced the curve of the Security Council's high seat, enough to hold 1,000 Combine representatives. The fact that my mind was working again only heightened the reality of the assembly members moving restlessly in the seats down below. With a bug in your ear, you could actually hear what they said. The arguments, the charges, and countercharges. The options open in whichever endless resource war they were trying to settle today. Most of the data I'd accessed in Elnear's office this morning had to do with what happened here. This vote was something strictly among the Combines. The FTA's Security Council was mediating, but they weren't inputting anything. At least not anything we could witness. They weren't even here in the flesh. At first I wasn't sure, through the murmur of so many other minds down below. But I narrowed my focus until I was positive. They were only projections, hollows, ghosts. "Why aren't they up there?" I asked Jardin. "What are you talking about?" she said. "The Security Council. They're hollows, not the real people." She looked at me, startled. She bit her tongue before she could ask me how I knew that, because she already knew how I knew. "For security reasons." "Is that why they call it the Security Council?" I knew the second I asked it that I should have kept my mouth shut. No, it wasn't. "No, it isn't. Spare me your sense of humor," she said, and looked away. I looked down at the assembly floor again. The eerie thing about it, the thing that you only realized here, was that unless you were wired for sound, nothing seemed to be happening. There was nothing but silence on the chamber floor. All the debate or discussion was done sub-vocally, or in ways even stranger and more private. I wondered what was happening down there that never even touched us up here in the gallery. Jardin pointed out Elnear sitting motionless in the middle tier, waiting to cast her predetermined vote. I wondered whether most of the neutral parties down there had had their minds made up for them the way she had, by pressure from merger partners with a lot of arm. I remembered what she'd told me about the Combines, and as I watched disembodied numbers begin to tally on my chair arm, the feeling inside me that something important was happening down there died. Maybe she was right. Those hundreds of humans around her really were nothing but mouths, ports. The Combines were tallying the outcome for them. And yet her single vote still mattered, at least to Centauri. I found Derek Tom-Ming up in the first tier of seats. Each tier was a little more comfortable than the last as they got closer to the high seat. All the Combine reps had equal votes, but some were still more equal than others. And then there was the Security Council up there on the high seat, independent of them all and flaunting it. The Security Council made the FTA's rules, played out its own games that were usually played against the will of some part of the Assembly. The Assembly could vote down a Security Council ruling, but it took a 2/3 majority. And with the Combines always at each other's throats, it had to be a damned unpopular law to get them all united against it. The Council was the FTA's brain, and Elnear was up for one of its slots. I wondered how much more satisfying that would be than what she had now. Maybe it would just be different. The voting was over. I stared at the numbers on the screen, blinked, realized I'd been staring at them without blinking for way too long, while my brain shuffled through the information I'd swallowed whole this morning. Who won? The numbers didn't mean anything when I didn't know what they'd been voting for. It doesn't matter, Jardin murmured and left her seat. That's cosmic, I said, and she frowned. Elnear met us down below, and we started back through the maze of halls. Her face was longer than I'd seen it all day. Lady Elnear! Someone called her name from behind us. I looked back, tracking through the crowd with two sets of eyes and ears. No one I knew. Someone Elnear and Jardin did know. I watched a small, slender man coming toward us, still pushing people aside even though Elnear had stopped to wait for him. And suddenly I realized I knew him too. He was the one I'd been watching on the 3D. Nobody else could have a face like that. Sojourner Stryker, Elnear said, nodding uncertainly. Lady Elnear. He stopped in front of us. About a dozen people materialized around him in the seconds that followed. His people. It must be God's will that we should meet by chance this way. Chance, hell. Surprise pinched me hard. He was out of breath. He'd chased her through the crowds all the way from the assembly hall. I stared at him. Even in person, he had the most flawless face I'd ever seen. Skin, hair, eyes. Every feature so perfect that my own eyes couldn't find anything wrong with them. Except that they were too perfect. It had to be a Cosmo job. But even realizing it, my eyes kept liking him. I made myself look at Elnear without listening to what he said. I felt the blow of her ordinariness hit me, breaking the spell of his face. Felt the raw pain of her self-consciousness as she looked at him. She struggled past it, trying to listen and not to look. About the upcoming debate before the media, he was saying. I hope you will not take this in a negative way, since we'll both be speaking in support of the same viewpoint. But have you considered whether your principles might not be compromised? After all, if the Federation does in fact deregulate pentryptine, Chem-Gen stands to make a great deal of profit. They do hold the ancestral controlling patent on the entire pentatryptophane family, I believe. Pentryptine. It was a drug he was talking about. Back in Old City, they called it bliss. Elnear blinked, moved her head. What Stryker had said wasn't the thing she'd been expecting to hear. In fact, Sojourner, my stand is, and has always been, against deregulation. As you know, I will be representing the Drug Enforcement Arm in this public forum. I wondered why she called him by his first name, until I realized it wasn't a name. It was a title, one he'd taken for himself. He raised his perfect eyebrows as if he was surprised. But he wasn't. I kept watching him, confused because nothing about him fit. Well, I must have been misinformed. He tapped his forehead with his finger, looked at her almost quizzically. But surely a person with your long dedication to individual rights can't believe that there is something wrong in allowing more widespread application of these drugs. I can cite hundreds of criminal incidents that have occurred right here in New York in the past month. The pentatryptophane drugs have proved safe and harmless in suppressing overt aggression, as well as in controlling many other forms of antisocial behavior. These things should have been eradicated long ago. It has seemed to me for some time that we have the way, but not the will, to completely control criminal behavior. Elnear lifted a hand, shook her head slightly. Sojourner Stryker, it isn't that I disagree with you on that. Not at all. It's simply that if these drugs become widely and easily available, there is such potential for their abuse. The pentryptine subfamily is also a perfectly safe and harmless way for a combine to control its population illegally, to drug them into believing their lives are wonderful, when in fact they are not. I'm afraid many combines are far too willing to take the easy way out, to take away freedom of choice, and replace it with mindless gratitude. Stryker nodded. The agreement shining in his eyes was real this time. Of course, precisely. That was never my intention, and of course I will emphasize that the deregulation should never be allowed to further misuse. Elnear shook her head again, regret showing on her face. I'm afraid our individual warnings or precautions won't be enough to stop a flood once someone removes the dam. I simply don't have enough faith in the power of individual will. I wish I did. Her eyes clung to his face. I was staring at him again, too. There was a kind of golden transparency to his skin, his hair that his simple street clothes only made brighter. He looked about 35, old enough to look responsible, but still looked young. He was probably older than that. He carried a long wooden pole in his hand, half as thick around as my wrist, and with half its length covered with carving. The designs looked like words, but I couldn't read them. If everyone had your own strength of will, you would not say that, Lady Elnear. He smiled with honest respect. His eyes were wide and clear. His voice was like water flowing. I touched his mind again, just to be sure he was real. He turned toward me. I realized suddenly that he'd been looking at me, too, from the corner of his eye the whole time he was talking to her. "Excuse me," he said to Elnear, breaking off like he'd only just noticed me. "Who is this?" "My new aide." She sounded relieved at the sudden change of subject, and that he'd stopped looking at her. "Really?" He turned those searchlight eyes on me, looking everywhere but into my own eyes. "You have a rather unusual facial type. Do you have hydran blood, young man?" He met my stare at last, found what he'd expected to when he saw green eyes. And when I saw what was in his eyes then, suddenly I hated his guts. "No." I started to turn away. "Forgive me." His hand caught my arm, pulling me back. "I don't mean to offend you. It's just that the hydran people have been a particular interest of mine for a long time. I'm not often wrong." Calling me a liar. The tip of his tongue slipped out, wetting his lips just a little. "Get your hand off me," I said very softly, "or I'll break your fingers." "Cat!" It was Jardan's hard, high voice. The warning sounded far away and almost frightened. Stryker's hand let me go, but I couldn't shake his stare. Even as he turned back to Elnear, he was still looking at me. Someone had set him on me. He'd come all this way, forced this meeting just to have a look at me. Hydran blood. When he looked at Elnear again, finally, I was still what he was seeing, making him see her in a new and unexpected way. "Of course," he murmured, like an apology, but not one. "Someone in your position would hardly have a scion on her staff." I stared at the back of his head, through it, saw into the nest of maggots squeezed into the space where his mind ought to be. He was human, all right. He went on speaking to Elnear about meaningless details of whatever the thing was they'd been discussing. I didn't really listen. The buzzing of his brain was too loud inside my head. He called himself a religious man. He was absolutely certain that he knew what God was and exactly how God wanted it all to be. Those people standing around him, waiting with inhuman patience and goodwill for him to finish, thought he knew too. He kept glancing at me as if he couldn't keep his eyes off me. My own eyes kept turning traitor, still wanting to like his face, even when I could see what lay behind it. I wondered if he had that effect on everybody. The thought scared the hell out of me. Finally, he finished his business. He took one last look at me and went away down the hall, his disciples trailing him on an invisible string. I stood watching him go for too long, until I had to run a few steps to catch up with Jardan and Elnear. "What does that scumbag really want?" I said. They both glanced back at me, surprised, almost outraged. "That was Sojourner Stryker," Elnear said, "of the revival movement. It's an extremely popular priest-based fundamentalist religion. His media appearances draw huge numbers. I would not refer to him as you did if I were you." She looked back at me again, letting me see her disapproval, as if I couldn't feel it. "He has done more for the dispossessed and exploited in our society than anyone I know of. He has an impressive record of speaking out in defense of human rights." "I know that, ma'am. I saw him on the 3D. But what's he doing here?" "Lobbying, probably," Jardan said bluntly. "He has also almost single-handedly made the deregulation of pentryptine a real possibility. As a result of his influence, he's under consideration for the same position on the Security Council as the lady." I almost stopped walking. I forced myself to keep moving, to keep up with them. "We have our differences of opinion on some matters," Elnear said, glancing down as if it were her fault. "But I have no doubt about his effectiveness as a reformer or the sincerity of his beliefs. He is a deeply religious man." "He hates scions," I said, looking at her. "How religious are you?" She looked away. Neither one of them said anything. They began to walk again. I followed them. "I had a friend," I said to their backs, "who told me once, in the land of the blind the one-eyed man is stoned to death." They kept walking. "He was a scion. He's dead now." Elnear stopped, turning back. "Cat," she said finally, "is there some point to all this?" I shrugged.
No, I said, feeling my mouth twist down. No point at all. 6. I didn't really need anything more than the meeting with Stryger to make my day perfect. But when we got back to the Taming estates, there was a welcoming committee waiting in the yard as the mod settled. Jiro and his mother, both of them looking grim. One look and I knew why. He'd cut his hair. "Elnear, a word with you," Lazuli said, tight-lipped. Her hands were on Jiro's shoulders like clamps. "About your aid." I stood staring at the walls while they talked it over. Jiro looked like something with bad teeth had tried to chew his head off. He'd done it to himself. He liked it that way. His mother didn't. So he blamed me. "Perhaps we had better return to the Crystal Palace," Lazuli was saying, the anger in her voice gone dreary now. "Not at all," Elnear said, her own anger still honed by her embarrassment. She had a freak for an aide. But worse than that, he was a moron. She couldn't fire me, she couldn't excuse me, she couldn't even explain why. "Mezcat, you will stay away from my grandnephew and niece from now on. You are not even to speak to them, do you understand?" I glanced at Jiro, staring up at me with sullen guilt from his mother's shadow. I looked back at Elnear. "Yes, ma'am." I turned away and started up the steps to the house. "Mezcat," Elnear's voice. I stopped. "I think that you owe Lady Lazuli an apology." I turned back, my jaw clenched so tight I thought I'd never get it open. But then I looked at Lazuli. In the blue evening light, it could have been Jewel standing there, angry and unhappy and confused. "I'm sorry," I said. "I'm sorry, Jewel." I went into the house. I stayed in my room all evening, not even bothering to eat. "Hey, Cat." I turned back from the windows, reeled my thoughts in. Saw Jiro standing in my suddenly opened door. "Jesu, stay away from me." "You like my hair now?" He grinned self-consciously as he edged into the room, not even sure himself whether he'd come to make fun of me or to apologize. I leaned against the glass-paned door, staring out at the night, ignoring him to keep from strangling him. "Everybody's real mad at you." I looked back at him again. "Get out of here, you little croach." "What's a croach?" "A lying little cheat who makes other people pay for his mistakes." "You can't talk to me like that." I laughed, past caring what anybody did to me now. "Tell your mother. Fire me." "You shouldn't have told me to cut my hair. That's why I got in trouble." I looked at him. "If you're too stupid to understand sarcasm when you hear it, that's not my fault." He looked down. "I knew you were making fun of me." He pushed at his hair. "I don't care." "Then get out." I started toward him, ready to help him along. His other hand was hidden behind him. Suddenly he brought it up. There was a gun in it. I stopped short and stopped breathing. "Here," he said. "I brought you this." "Why?" I asked, my voice almost strangling. Still looking down, he said, "I want you to like me." "Or what? You're going to kill me?" "No. It's just a target laser. Maybe you could use it to practice. Maybe you could show me how." He moved closer, holding it out. I took it out of his hand and threw it across the room. "What the hell do you think I am?" He stared at me, totally confused. "You said you were a merc." "A merc is somebody who eats shit for money. It isn't fun." "Philippa said you're supposed to guard Auntie. Have you killed a lot of people?" He kept insisting, blindly, not listening. Deep in my brain, a black, empty hole opened up. I looked into it, needing to feel afraid, but not feeling anything. "One," I said. "That was one too many." It sounded meaningless. I looked down at him, seeing his face again. I shoved him out the doorway into the hall. I slammed the door after him and locked it. Then I lay down on my bed and watched my hands tremble for a while, and waited. When the house was dark and quiet, when all its minds had their shutters closed, I used the household system to call for a mod. I slipped outside, stood in the flagstone yard with my fingers crossed. About the time I was ready to give up and start walking, I saw it come drifting silently down to me. I wasn't sure it would take my orders, but it did. I got in, and it lifted, heading for Nyuk. "I quit," I said, watching the Tamings fall away behind me. I lifted my finger. This whole thing had been an insane mistake from the start. They didn't need me, and I didn't need them. I'd go into the city,
Find some kind of work. It didn't matter what. Anything was better than this. I settled back in my seat. Even from here, I could see the night glow of the distant shore. Before long, I was dropping down again, somewhere over the herbs. I didn't know where I was going to land, didn't really care. There was a lot of light below me now, arrays of changing colors. Too much light. It looked like... Grids clicked into place in my mind, artificial memories locking on. I sat up suddenly in my seat, my hand white-knuckled on the armrest. Shit. It was the Centauri Field Complex. Brady was waiting on the platform as the mod's door sprung open, his arms folded, a smile on his face. The light coming up from under him made him look inhuman. A dozen security drones ringed the mod already, bristling with weapons. I wondered if he was planning a murder-suicide. I climbed out slowly and stood in front of him. "I quit," he quoted, and gave me the finger back, unblinking. I felt my face get hot again. "You heard it right," trying not to feel as helpless as he wanted me to. "What do you want with me? You know everything that goes on anyway." I jerked my head at the mod, disgusted. "Not about what happens inside the FTA." "You mean Lady Elnear really does get clear of you when she goes to the arm?" I asked, surprised. No comment. "Well, that's your problem." I shook my head. "You should have listened to Jordan. She was right. I'm all wrong for this, and I'm out of it. I need you. You're staying until I'm through using you. You can't stop me." But I couldn't help glancing at the mod when I said it. "I'm a free citizen." I held up my wrist with the data band. The data band went dead. My heart made a fist in my chest. I lowered my hand, touched all the right spots on the band, shook it, whacked my wrist with my free hand. Nothing woke it up. My hand nodded. "Turn it back on." He shook his head, still smiling. "You can't do this to me." I couldn't even imagine how he'd done it. "It's illegal." "You are a Centauri employee. In return for that privilege, you give up some rights." "I haven't even signed anything." "But your verbal agreement is on record. The rest is a formality." "God damn it!" I looked away across the endless Centauri grids crawling with light and activity even in the middle of the night. The wind brought me 1,000 different noises. Machinery, motion, voices calling. The smell of hot metal and ozone. I stood there, lost somewhere in the middle of it, remembering what it felt like to be invisible. "Now tell me about what you saw today. Who you saw. Everyone, everything." I told him when I found my voice again. And as I talked, the feeling that I was doing something wrong grew stronger with every word. Brady looked bored, impatient, or indifferent at everything I said, but that didn't mean that I wasn't violating a trust. Even if it meant Lady Elnear was safer that way, she was losing something. But I didn't see what I could do about it, or why I should care. "So you've already met Sojourner Stryger?" Brady interrupted suddenly. "What was your impression of him?" I told him. He laughed. "That's refreshing. Why are you the only person I've met who didn't find him likable?" "He's a freak hater." "Ah," he nodded. "And you're a freak." "Why don't you like him?" I asked because he didn't. "I think he's dangerous. He's a fanatic. He's crawling with a kind of charisma that even people with real minds seem to find irresistible. And he's got too many supporters." "You mean converts?" I thought of the glazed-looking mob he'd had trailing him. He smiled like a death's head. "I mean combines. No individual gets the kind of attention, controls the media base he does without help. I know what his backers want from him, but I'm not sure he still remembers. What I really want to know is what they're going to get that they don't expect." "How about the FTA? They might give him that council slot." He shrugged. "The FTA is no more interested in non-existent purity than anyone else. Everyone on the Security Council was once someone else's pawn. Do you play chess?" "No," I said, not even sure what it was. "I didn't think so." He bent his head at the mod waiting behind me. "Go back to the estate. Sleep it off. Do your job." "What about my contract?" "You actually want to look at it?" he asked. "You bet your ass, corpse. It will be accessible on your unit in the morning. I think you'll find it in order." He sounded amused. I wondered what was so funny. "What about my DB?" I held my databand out again. "You'll be alive again when I think you've earned it." I turned away, eating my frustration, trying not to give him any more satisfaction than he'd gotten off me already. I stopped, suddenly remembering something. "Who's the other Psion?" "What?" he said. "Besides Jewel. There's another one. You didn't tell me there was a—" "Where?" He crossed the space between us in one stride. "The Tamings." I almost backed up, but there was nowhere to go. "Last night at dinner. Somebody tried to use Psi on me." His hand closed on the front of my shirt. "Don't ever lie like that to me again. I know everything about that family. I know what's not possible." I held his stare until slowly his hand loosened. "You actually believe that?" he murmured. He looked down at his own hand, moved the fingers as if he didn't believe he'd been ready to snap my neck a second ago. "Another telepath?" I shook my head. "A teak. Telekinetic." "What happened?" "It was little things, trying to make me look stupid. Nothing obvious. Nothing anybody else would even recognize." He frowned at the suggestion that somebody could really know things he couldn't, and then his face went expressionless. His brain had gone somewhere else. After a second he was seeing me again, and he said, "You can't tell me who it was?" I shook my head again. I wasn't wearing the drugs. You think this has anything to do with the lady?" "No." He cut me off before I could even finish the sentence. His face changed. "You must have been mistaken." "I wasn't." "Forget about it. Your problem is Lady Elnear. Focus on her." He'd been edging me further backward until I didn't have any choice except to get into the mod again. I put my hand on the mod's wing door, ducking under it. "I don't think—" "Exactly right," he said. "Don't." I got in, the door sealed, and the mod went up, taking me back to the Tamings. I was nearly there before I looked down and realized that my databand was alive again. Not until I'd earned it. I went back across the flagstones and into Lady Elnear's house as quietly as I could. Right back where I'd started from, like in a nightmare. I crawled into my bed and lay there, wondering where I'd be when I woke up. "Ms. Cat, may I speak with you?" The next morning it was Lazuli Taming who caught me with my pants down. I looked up, startled by her voice, because I hadn't felt anyone coming. I realized too late that I'd forgotten to put on another drug patch last night. She'd opened the door without knocking before I could even move. Now she stood staring at me, about as surprised as I was, but with her eyes still wide open and no trace of embarrassment on her face. Because she didn't look away, I didn't move, staring back at her, my hands at my sides. She was wearing a long, loose gown that drifted against her skin like snow, as if it was defying gravity. After a handful of heartbeats, I finally reached out and caught up my shorts, pulled them on. "Ma'am?" I said, my voice a little hoarse. Now I knew where Jiro got his manners. But then I was only an employee here. Maybe I was just another piece of furniture to her, a chair or a bed. I looked at the bed, back at her. She blinked. Suddenly she looked as awkward as I felt. "Perhaps I should come back later." "That's all right." I shrugged, pulling on my pants, not saying the obvious. "I just wanted to apologize." She took a tentative step into the room. I smiled. "I'll just remember to keep my door locked, ma'am." She did blush now, half turned away, turned back. "No, I mean, yes, of course. I feel like a fool." She laughed, that same chiming laughter I remembered from last night. "I only wanted to say—" She met my eyes again. "Jiro told me this morning that it wasn't your fault. About his hair." She smiled helplessly, gesturing at her own hair piled up like black silk on top of her head. "I'm sorry. I really don't know what to say. You must think we're— well," she shrugged. "I'm sure you've thought of a lot of names yourself." I felt my smile ease. "Yes, ma'am. A few. I seem to have forgotten them, though." I thought she'd leave then, but she stood where she was, her hands hugging her elbows, looking toward the windows. "It's very difficult. I don't know what to do with him half the time, especially when he's around his stepfather. He misses our home. He misses his father." "Where did you come from?" I asked to fill up the silence. "El Dorado. It's in the Centauri system. We came to Earth because I'm on the Centauri board now." I wondered why she was telling this to a total stranger. Maybe because in this family that was your only choice. "What happened to his father?"
She looked back at me, clear-eyed. I don't know. He left me 3 years ago. Karen and I have been married a little over a year. He said that it would be in the best interest of the company if I married him. That way I could take my cousin Jules' place on the board. Her chin lifted as she saw the look that must have been on my face. And Jiro and Talitha would be in the direct line to inherit a seat. I closed my mouth, swallowed. She was married to Karen Toming, Jules' father. She was Jules' cousin and her stepmother. You look a lot like her. Saying the obvious didn't make either of us feel any more comfortable. I saw Karen in my mind, the head of Centauri Transport's ruling board. Saw the way he'd looked at me when I'd been looking at Lazuli. I mean, I know Jewel. She's a friend. What happened to his first wife? Lazuli looked away again. For a moment her eyes were as empty as I'd once seen Jules. She had some ties to Triple G. It was supposed to be a unifying marriage. She died some years ago. An accident. She was trying not to think about it. There were no accidents in her world. I remembered the baby growing in vitro in a lab somewhere, wearing designer jeans. I thought about Gentleman Karen's hand, wondered what it felt like to have that touch your body. I didn't say anything. Jiro is away at study center most of the time, but every time he comes home and we're all together, he seems more... It's very difficult. I'm sorry. She was seeing me again. Her hands twisted. Now I'm boring you after insulting you. No, ma'am. At least it takes my mind off my own problems. My mouth twitched up. She smiled too, uncertainly. You've been very kind. Perhaps sometime you'll tell your problems to me and give me a chance to think of someone else besides myself for a while. I couldn't tell whether she meant that until she reached across the space that still separated us and touched my arm very gently. Then she turned away in a whisper of cloud white and was gone. I touched the spot where she'd touched me. It hadn't happened while she was watching me. It hadn't happened while she was talking to me. One touch, and it had finally happened. I groaned and went on dressing. I had a hell of a time fastening my pants. Trying not to think about Jules' stepmother touching my arm, I stuck on a fresh drug patch and asked the desk terminal for my contract with Centauri. Brady was as good as his word. It was waiting for me, like a bucket of cold water. Now I knew what was funny. I stared at the document scrolling up the screen. I didn't understand half the words I saw there, and even those were broken up by strings of legal code. I made a hard copy and stuck it in my pocket before I finally went downstairs. Everyone else had already eaten. The octagon-shaped dining room with its long embroidered curtains and wood-paneled walls was silent and empty, almost empty. I went to the table. "Beat it," I said to the silver-plated drone that was trying to clear away the leftovers. I gave it a shove, and it went back into the closet. The way these people wasted food was a crime. I drank a half-full cup of coffee that someone had poured too much sweetener into, piled up a plate with untouched spice pastries and half-eaten eggs, a piece of cold smoked fish, some fruit salad. I sat on a cushioned seat beside the table and began to eat. Lady Elnear walked into the room with an empty cup in her hand. She stopped. I reached across the table and picked up the teapot, held it out to her. Wordlessly, she came across the room and let me fill her cup. "Thank you." Her eyes were still fixed on the plate beside me. "Mez Cat," she said with a strange gentleness. "No one is forced to eat scraps in this house. Please, there's always plenty of fresh food." She gestured vaguely toward the kitchen. "No, ma'am," I said. "There's not." She looked at me, not understanding. I shrugged and ate another spice roll. "I've never been picky about food, ma'am." She sighed faintly and went out of the room. 7. That morning we didn't go into Nyuk again. Instead, we met Lazuli in the hallway, and Ahmad took us all on up the valley. Jardan told me we were going to attend Centauri's board meeting. I didn't say anything, wondering why they even bothered to tell me when I didn't have any choice about going. I sat next to Lazuli because neither of the other women wanted to sit next to me. Lazuli was wearing a sexless gray and silver business suit now. The plainness of it made her look more like Jewel, and yet it made the softness in her face that much easier to see. She stared out the window like she didn't notice that I was there, but she knew it just like I did. Her mind kept remembering what I'd looked like naked,
Feeling her remember it was like being tortured with ice and a heat pencil. The mod sat down in the courtyard of a mansion that felt older than any building I'd seen yet on the Toming's land. It was far up the valley from the other houses, almost to the end, crouched like a hermit on a rock ledge above the river. The water roared over the lip of stone there like it had a suicide urge, crashing and drowning in the pit of rocks and shadows far below. Inside, the mansion was one gigantic work of art. Arched ceilings painted with murals, framed by scrolled carvings, white marble pillars, congealed flows of stairway with golden banisters. Paintings of long-dead people in bizarre clothes covered the walls. Sculptured busts of total strangers lined the entrance hall like the cut-off heads of Toming enemies. If moving through the Crystal Palace had been bad, walking here on the way to a Combine board meeting was agony. Somebody like me hadn't been meant to walk through places like this, hadn't even been meant to know they existed. I couldn't get up the nerve to ask whose house this was. I picked the answer out of Elnear's thoughts, feeling like a thief. The mansion belonged to Gentleman Theodore, the one who'd sat at the head of the table when we'd all eaten at the Crystal Palace. The head of the family, the oldest living Toming. Brady met us in one of the endless halls, and I read his smug satisfaction as he saw me right where he wanted me. He greeted the others like this was his ground and not theirs. While the Centauri board met, it was. He told them the way to the boardroom, as if they didn't already know it, and let them pass. But he blocked my path as I tried to follow, nudging me toward a doorway. "He'll be right with you, Lady Elnear," he said as she turned back, waiting, frowning. "I have some further instructions for him." That didn't reassure her. Maybe it wasn't supposed to. She turned and went on, still frowning. "In here." Brady moved into the room, making me follow him. "What?" I said when I was standing in front of him again. The sight of a corpse uniform and the memory of last night made me knot up inside as I looked at him. "Jesu, don't you have anything better to do than hassle me?" His hand shot out and smacked me across the face. I staggered, banging into a table. Something fell and smashed on the floor. "You are not an equal here," he said. "Don't act like one." He looked down at the pieces of broken crystal glittering like knives around my feet. He crushed a shard under his boot heel, looked up at me again. "The price of the vase will be deducted from your salary." I rubbed my cheek, glaring at him, blinking too much. 2 ambassadors of Triple G are attending the board meeting today, as are the regular Centauri associates and controlled interests. I want you to pick their brains, especially the Triple G representatives. I want to know their real thoughts on what they hear. "Wait a minute," I said. I had to force the words out this time. "That's not what you hired me for. I'm not here to spook for Centauri." He looked at me. I flinched, even though I was trying not to. But he only said, "You are here to protect Lady Elnear. Since we still do not know who wants her dead, we have to make use of every opportunity to explore the real motives of everyone she comes in contact with. Triple G is our primary competition. That's all." It sounded logical. I didn't believe it any more than he did. I was afraid to try reading him face to face, but I could figure that much out for myself. I was protecting Lady Elnear, but he could force me to pull data about the competition too, because I didn't know enough about anything to know when I was crossing the line. I was the perfect tool. No wonder he couldn't stay away from me. I want to know what everyone who is not Centauri thinks, you understand? Everyone? Even the lady? Particularly the lady. I glared at him. For her own good? And yours, he said softly. He jerked his head at the doorway. I looked down and nodded. I stepped out of the ring of broken glass and left the room. I reached the boardroom at last. A security screen blinked off, showing me a hall that must have been 50 meters long, with angels dancing on its ceiling. The air was blue-silver. The light that poured in through the high, narrow windows was like light from another age. I wondered what people had done in a room this size centuries ago. Probably not what they were doing now. I looked toward the table in the center of the room. Or maybe they had. Lying, cheating, fucking each other over. Some things never changed. As I entered the room, I heard a noise and saw a head disappear down at the far end of the long white and gold table. The people nearest that end turned in their seats, rising up, reaching out. Somebody had fallen. My eyes and my mind leaped, looking for Elnear. My mind found her first. She had one of the ornamented, high-backed chairs at the near end of the table. She was standing up, leaning forward, looking toward the noise. Jardin was sitting in one of the seats lined up in a second row just behind the board seats, the row of aides and advisors.
Security guards wearing a rainbow of Combine colors lined the walls of the room. A couple of them had moved forward, but none of the rest looked worried. They were just there for show. The real security here wasn't anything you could touch or see. I sat down beside Jardin. What happened? One of the Triple G ambassadors, she murmured. He seemed to miss the seat as he sat down. She was thinking people who met in rooms like this one never made mistakes like that. I heard, felt, the tittering amusement of the Centauri board members all around me. Triple G had just lost a whole lot of face. Jardin turned to look at me again. I suppose Brady was simply reminding you of your duty, she said, taking my mind off Triple G. Yeah, I muttered. I looked away along the table until I saw Lazuli sitting next to Derek, her stepson. She didn't look any older than he did. I wondered how old she really was. He murmured something to her. She laughed. There were maybe 30 other people around the long table. 20 of them were the actual Centauri board. The rest, like Elnear, represented smaller combines they'd forced alliances with, because each had something they needed or wanted. I counted 11 Tamings sitting around the table. Just enough for a majority. Something in the way they held themselves and moved said that they never forgot that for a minute. They stood out even at that table, and it wasn't just because they all looked alike. I saw old Theodore, who'd been on the board longer than anybody else, and would be until he died. Saw Jules' grandmother, a couple of aunts and uncles, great-aunts, great-uncles. Lazuli held the seat that had belonged to Jules by right. It had been filled by a proxy for years after Jules left home. I looked at Karen, sitting at the table's head, as far from the Triple G ambassadors as he could get. He gave me a look that made me feel cold inside. Brady had told him that since they had me, they might as well use me. But having me in the same room with him made him damn uncomfortable. I realized the real reason Brady took such a personal interest in me was because I was his idea, and Karen didn't like it. Karen was Centauri as much as any single human being could be. If I caused any trouble while I was here, I wasn't the only one who'd pay. I looked back down the table again. Why is Triple G here if they're the enemy? I asked Jardin. To keep lines of communication open, she said. They exchange ambassadors whenever a board meets. They have more in common than the same potential market for their services. They both hated the FTA. I nodded. I know, I said. She gave me a strange look. I didn't bother to answer it, and she looked away again, leaning forward to say something to Elnear. I remembered suddenly that Brady had said Elnear held her dead husband's board seat. That must give her 2 votes. How can the lady be on the Centauri board? I asked as Jardin sat back again. She's not really a Taming. Because they never found her husband's body, Jardin murmured. A technicality. Everybody knew he was dead, but nobody could prove it legally. Until someone did, or she died too, she'd continue to be his proxy. I grimaced, sorry I'd asked. I settled back as Karen called the meeting to order, remembering that it wasn't the Tamings I was supposed to be watching. The 2 Triple G reps were sitting like statues at the far end of the table, rigid with surface calm, groping for the dignity they knew they'd lost for good in 1 second's lack of attention. The one who'd hit the floor was chewing the inside of his mouth. He was sure that somebody had done it to him on purpose, but he couldn't figure out how. Inside both of the Triple G reps, suspicion, hatred, grudging respect, mixed like oil and water, leaving a scum of envy on everything they thought, everything they heard as the meeting started. From what I could see, if Triple G was behind trying to assassinate Lady Elnear, neither one of them had heard about it. I glanced at Lady Elnear's back, feeling her accessing information, feeling her own self-conscious awareness of me. She wanted to tell everyone there what I was, hated herself for not having the balls to do it. I swore under my breath, hating that bastard Brady for making everything harder for me than it had to be. I didn't even want to think about what would happen if anybody else, or everybody else, in that room suddenly found out what I was. Most Combines never used telepaths for snoopware, because they were too paranoid about getting snooped themselves, by somebody else's scion or by their own. Triple G would probably declare war if they knew what I was doing. Their security would kill me on the spot anyhow, even if all they did was walk out on the meeting. I made myself focus again, shutting my eyes, trying to look like I was just bored, and not groping a lot of unsuspecting minds in the dark. The board was reporting what had been done about handling an upsurge in communications traffic in some critical sector. The Triple G reps took it all in, the envy static getting louder in their brains. One of them thought about the hostile takeover move on a local competitor that Triple G was making in that sector of their own network. Triple G figured the force merger was what it would take to compete efficiently. Centauri was going to be surprised. Until I told them about it. I realized Centauri wasn't going to discuss anything here that would actually surprise Triple G. It was all to test out their responses. I went on around the table until I was back inside Elnear's mind again. She was thinking about the ironies of communication around this table and across the Federation. That for all the technology that let them access the way they did, there was still no simple instantaneous communication that could reach between star systems. Board members and Combine representatives and millions of daily messengers still had to travel in the flesh from all across the Federation, their ports and heads crammed with artificial memory, in order to keep the universal data net functioning and a Combine's brain alive. Centauri had it better than most Combines, because outside a single solar system, communication was just another commodity, and they handled it themselves. But data was the lifeblood of an interstellar network, and if somebody ever cut off the supply, even Centauri would be brain dead in a week. I broke contact, shaking out my brain, wondering if the lady ever thought about anything as simple as which shoes to wear. Maybe not. Maybe that was why she dressed the way she did. I let my mind go on around the table again, skipping Centauri heads, reading the rest, memorizing what I found there, no matter how meaningless it was to me. As I got used to the patterns of BioWare, I realized none of them wore anything that could sense me, but that didn't make me feel any easier. Playing corporate telepath was still like playing Last Chance back in Old City. A suicide game. I sat up straighter, remembering yesterday as Derek said something about Sojourner Stryger. The two Triple G ambassadors leaned forward at the far end of the table, suddenly letting their interest show. Stryger's effectiveness quotient in the independent media is still rising, Derek was saying, because of the exposure he has been achieving in regard to deregulation, as is yours, Elnear. He grinned across the table at her like he knew something she didn't. He probably did. His eyes moved past her to touch on me, slid down me once. But then they were gone again, and he was looking toward the Triple G reps. Apparently the Security Council is waiting for the outcome of the deregulation vote before filling the open slot. Since they are, as we all know, somewhat out of touch with life in the real world, they appear to be using deregulation as a kind of test of wills, or a way to see whose personality has the greater force, the most impact on public opinion. He smiled, glancing at Elnear again. Her irritation prickled behind my eyes. A moot point in the end, as we also know, but one which seems to have some curious ritual significance to the FTA. The thought of Stryger ending up on the Security Council made me feel sick. Those stupid slads, didn't they know what he was? I remembered what Brady had told me, and that didn't help. Derek leaned forward, peering down the table at the reps again. Tell me, Ambassador Ndala, is Triple G still waffling in its feelings about deregulation? Triple G is not so much waffling, Gentleman Derek, as it is carefully weighing the consequences, Ndala said. We hardly need to point out to you how much profit Centauri stands to make on this drug because of its controlling interest in ChemEngen. Those additional profits could easily be used against your competitors. Derek shrugged. Or they could as easily make us mellow and content to let our network go soft just a little, especially if you were to support us wholeheartedly in the assembly vote. After all, you must keep things in perspective. We are not really the enemy. Sometimes we do lose track of that, but it's true nonetheless. The Triple G ambassador leaned back in his seat, looking straight up the table at Karen. Perhaps we will find something substantive waiting for us when we return to the embassy, he murmured. They were lying. They already knew they were going to vote for deregulation, even though they didn't care about the drug itself. They wanted Stryger to win. But they were going to see what kind of compromises they could shake Centauri down for. Consider it done, Karen said. He glanced at me for just a second as he said it. His word was about as safe as I felt right now. Elnear sighed heavily in front of me. She knew as well as any of them did that even though she had the FTA behind her on the drug boat, Stryger had his backers too. She wanted deregulation to fail for reasons that ran so deep in her that I couldn't really read them. She was even thinking that she'd be willing to withdraw from consideration for the council, even though she wanted that slot nearly as much if withdrawing would keep some of Stryger's backers from voting for deregulation just to get him into it. But she knew nothing was that easy or that clean. She thought Stryker was a good man. She thought he'd be as good a choice for the council as she was. Maybe better. She didn't believe Stryker was really the Combine's tool any more than Brady did, but not for the same reasons. She didn't know what Stryker was, didn't believe, or probably didn't give a damn about what I'd told her. She admired and envied his faith in God and human nature. She thought it was simply unfortunate that his belief in pentryptine as a solution to everybody's problems played into the hands of so many Combine interests. I slumped down in my seat, aching, not sure if I was exhausted or just depressed. These VIPs had the augmentation and easy access that let them keep up with the flow of interstellar empires. But it didn't give them a clue about what went on behind another human's eyes. I didn't know if I felt disillusioned or just relieved to know that they were only deadheads like anybody else when it really counted. Finally, the board meeting ended. But that wasn't the end of my duty. There was another room waiting for us, this one piled high with food and drinks under a ceiling crawling with gold and white plaster flowers. I was hungry, but I didn't touch anything this time. It wasn't worth the risk. I only watched and listened, staying by Elnear like I was supposed to. Jardin shadowed me at first, but when she saw I wasn't eating or talking, she left me alone. I was only an aide, and if I didn't talk, no one talked to me. I stood listening to the mortal gods of the Federation discuss how to get around the FTA's back, and how to get into somebody's pants, how much they needed pentryptine to stop the rioting on Belky's world, how much the franchise disputes had hurt production, what a pain in the ass the FTA had been about their labor practices, advising and bitching and gossiping, sometimes all in the same breath. I watched a tall blond man spit out a skagweed cud and leave it lying halfway under the table. Someone else stepped in it while I watched. Jesu, he had worse manners than I did. But manners didn't seem to matter if you were rich enough, just like they didn't matter if you were poor enough. It was only the billions suspended in between, those who had something to lose, who had to know how to act. I touched the logo on my sleeve, let my hand drop. There was a crash and then laughter and cursing somewhere behind me. I turned around fast because just for a second I'd thought I'd felt something, psi energy. But I wasn't sure, and it was only somebody who'd spilled a plate of food. Probably nothing, probably just liquor or nerves. It got on my nerves, remembering there could be a psionic practical joker in this crowd somewhere, just waiting to try me again. But maybe they'd realized why the joke hadn't worked on me. If they knew, they hadn't given me away. Maybe they had something to hide, too. Maybe that was why they only did little things, things nobody could trace. Maybe they'd leave me alone, but I doubted it. Brady had told me to back off, but what he didn't know could still hurt me. I began to loosen up my brain, starting to scan. Cat. I turned. Lazuli Taming was standing beside me. I blinked. Ma'am? You look like you're asleep on your feet. I pulled my mind back into focus in a hurry. No, ma'am. Just, doing my job. Shit, don't say that. I mean, it's quite all right. You've barely had time to take a breath before being thrown into all this. It must seem very alien to you. I heard the unconscious condescension in it, felt it. But she was standing here talking to me, something nobody else would do. And besides, she was right. Yes, ma'am. Very alien. Seeing Jules' face when I looked at her was more comfort than I'd had in a long time. It helped me remember that all this was supposed to have a point. Karen was watching us, frowning. I touched his mind with a quick finger of thought, pulled back again, tasting jealousy, suspicion, frustration, hatred. The last one for me, the rest for his wife. I felt the twisted uncertainty in him every time he looked at her. He hadn't married her for love, only for politics. He knew she didn't love him. But when he looked at her, he saw Jewel too, his own daughter. Only perfect this time. And it made him uneasy and uncertain, things he never wanted to be. Made him feel things no man ought to feel when he remembered his daughter. There was an emotion still alive inside him that should have died long ago. I looked away from him again, my skin crawling. What did you say? Lazuli asked. I hadn't said anything. Nothing, ma'am, I answered, not sure if I'd let something leak or only made some sound. Is Jiro here? I changed the subject, because I had to get my own mind off it. I hadn't seen Jiro anywhere, but if I had to pick someone who'd use psi as a bad joke, he'd be my first choice. She shook her head. No, he wanted to come to observe the meeting, but I told him he couldn't. That was his punishment for lying to me. I almost said I thought lying was what Vips learned first, but I didn't. Maybe it wasn't a lie he was being punished for anyway. Maybe it was just for admitting the truth. I looked at Karen again, saw him begin to move toward us. "Ma'am?" I ducked my head and turned away from her. I made my way through the crowd to Elnear. She stood in a shadowed alcove talking to Jules' great-uncle Salvador, who looked younger than she did but was twice as old. "Mez Cat," Elnear said, nodding to me as she noticed me. She looked tired and felt worse. "I think it's time we were leaving. I have my own work to get back to." I felt a little heat stir in her and a lot of relief. Relief that she could finally get free of this nest of relatives. Relief that I'd been here the entire time without embarrassing her. I nodded too, more relieved than she was. Jardin came up beside me, glancing at me without frowning for once. "Thank God," she said. Derek Taming was walking behind her as she said it, holding a lot of liquor in a large crystal mug. He stopped, looking at us, his eyes glittering. I met his stare, because this time I knew I hadn't done anything he could shaft me for. "So you've been a good boy today, New Aid," he said. He started on, hesitated, looking back. His mouth quirked up. "Did you know that your fly is open?" I looked down because everybody else did. Knowing it was impossible, knowing he was wrong. He wasn't wrong. Everyone watched me, fascinated. 8. I went with Lady Elnear to the Arm again the next day, and the next. Before I knew it, I'd been on Earth for a week. It seemed like a lot longer, but nothing happened that hadn't before, except that I became an aide. I digested the data I'd swallowed whole the first day and used it, and every time I used the console I swallowed more. The fact that sometimes I knew more about a job than Jardin did, and other times didn't know whether to input what she gave me or eat it, didn't go over very well at first. But by now most of the surprised looks I was getting from her were relieved. Lady Elnear could even forget that I was a freak for long enough to look at me without startling, sometimes. One lunch hour I hired a legal program and got my contract with Centauri cleaned up and registered. Some of the other hours I spent wandering the floating paths through the streets and levels of the city near the Federation Plex. The bizarre combinations of old and new, soaring curves and knife-blade edges, stone and steel and ceramiplast, glass and composite made me feel like I was caught inside the mutating guts of some ancient cancerous crystal being. I could see the layers of time in the layers of its structure, feel the crazy quilt of lives going on all around me in its heart, a separate reality flowing through the unoccupied spaces of its body. I got myself some new genes, right from the source, but never got to wear them. And nothing happened to anyone that shouldn't have, except that I had to see more of Jules' brother Derek than I wanted to, and more of Lazuli. I thought I knew why she and her children were staying with Elnear instead of at the Crystal Palace where they belonged. It didn't have anything to do with me, but that didn't make it easier to be around them. I avoided Jiro and his sister like I'd avoid a street gang, and for pretty much the same reasons. I stayed away from their mother as much as I could, but short of staying in my room until I starved to death, I couldn't keep away from her completely. And whenever I saw her, I had to feel her think about me, and feel myself think about her. Her face stayed with me in the nights while I lay awake waiting for Brady to call. I knew that mind-larking about Karen Taming's wife made about as much sense as thinking about setting myself on fire. It couldn't have made me feel any worse, or any hotter. And every night after everyone else was asleep, Brady's ghost materialized over the console in my room, and I reported everything I'd seen and heard. What the hell, I figured. What real difference did anything make anyway? By the second week, I could stumble through the lady's office routine without driving the system and everybody around me crazy. Sometimes I could almost forget that this was anything but an honest job. "Mez Cat," Elnear said suddenly from across the room. "Haven't you anything better to do?" I was watching You Are There, the independent daily news facts, getting a lurid sense around of a shipping disaster. I had everything damped out except the pictures, screams, and the smell of burned bodies were more than I really needed. The Indie was always desperate for ratings because their coverage wasn't subsidized by Combine credit. They were a strange mix of honor and sleaze, and I kind of liked them. I shut off the image and glanced up. "Everything's in the system except the committee summary. We still don't have all the data. I'm waiting for Geza to get done right now. What about the reports? I dumped what you were through with and brought up the rest of your list." She was silent for a minute, trying to think of something else she could call me on. She couldn't think of anything. "Cat," she said finally, glancing down. "I confess that you have been a surprise in some ways. You are actually managing to do an adequate job in this position. And frankly, considering that you were totally unqualified for it, I find that amazing." I smiled. She did too, and turned back to her work. I felt her go white suddenly as she scanned the overnight listings on her unit. Jardin came in from the outer office, and the security screen blinked on behind her. "What is it?" Jardin asked, answering some summons I couldn't hear. I'd figured out days ago that she was more than just Elnear's assistant and my keeper. She knew everything that mattered. She even wore enough augmentation to hold it all. She was the only one Elnear trusted that much. "Look at this." Elnear put something on the screen of my unit that lobotomized the news facts. I sat back in my chair while Jardin read over my shoulder. She looked at Elnear, jerked the headset off of me, and stuck the trodes on her own for it. All that I recognized that I could see was the name of Triple G. "Triple G is boxed out?" Jardin murmured, as if it was more unimaginable than even the thought of her smiling at me. "You only communicated with Suzanne yesterday. How could Centauri have learned about the dispersal ruling?" "There's no way. I took absolute measures." Suddenly there were two sets of eyes drilling into my skull, two minds with the same idea. I sat staring at the screen, trying not to make it three. No one asked the question, figuring there was no point. I didn't answer it either. Elnear got up from her seat heavily and pulled on her drape. "I have a face meeting with Isplanaski to go to, Philippa. Lingpo can see to this business, and Geza can cover Cat's duties." She glanced at me, resigned. I went where she went, like it or not. Right now, she didn't like it at all. We went through the halls on foot as usual, deep into the heart of the FTA's officeplex. Elnear walked 7 or 8 clicks a day. I didn't mind it, but it always surprised me that she didn't either. For someone who didn't seem to care what her body looked like, she took damn good care of it. This time we passed through a huge open space I'd never been inside of before. It was hung with banners and drifting light sculptures. Gigantic hollow representations of historic Earth shimmered in the walls, behind things inside stasis fields that looked like relics from a museum. It was a place that could only be for show, for the tourist trade that helped keep Earth alive. It startled the hell out of me after the nondescript halls and offices I'd gotten used to, but once I thought about it, I realized a place like this had to be somewhere. The FTA claimed it represented all of humanity. It had to have a public face for humans to look at. Elnear kept walking ahead of me, navigating the trajectories of the crowd that had come to gape or take spoon-fed tours. I tried to keep up, but my own eyes kept being pulled away toward a huge block of jade hand-carved into an incredible miniature landscape. A hollow on the wall of a city, before and after it had been melted down by primitive nukes. A perfect zero-G crystal floating inside a sphere. "Cat," Elnear's voice jerked my leash. "If you want to take the tour," she said when I reached her side, "please do it on your own time." "I didn't know there was a tour, ma'am." I looked away, staring at the mosaic mural on the wall behind her. "Well, now you do," she said, but her irritation was fading. She turned, glancing over her shoulder to see what I was looking at instead of her. "A family portrait of the human race," she said. It was a picture of maybe 30 people, old, young, all different sexes, sizes, colors. Once I'd started to look at them, I couldn't stop until I'd looked at them all. Whoever had made that portrait over 400 years ago had done a good job of catching their souls. "It hung originally in the plex of the Old World government that preceded the Federation," Elnear said, "to remind the people of the nation-states that met there of their common humanity. Something which they constantly forgot, anyway." She wasn't sure whether what we had now was better or worse, but she thought that at least individual humans didn't kill each other as often or in such big numbers. I looked at the faces again. Some of them looked less like each other than she looked like me, but none of them were Hydran faces. None of them really looked like me. There were words embedded in the picture in some pre-space script I couldn't read. "What does it say?" "Treat others as you would like them to treat you," she said. I didn't say anything. She started on, and I followed her. The mural's eyes watched my back as I walked away. I didn't know who Isplanaski was until we reached the end of our stroll. I was too busy thinking about what had happened back in her office to bother picking it out of her thoughts. I only looked up as we finally reached his doorway, in time to see the logo on the wall above it. Natan Isplanaski, Director of Operations, Contract Labor Services. The past put its hands around my throat. I went inside, but I didn't want to. Isplanaski actually had a room with a view, a room at the top, which made sense for someone at the top of the FTA's biggest and most profitable operation short of the Federation Telhassium mines. His secured inner office was huge, and it had a view of the city's rolling peaks, tier on tier of artificial mountains. Elnear. Isplanaski got up from what looked like a purple reclining chair with some strange design quirks. He shook off a slow-moving daze as he came toward us, and at first I thought he'd been sleeping. He'd been accessing. He was loaded with augmentation, but none of it showed. God, what a pleasure to see your face. It's been too long. Sometimes I think I've been buried and forgotten in the net. He shook his head again, rubbing his temples, blinking. It was good of you to come, when a call would have done it. He was wearing black, like the labor press gangs, but his was pretending to be a suit, not a uniform. It looked good on him. He looked about 40 standards. He was heavy-set, but not fat, with bronze skin and long black hair caught in a clip, a thick, curling beard. He moved like maybe he really didn't leave that chair for days on end. Natan, I will use any excuse, any time, for a chance to get together with you. Elnear flashed him that shape-changing smile, and he grinned, white teeth showing in the black beard. Just friends, no more. But real friends. She thought he was one hell of a guy. But then she admired Stryker, too. Besides, you need someone to remind you to come up for air. Who's this? He asked, his voice still a little thick. He smiled at me like he actually wanted to know. She introduced me, and he crossed the room to shake my hand, telling me how damn lucky I was to be working with one of the best in the arm. I didn't answer. My throat felt paralyzed. My mind kept trying to find the dead black core in his own mind that would tell me how someone could head the largest slave labor operation in the Federation and still smile at anyone like he meant it, except I couldn't find one. Frustration started to burn a hole in my concentration. I might as well still be psi-blind as have the kind of gray half-vision Brady's drugs had given me. Isplanaski gave Elnear some tea. He handed me a beer and opened one for himself like we were all having a picnic on top of the world. My bottle said, "Since 1420" on it. It was made of brown glass. I popped it and took a long drink of 1,000-year-old beer. It was pretty good. I finished it off. I don't like this debate with Stryker, Isplanaski said to Elnear. I looked up again. The very fact that it's happening stinks of interference. Too many combines want deregulation. Yes, I know. Elnear nodded, sipping at her tea. He's quite sincere in his beliefs, but he strikes me as naive. He may make a deal with the devil simply because he believes in angels, to use his own terms. His grin came back. Unlike you and I, who are quaintly cynical down to our socks. I leaned back on the couch by the window, listening to them discuss Stryker as if he was some kind of harmless crank. When I'd had a couple of free minutes on the net, I'd called up everything I could find on him. I'd listened to him speak. I'd studied his background. He'd always been a God-lover. He'd been a minister of the Universal Ecumen on Gatton. He hadn't always been a fanatic about it. Everything I could dig out on his early years said he was a decent man who pretty much lived what he preached, working to make other people's lives better. But then he'd had some kind of religious vision. At least that was what he claimed. When he'd been brain-dead for a couple of minutes after a fall. And he'd started to change. After that, he'd come to Earth to study pre-space religion because his vision had told him he'd find God's real truth waiting for him here. Interstellar travel had proved once and for all that Earth wasn't the center of the universe. Running into the Hydrons had finally shown humans that they weren't alone in it. Human religion had done a double-take then, going through the recreation. What survived were kinds of religion that preached oneness with all life forms, and practiced what they preached by keeping a low profile. It made more sense, and it didn't compete with the Combines for loyalty. But Stryker wanted to bring back the old-style religion, the kind that said there was a real God somewhere who cared enough to play favorites, and humans were it, which meant Hydrons weren't. I couldn't figure out when he'd started to hate Hydrons so much, or why. He was careful not to talk about it because he wasn't stupid, and he knew that the ones he really wanted behind him weren't stupid either. They probably hated Hydrons as much as he did. But now that most surviving Hydrons were under some Combine's thumb or relocated in dumps like Old City, talking genocide wasn't easy like it had been once. Stryker had started traveling,
gathering supporters and money, playing his human rights themes to get attention on the net and to spread his word from world to world. He'd been at it for a long time. He was 53. He hadn't always looked like he did now. I'd been right about that. He'd had enough plastic work done on him so that the oldest images of him were barely recognizable. He preached about the dignity and beauty of the human form, unaugmented, unchanged, the way God had meant it to be. But little by little he'd played God on himself, transforming himself into a calculated vision of human perfection. And over the years he'd convinced both the Combine VIPs and the Security Council that he was almost as perfect as he seemed. It couldn't be easy to play both sides as well as he did, to make two enemies hear just what they wanted to hear when you spoke the same words. You had to be damned smart and slick. But more than that, you had to have the kind of belief in yourself that made other people want to believe in you. He had it. I'd felt it. And too many other people believed in him already. His movement had a higher financial profile than a lot of Combines. He could buy himself anything he wanted. He had that kind of money. Only he hadn't done that. He actually fed most of his profits into creating the kind of help for life's losers that he preached about. I'd seen some of the shelters he'd sponsored in Old City. I'd used some of them. That had stopped me cold when I found out about it. I hadn't known what to make of it. I'd wondered if maybe somehow I was wrong about him. If he'd done it for promo, he'd get more for his money just hiring hypers. But then I'd realized that money or even fame wasn't what he was after. He wanted real power. He wanted that slot on the Security Council, and it looked like he was using the Pentryptine vote as a way to get himself there. Something was still driving him to reach higher and higher, and it wasn't something holy. I'd stared at the final image of his perfect face for a long time, wondering what the hell was really going on behind those eyes. I turned to look out at Isplanaski's view, clearing Stryger's image out of my mind. I had to shut my eyes then, as they suddenly told me how high up I was. I pressed my hands against the couch, hanging on for a second until the dizziness passed. The couch was covered with something that felt and smelled like real leather. I ran my hand over it, back and forth. "If this gains him any more support, we'll be in trouble," Isplanaski was saying. "The majority of the Assembly is for deregulation already. Aside from the fact that you are clearly the best candidate, Stryger is completely unprepared for the real demands of a council position. He's not even cybered. Calls it unnatural, for God's sake." "Yes, exactly, for God's sake." Elnear rested her head against the high back of her seat, staring at the ceiling. "He really believes God is on his side. You know, I have always tried to do what I understood to be right, in keeping with the manifold ways of God. But sometimes I can't help wondering. I think about this debate night and day. I dream about it and wake up arguing with myself." "I know how you feel, believe me." Isplanaski moved restlessly back to his bar. "If Combines start using Pentryptine on their citizens, you might be out of a job," I said. The FTA rented out contract laborers to whatever Combine wanted extra bodies, usually to do things their citizens wouldn't do. No questions asked. It also used them in its own operations. Things like the Federation mines, where they mined their telhassium on a piece of burnt-out star called Cinder, out in the crab colonies. They looked at me. "Well, that wasn't exactly my concern," Isplanaski said, still good-natured. "My concern is the same as the ladies. I oversee contract labor. It involves the lives of a vast number of people who would be more at risk from Combine drug abuses than most of their population. I believe that human dignity and freedom of choice are worth fighting for, that individual rights have to be protected and maintained at any cost. I don't want to see the people under my charge treated badly and unable even to protest it." "You want your bondies left free to eat all the dirt some Combine feels like feeding them without drugs to make it easier?" I asked. "As long as somebody keeps paying you for 10 standards of their time." His smile disappeared. "Not at all. I work for the FTA because contract labor exists as a viable, humane alternative, so that those individuals who lack regular Combine citizenship have somewhere to turn. It gives them a start, a second chance, useful training. Contract labor builds worlds." He gestured at the logo on the wall behind him. I stared at him. He had to be the most perfect hypocrite I'd ever seen, or a pathological liar, because he meant every word of that. "Are you all right?" he asked. I said, "How many bondies did you have to skin to cover this couch?" "By the 9 billion names of God," he murmured. "Are you an anarchist, son, or is it just that you can't hold your liquor?" I unfastened my data band and let it drop off. I held up my arm, letting him see the wide, smooth band of white scar tissue. He didn't know what it was. "I used to work for you," I said. He raised his eyebrows. "You seem to have come through the experience with your skin intact." His voice was cool and dry. I reached behind me for the tail of my shirt. Just then, Elnear's desperate anger caught in my mind like a thorn. I glanced at her, saw the disbelief in her eyes. "Ma'am, Yes, certainly, you may go." She raised a dismissing hand. "Back to my office. I'll speak with you there." It was the closest thing to a threat I'd heard from her. She'd speak, but she wouldn't listen. She murmured an apology to Isplanaski, something like, "He isn't feeling well." I left the room, leaving their stares behind. The memories still followed me, because there was nowhere I could ever go where I'd be able to leave those behind. "Well, Squire," Derek Tomming's twitchy, grinning face pushed in front of me as I dragged my aching stupidity back through the halls. "Where's your lady in white armor?" Damn! The one person in the entire universe that I wanted to see the least. I shrugged, not even sure what he was talking about, as usual. I wondered if he spent all his days like this, wandering the halls looking for victims. "She's supposed to be with you, I thought." He kept pushing, matching my steps. "Or vice versa. That's what you're paid for. Am I right?" "Not today," I said, my hands making quiet fists. "Sir." "What?" I looked at him. "Say, sir. You're just not very good at this, are you? You know what Elnear says about you behind your back? You can dress him up, but you can't take him anywhere." I thought sir was only used as a term of respect. It took him a minute because he didn't believe I'd said that. Then he laughed. "You know, I think I admire you, Cat. You actually don't give a damn what we think of you. Or is it just that you're really so naive that you don't know what we could do to you?" I felt myself go cold as I realized he meant that. I kept walking, watching my feet take one step after another. "Jewel never told me she had a brother." He sniggered. "That's hardly surprising. She always hated me because I'm normal. She tried to kill me once when we were children. She tried to push me off the balcony at the country house on Ardati." I looked up, frowning. He was still smiling at me. Then she must have had a good reason. I looked ahead again, walking faster. He kept up with me, hanging on to me like a dog with its teeth sunk in my leg. I wondered what he wanted, because this was building up to something. I could feel it. He hadn't run into me by accident. I wondered what his problem was, if he was on drugs or if just being a Tomming was enough to fuck him up this bad. "What was it that attracted you to my sister anyway? Most normal people find scions repulsive. The thought of them crawling into your thoughts or stopping your heart with a thought. You know. Of course, maybe you find that erotic, like necrophilia, or having someone piss on you." I spun around, my fist coming up, not even caring that 100 witnesses and even more security eyes were about to see me beat the shit out of an assembly member. "I know what you are," he said. "You're one, too." My hand dropped to my side like dead weight. "What?" I said. And then, "Who told you? That I was a telepath?" "It's true. That explains everything." His gray eyes clung to my face like a sweating hand. "You are a scion. My father actually hired a scion." He laughed again, high and strained, and smacked his forehead with his hand. "God, I don't believe it." "Who told you?" I felt the anger that had barely stopped short of his face try to reach out for him again as I realized he'd tricked me. "Father told me." He shrugged as if Karen Tomming talked about me like he discussed the weather. I just couldn't believe it. I didn't believe that either. He must have overheard something, gotten access to some private file. After Jewel left home, I was sure that if a scion ever crossed his range again, he'd have her, or him in your case, incinerated on the spot. Brady must be more persuasive than I thought. Or he knows more about us than I realized. I'm not a scion to most people around here. Brady wants it kept that way. I'll tell him you know. Hoping that would be enough to keep his mouth shut. "Oh, your secret is safe with me." His face changed suddenly, started to twitch again. "Being a scion, doesn't it make you ashamed? Doesn't it make you want to pull your brains out? Jewel wanted to. The way everyone treated her." Something haunted his eyes then. Fear. That it could have been him and not his sister.
Like you did?" He frowned, twitching. I went on down the hallway, and this time he didn't follow. 9. I was ready in the usual place at the usual time the next morning. I was the only one. It wasn't like Elnear or Jardin to be late. If anybody besides me hated mornings in that house, I didn't know about it. I leaned against the stairway banister with my eyes shut, waiting. The nagging ache that had started in my head yesterday afternoon was still there. It had slipped away when I inhaled some painkiller, but it came crawling back every time the medicine wore off. My stomach felt queasy, and I hadn't bothered with breakfast. I kept looking at the time, watching it get later and later, until all at once I wondered if they'd left without me. Suddenly my stomach and my head felt a whole lot worse. I spun out a searching finger of thought until it jabbed into Jardin's mind, still somewhere in the house. I went back along the hall until I found her sitting in the sunroom, sipping coffee as if there was all the time in the world. "You're late," I said. She glanced up at me with a kind of cold spite. "No." She shook her head. "Lady Elnear is attending a board meeting of Chem Gen this morning." "Without me?" "She's in her study." Jardin twitched her head in the general direction. "It isn't necessary for her to attend this meeting in person. It's merely a formality." Centauri's board held all the real power. The rest of the day she'll be accessing in preparation for the debate tomorrow. Oh. I thought about how I could still have been upstairs asleep. Thanks for letting me know, although after yesterday I would hardly blame her if she chose to leave you behind. She looked out the windows again. Maybe I had a bound and gagged. I swallowed what I'd been going to say. "Chew on rats," I said, and left the room. Back upstairs, I peeled off the Centauri clothes I'd been wearing and pulled on my new denims and my old shirt. Then I went down the back way and outside into the fresh air. I walked through the courtyard into the field beyond, something I'd never done before. The openness made me giddier than it usually did. I pushed myself to take one step and then another away from the high stone wall. "Cat! Cat!" I looked back, saw Talitha waving at me as she came around the corner of the wall, riding on the back of the biggest dog I'd ever seen. Her nanny was leading it by some kind of harness. "Look at me!" she shouted in a voice you could have heard on the next planet. "Do you want to ride with me? Her name is Bootsy because she has little white boots." The nanny hushed her, frowning. The thing was kind of tan and white, its face half hidden in a tangle of thick hair. I backed up as her nanny jerked it to a stop beside me. If the woman had any name besides Nanny, I hadn't bothered to find it out. She always wore gray and usually looked like she'd been sucking on something sour. She looked that way now. "Good morning," she said, sounding like she doubted it. "You can ride with me," Talitha offered again, looking hopefully at me. "Can't he, Nanny?" "Bootsy can't carry both of you," Nanny said flatly. "Thanks anyway." I shook my head. "I don't like dogs." "She's not a dog," Talitha said. "She's a pony. You don't ride on dogs." "Oh." "Come on, Talitha. I'm tired of walking. You've ridden long enough." Nanny jerked on the pony's lead again, starting to turn it back the way they'd come. "No, no!" Talitha's face crumpled as she clutched at her saddle. "We didn't even go around the house. Please." "No." I watched them start away, feeling the nanny's boredom and Talitha's helpless disappointment in my head like the taste of old metal. "I'll take her around for a while," I said. Nanny wheeled the pony and its sniffling rider back again, slapped the lead rope into my hands before I could think about changing my mind. "Here," she said. "Be careful, it bites." I grimaced. "Bootsy never bites me," Talitha said. Nanny headed back toward the house, taking the taste of old metal with her. I looked at the pony, touched its mind, feeling the strange, shifting surface of an animal's thoughts, like clouds drifting across a sky. Not afraid, not angry, content and trusting. My hold on the rope loosened a little. In the distance I could see the Crystal Palace. Spines of light hit me in the eye as the molten sun poured over the mountain wall and turned it into a burning glass. I could see another house, closer by, off to my left. "Whose house is that?" I asked, not really caring. "That's Derek's house," Talitha said. I was sorry I'd asked. I looked toward my right, saw the river flowing by, wide and quiet. I started toward it, pulling on the pony's rope. At least the pony was something to hold on to as I crossed the empty field. We reached the river's edge, and I stopped under a tree. Hey, Cat! I looked up, startled. Jiro came swooping down on us in a rattle of artificial wings. The pony shied, jerking on the lead rope. Talitha squealed in fright. I caught the pony's mind inside a loop of forced calm and settled it down fast. Jiro landed beside us, the wings folding neatly behind him as he dropped his arms. Did you see me? Just like a bird. He raised one arm again, the wing fluttered. Jiro, Talitha said. You scared my pony. Oh, he shrugged. I'm sorry, Tally, but isn't this really Vork? Auntie got it for me. Karen said I couldn't have one. It was too dangerous. I wondered if Elnear was hoping he'd break his neck, and there'd be one less Taming in the world. But even as I thought it, I knew that wasn't the reason she'd done it. She didn't hate these kids. She didn't even hate all the Tamings. I wondered how she felt about the one she'd married. Jiro was wearing a shock suit and a helmet. She'd bought him those, too. Why are you dressed like that? He said. Like what? I looked down at myself. Like you're zeroed. Poor. I frowned. Why do you always say the first thing that comes into your head, no matter how stupid it is? He stuck his lip out. You should talk. I heard about what you said to Isplanaski. I looked away. Talitha sat on the pony's back, singing, I love my pony, I love my pony, over and over and over, while the pony tore at the soft green grass with its blunt teeth. The sudden fright had already disappeared from both their minds. I looked back at Jiro. Why is it I never see any of you people talk to each other, but you always know everybody else's business? He just stared at me blankly. I shrugged, trying to shrug off my frustration. Sometimes I get angry because nobody around here understands anything. They were the worst kind of deadheads, thinking they knew everything when really they knew nothing, didn't even want to know. Sometimes I say things because I can't help it. I do, too. He looked up at me, and there was someone else trapped behind his eyes. I touched that other hidden child with my thoughts. Sometimes I can't help it. His throat worked. I remembered what Lazuli had said. Remembered that he had Karen Taming for a stepfather. I touched his shoulder lightly. I know, I said. He smiled, a little uncertain. Mother said she knew you were really a good person because Karen hates you so much. It startled a laugh out of me. I didn't say anything for a minute while half a dozen things canceled each other out inside my head. Where is your mother? She's up at the Crystal Palace with Karen. His face twisted. Auntie says Karen is the name of some shipper in an ancient story who used to transport dead bodies to hell. I laughed again. Someday I'm going to give him a dog with 3 heads. I want to see the dog with 3 heads, Talitha burst out. She scrambled down out of the pony's saddle. I don't have it now, you flit, Jiro said. Where's your mother? I looked back at him, surprised. She's dead. His face pinched. Where's your father? I don't know. I don't know where my father is either. He caught Talitha and pulled her toward him, holding her close while she squirmed. Do you think if you wish something enough, it happens? I shook my head, watching the river pass like time. Don't let anything happen to Auntie. I nodded. I want to fly. Talitha pulled at Jiro's wings. You're too little. He let go of her, pushing her away as he unlatched the harness. Here, you can try it. He slung the wings toward me. It has lifters. You don't really have to flap. I looked up at the sky. My head and my stomach changed places just thinking about it. No thanks. He shrugged and dumped the wings on the ground in a heap. Okay, let's do something else then. I winced. Jesu, you're going to break that. Auntie will get me another one. He was already stripping off his suit and helmet. Talitha was wandering along the edge of the meadow, picking purple and white flowers, singing a formless song. I sat down under the tree, resting my back against the rough bark. Everything smelt good here. The pony snorted, still eating grass. You want to race? We could get more horses. Jiro stood in front of me in a bright red tunic and shorts. I don't know how to ride. I shrugged. We could race skimmers. I don't know how to do that either. I could feel annoyance growing like an itch under his skin. We could go swimming. He waved a hand at the river. That's easy. I can't swim. I looked down, tracing lines in the dirt with my finger. Don't you know how to have fun? I glanced up at him. He was still standing in front of me with his hands on his hips, frowning. No, I guess not. I looked down again. Well, I do. He peeled off his clothes and ran down to the river shore. I watched him wade naked into the water and dive in, watched him swim with strong, easy motions, as if he'd been born to it, like a fish. I sat where I was, feeling the echo of his thoughts, the sensations of water and motion, like a kind of mocking laughter. Here, a fistful of dirt-clotted flowers shoved into my face, Talitha behind them. These are for you. Why aren't you swimming like Jiro? I can't. I took the flowers awkwardly, dropping a couple. She picked up the strays and pushed them into my hands. For you. And these are for Mother and Auntie and my pony. She showed me the clump in her other hand, then put them carefully on the ground beside me. Let's leave them here, she said, like she was the adult and I was the 4-year-old. And we can go down to the water like Jiro. I'll help you. She pulled open my fist and laid my flowers on the ground beside the rest, tugging at my arm while she did it. I suppose you can swim too? I said, getting up. Oh, no, she shook her head. I'm only 4. When I'm a big 5-year-old, then I'll be able to swim. Maybe when you're 5, you can swim too. Yeah, maybe. We went down to the shore. The water was clear for about a meter out from the muddy bank. I could see smooth stones and tiny darting fish lying below its surface. After that, it got deep faster, shading into brown and gray, reflecting the blue-green sky further out. Talitha waded in up to her knees, splashing and squealing, scattering fish. Slowly I pulled off my boots and rolled up my pants legs, and then I went in. It was freezing cold. The cold didn't seem to bother Talitha or Jiro. Clenching my teeth, I let her drag me after her, feeling the soft bottom squelch and shift between my toes, the edge of the deep-water current lick at me. I wasn't sure whether I liked it or not. I stopped when the cold water started slapping at my knees. Jiro shouted and waved. Talitha giggled and splashed. Spray flew like rain. The sun felt good and hot on my back. The air was sweet. My face in the water's shimmering mirror said I was smiling. Said that this day really belonged to me. And suddenly I felt a surge of panic that took my breath away. Thief! I backed out of the water again and sat down on the bank, breathing hard, putting distance between me and something that had more to do with watching them play in the river than with the cold water touching my skin, or the muddy bottom shifting under my feet. The feeling I'd had when I'd entered the Tommings castle on the cliff, that I didn't have the right to be here, or even the right to know that places like this existed. The heat of the sun soaked into my flesh, making me sweat. After a while, I unknotted my fingers, stretched out the muscles in my arms, and pulled my shirt off. The wind breathed on my sweating skin, letting the heat inside me escape. I picked through the smooth, warm stones that lay in a dark mosaic all around me. I tossed them into the cold water one by one, watching the rings they made as they fell, watching the way the rings collided, overlapped, mingled like the patterns of separate minds converging. Talitha came back onto the shore and sat down beside me. She began to make mud cakes. After a minute, Jiro burst up out of the water like some kind of monster, making her shriek, and splashed ashore to pull on his clothes. He picked up a stone and threw it, making it dance across the water like it was massless. I threw another stone, and it sank. He squatted down beside me. "What's the most fun you ever had?" I glanced at him. 3 more stones hit the water and sank while I searched my mind for an answer that would mean something to him. The kind of games they played in Old City were the kind you learned the hard way. "You ever see a comet ball?" "Sure. I've got 4 of them in different colors." My mouth twitched. "I had one once. When I was a little older than you. It was incredible. Old City's kind of like Nyuk in a way, closed in, no sky. Poirot buried it when the new city spread out. Except it's dark in Old City, even in the daytime. Your whole world's only about 10 meters high there in the streets." I'd snatched the control box out of a storefront after a fire, but I didn't say that. I hadn't known what it was. When I'd switched it on, a huge sizzling ball of light had exploded out of the wand and gone rocketing up toward the roof of the world. It was like trying to hold on to that. I glanced up at the sun for a second, down again. Like trying to reel it in on a string. It had bounced off the tangled undersides of Poirot, leaped back and forth from wall to building wall, shooting sparks, lighting up the back street gloom like a captive star. After a minute or so of just staring, I'd begun to realize that I could control it with the wand. I could make it do anything I wanted, leap and spiral, paint pictures on my retinas with fire. Everyone came out into the street to watch me, to see it. They kept handing me food and brew, shouting, "Keep it going." It was the best show I'd ever seen. Any of us had ever seen, maybe. I felt like kind of a hero, giving them all this free sun show. I remembered wishing it could go on forever. It had lasted for about an hour before someone who'd wondered why somebody like me had something like that had let the corpses know about it. They'd busted me for stolen goods. I'd spent the next 4 months of nights in a meter-high detention coffin, the days cleaning urinals or down on my hands and knees, scrubbing the light blocks of old cities' glowing pavements with a brush, wearing a monitored stun collar locked around my throat. And that had really seemed to last forever. It hadn't been worth it. I hadn't even been able to stomach thinking about the memory afterwards. I hadn't thought about it in years. It surprised me that I'd remembered it now, almost as much as it would have surprised me then to know that someday I'd be sitting here 500 light-years away, on this riverbank, in the sun with a couple of rich kids. "If that's your favorite thing, you don't look very happy about it," Jiro said. Doubt, confusion, disappointment flickered through his thoughts like a chain reaction. It was a long time ago. I shrugged and got up. "Why is it so hot here? I thought it was almost winter." On the distant mountainside, the autumn colors were burning like a fire, but all around us in the valley it was still warm and green. "It's part of the system." Jiro scrambled to his feet while I pushed my boots on. "You know, the security and everything. It never gets real hot or real cold. Everybody likes it like that. It never snows down here." I shook my head, half smiling. If you wanted your life to be a long summer afternoon here, all you had to do was say so. "What if you want snow?" "You can go to the chalet." I didn't bother to ask what that was. "Let's go to Derek's house. Argentine is there." "No, thanks." I didn't think there was anybody in the universe who could make me want to visit Derek. "But she's famous. Don't you want to meet her?" That was all I needed. I shook my head, tying my shirt sleeves around my neck. "Come on, Talitha. I'll take you back." She got up, resigned, and let me set her on the pony's back again. Jiro put his wings on, looking sullen. "You're going to get it, Tally. Look what you did." He pointed at her muddy clothes, glanced at me as if it was my fault. Talitha pouted. Jiro ran and leaped, rising into the air like a kite. He circled us a couple of times as we plodded back across the field. Then he headed away toward Derek's house alone. I felt kind of sorry for him, but not sorry enough to change my mind. I led Talitha back toward the house. Nanny got up from a garden seat like a shadow and came to take her away. She caught one look at a muddy leg. "My lady," she called. Lazuli came down off of the porch into the sunlight, shielding her eyes. "Mother, mother!" Talitha squealed, bouncing up and down in her saddle with a grin so guiltless and wide I almost didn't regret anything. Lazuli looked at her and at me, and I felt her try for anger, only finding laughter. "I guess you are an anarchist after all," she said to me. It was what Isplanaski had called me yesterday. I winced. "Oh, come on, Nanny." Lazuli looked back at the older woman. "It's only a little bit of mud. Reality doesn't frighten us that much around here." The irony in her voice surprised me. Even she wasn't sure how she meant it. Nanny sighed heavily and led Talitha, skipping and waving, into the house. "Jiro is with Gentleman Derek, ma'am," so she wouldn't think I'd drowned him. Lazuli turned back to me. She glanced down at the half-wilted bunch of flowers in my hand as the pony I was somehow still holding started to eat them. I held them away from its mouth. "Are those for me?" she asked, still half mocking and half surprised. Yeah." I put them into her hands. "From Talitha." She took them, still looking up at me as she held them close to her face, breathing in the sweet smell. An odd disappointment tickled the back of her eyes, making her blink. Suddenly feeling like an ass, I said, "And from me, too, I guess. Thank you." She smiled then, tucking the flowers into the waistband of her flowered tunic. Her legs were bare and perfect. She took the pony's lead rope from my hand, her fingers touching mine. "Let me take that. You look like you want to be rid of it. You're very good with children, and it's kind of you to spend time with mine." She began to lead Bootsy away, looking at me all the while, wanting me to follow. I followed. "They're nice kids," I said, because I had to say something, and because I suddenly realized it was true. Sad kids. But I didn't say that. I thought about them growing up into the next generation of the Centauri Controlling Board.
She was silent for a while, walking beside me.
"I love them so much,"
she said at last, the words forced out past something in her throat.
"Sometimes I begin to lose my perspective about things when things close in on me. I don't want to turn around some day and find that I've lost them. When I think about that, when I even try to imagine being without them, I don't think I could bear it." She was thinking about her first husband. "You look at me so strangely sometimes, Cat."
She looked back at me, quizzical and embarrassed. I blinked and shook my head.
"It's just that sometimes you look so much like Jewel, ma'am." "Oh, Jewel."
She glanced away, stopped. Someone came toward us from the low stone outbuildings and took the pony.
"She's married now, isn't she?"
She looked at me again, a sudden questioning look, like she wished she could read my mind.
"To another scion?"
"Yes, ma'am." I remembered that she didn't know what I was. When she looked at me, all she saw was a human face.
"Don't call me ma'am," she said gently. "It makes me feel old. Call me Lazuli."
I nodded, suddenly not able to say anything at all. She smiled again as if she knew it.
"Will you walk with me a while? It's such a beautiful day, and no one gets enough exercise around here."
"Except Lady Elnear," I said. She laughed.
"I like the way your mind works."
I wondered what she'd think of it if she really knew, the way Jewel did.
"Did you know Jewel very well?" "No." She shook her head. "Barely at all. I've only heard about her. Stories."
"Not good ones."
"Poor thing."
She was thinking her cousin must be happier now, with her own kind. "She doesn't need anybody's pity," I said.
Lazuli glanced at me. "I'm sorry. You really do care about Jewel, don't you?"
I nodded, still not quite able to call her by name.
"Did you love her? Do you?"
Irritation and sudden memory spilled into each other in my mind, oil and water.
"She's my best friend."
Telling the truth, part of it. Once I'd looked at her and wanted her body, thinking that was all love was. But then I'd shared her mind. Siebling had taught me a lot of things. He'd given me my sigh. But Jewel had given me the real gift. She'd made me whole. She'd changed everything I knew about women and men and myself. And I'd finally realized that I didn't love her the same way Siebling did. That to be her friend was all I really wanted from her, all I really needed. I felt Lazuli's curiosity withdraw, but her hand still held onto my arm. And she was still too much like Jewel when I looked at her, but not enough like her to keep me safe. We walked along the shadow of the high stone wall, private, discreet.
"It takes a lot of courage to be that close to someone most people would be afraid of," she said.
I made a sound like a laugh that wasn't. She was more afraid of all of you, and she had more right to be. She was silent then, wondering whether she'd really understood me or whether I was leaving too much unsaid on purpose. My bare arm under her hand was slippery with sweat. The heat of the day seemed to breathe on us. I felt a tension rising in her that had nothing to do with the conversation. I felt it rising in me, too, as I realized what it was.
"Is something wrong?"
she asked finally. I shook my head.
Just a headache. Comes and goes. It's all right."
But she led me to a wooden bench along the bright edge of the gardens and made me sit down. The air was filled with the hum of insects.
"Sometimes if you rub the temples, just here," she murmured.
I felt her fingertips against my sweating forehead, moving in slow, gentle circles. Her face, her hair, too familiar. Her lips almost touching mine, the smell of flowers and sun-warmed skin. Suddenly I couldn't look away from her eyes, because I could see all the way through to what lay behind them.
"Is that better?"
she murmured. She took her hands away, and that was worse.
"Yes,"
I mumbled. One hand still hovered, touching the white line of the scar over my left eye. It dropped down to trace another jagged line along my ribs.
"You have a fine body," she said, "but you haven't taken care of it. You should treat it more gently. It has to last for a long time."
I know. My head wasn't the only part of it that ached now.
"When you're so young, you think that everything lasts."
She looked away. "No," I said. "I know it doesn't. Lazuli."
"Cat?"
I jerked around on the bench, looking up. I could just see Elnear standing on the balcony of her study, staring straight down at us.
"Would you come inside, please?"
I pushed to my feet, the spell broken that had stopped time, stopped thought inside me.
I left Lazuli there, backing away, until I could make myself turn and walk looking ahead toward the house. I went up the steps, through the door, into the cool, shadowy hall, blinking as I followed it to Elnear's study. My mind was still lost somewhere back along the path from the garden. I didn't know what Elnear was going to say to me. Worse, I didn't know how I was going to answer it. "Ma'am?" I said at last, my voice hoarse, as I stopped in her doorway. Elnear turned away from the windows. She came toward me, silhouetted by the light. At first, I couldn't make out her expression, but I felt it. "I don't know what you think you are doing here," she said, not even bothering with the usual polite pretensions. "But you are not here to insinuate yourself into the private lives of this family. I will not have you using your telepathy." She said it like an obscenity. "To take advantage of children, or of a troubled woman who doesn't know what she wants." I felt my face burning. "I wasn't—" I broke off, realizing that it was no use. That true or not, nothing I could say would make any difference to her. And that was the worst part of all. "I don't understand it," I said finally. "What don't you understand?" She kept the length of a long tabletop inlaid with stars between us, and a wall of anger, contempt, fear. "Why, Jewel thought you loved her. She asked me to help you because she said you were the only one who ever loved her. That's the real reason I came here, because she asked me to. You must have hated her just as much as everyone else did." Her mouth worked. She wanted to blame me for the pain that was suddenly there inside her, but she couldn't. She turned away, looking at something across the room. "Her husband's picture," she said, her voice almost inaudible. "Jewel was so helpless, so lost. She needed someone so much, someone who would love her unconditionally." She looked back at me, and suddenly in her mind there was the unwanted image of how I'd looked that first day, as she'd left me standing there alone in the sunroom. Jewel was different. I turned, moving too fast because I wanted to get away from her so much. My shirt caught on the outstretched arm of the sculpture standing by the doorway. I heard cloth rip as it jerked me up short. The loose knotted sleeves came undone around my neck, and my shirt dropped to the carpet. I leaned down, grabbed it up, swearing. It was torn right across the front. "Cat!" Elnear's voice caught at me like the sculpture's arm. I straightened up, the shirt wadded between my fists, facing away from her. Who did that to your back?" "Nobody." I took a step. "Cat, ask Isplanaski." I turned to face her again. "I got out of contract labor with my skin intact, right? So there's nothing wrong with my back." I threw my ruined shirt over my shoulders, tied it in a knot again, covering my scars. "That happened to you while you worked for contract labor?" Not really a question. "I have heard that some of the combines treat their laborers badly," she said awkwardly. "The FTA tries to maintain—" "The FTA did this to me." I remembered how it had felt as the charged prod laid a line of liquid fire across my naked back, and another, and another. At the Federation mines, out in the crab colonies. If it hadn't been for Jewel paying off my contract, I wouldn't be standing here right now. 45% of the bondies there don't live long enough to last out their time. But you probably never accessed that kind of information." She looked at me for what seemed like hours, bracing herself by her hand on the back of a chair. Looked at me and thought about my words, and looked and thought, like someone looking at a square with 5 sides. At last she said, "I understand now why you said what you did yesterday. But I don't understand how it could happen. Natan would never allow—" "You said it yourself. Humans don't run the FTA, it runs itself. Isplanaski doesn't run the Federation mines. He doesn't even run contract labor, any more than I do." She'd said it, but she hadn't heard what she was saying. "But the whole reason the FTA exists is to protect the welfare of the dispossessed," she said, "not to create more suffering. Why should it exploit with one hand as it stops exploitation with the other?" There was no echo of recognition in her mind. She was so deep inside her own vision of her work that she couldn't see anything else. "Do you eat meat?" I said. She looked at me blankly. "Yes, I do." "But you consider yourself a moral person, right? You love animals, you have them for pets, you'd never kick a dog in the street. How do you justify eating meat?" Her face reddened. "I have to eat to survive." "Jewel never eats meat." She looked away, her fingers stretching open at her sides. I wondered which of us was more surprised by this conversation. "Okay," I said. So maybe the FTA even considers itself a moral being. You called it a humane society for humans, but it's got to eat, and eating meat is easier. One hand rose to her head, ruffling her hair. Your point, Cat, she murmured finally. A point well taken. I will speak with Natan about it when I get the chance. You really think that'll make any difference? She frowned slightly. The frown faded. Individuals have been known to change their minds, even on such a scale, but they need input, information, just as you said. Is that why you're doing this debate? I'd wondered why she bothered if she didn't think that what individual humans wanted or believed made any difference anymore. Maybe it explained why she wanted to be on the Security Council, too. Maybe her reasons really went deeper than just wanting power or to escape from the Ta Mings. You really think there are some ways you can still matter? I suppose I do. She nodded, but she wasn't sure of anything now. Not even of why she really wanted that council slot. She moved back toward the windows, the bright heat of anger gone out of her movements slow and almost aimless. She wanted me to go away. It was what I wanted, too, but somehow I couldn't. I couldn't let go of that invisible line between us that neither of us knew how to snap. She stared down at the gardens outlined by the light. Lazuli was gone. Gone from sight, but not from her thoughts. How is Jewel? She asked at last. What is her life like now with Dr. Siebling? Is she finally, truly happy? As happy as anybody ever is, I guess. I crossed the room until I stood beside her on the balcony. But not too close. She and Siebling have a little place upside in Quarrow. She's got it full of stray animals. She can't leave anything alone that needs help. Doc just steps over them and smiles. I'd been her first stray. After he'd learned to live with me, he hadn't minded the rest. Siebling's good for her. She's good for him. They have a place in Old City where they help other Scions put their lives back together, like they did for themselves. And for me. I'm so glad. She was. I felt her thoughts begin to find a center, an anchor, in the image of Jewel, smiling, helping others to smile. Maybe there was still hope after all, even for herself. She glanced back at me, her eyes questioning. Have you ever been to Quarrow, ma'am? Asking it before she could ask a question nobody really wanted answered right now. Yes, many times. I keep a house in Quarrow. You ever go to the hanging gardens there? It gave me a chance to look away from her, out at these gardens again. When I'd first seen the hanging gardens when I was 16 or 17, I couldn't believe that what I saw was natural, barely even believed it was real. I remembered the colors had been too bright, the forms too incredible, the rich, sweet perfume of the flowers too intense. The gardens rimmed the access well that was the only way in or out of Old City. They'd been right over my head all my life, always just out of reach. It's a beautiful place, Elnear said. Some of the most exquisite gardens I've ever seen. It's beautiful here, too. Sometimes it reminds me of Quarrow. I couldn't quite make myself say home. Does it? She looked surprised, looked out at her own gardens again. I guess you have to be a stranger to a place to really see its beauty. Did you ever look over the edge when you were there at the gardens? Over the edge? She asked, trying to imagine what I was talking about. Into the tank. Into Old City. She shook her head. No. You have to live in a place to really know its ugliness. Yes. Suddenly she wasn't seeing the gardens anymore. Sorrow settled over her, graying her mind, sloping her shoulders, until I was sorry I'd said it. I must get back to my work. She meant getting ready to face Stryker in the debate, to defend her belief in the FTA's incorruptibility. She glanced at me as she turned away from the window. To take another step toward a slot on the Security Council, and away from here, the Ta Mings, Centauri, this trap that her world had become. If you'll excuse me. Ma'am, I said. She turned back. I hate Centauri nearly as much as you do. As she looked at me, I just wanted you to know that. Brady won't hear anything from me again that you don't clear first. Suddenly she was remembering what I'd said about the real reason why I'd come here to work for her. Suddenly she was really hearing it. She looked down, moving random objects randomly on her desk. A statue of a child, a glass ball with a fragile puffball flower suspended impossibly inside it. For just a second I stared at it, because the ball looked so much like something I'd had once, a hydrant thing full of hidden secrets that had felt warm and almost alive when I held it in my hands. But that was gone. This was only a cold ball made of glass with an image inside it that never changed, like a memory. She looked up again and caught me still staring. I turned away from the look in her eyes and went out of the room without saying anything more. 10. Some dweeb once said to me, "Cheer up. Things could always be worse." He was right about that much. The face debate on drug deregulation was set for late afternoon the next day. I got to the place where it was going to happen about midday before Elnear and Jardin, working with Brady's security crew this time. I'd had to argue Brady into letting me come. I wasn't sure whether it was the news that Derek knew about me or the trouble I'd caused in Isplanaski's office, or just his own fear of Psions that made him try to tell me that before Elnear got there I didn't matter. He finally gave in, the way someone would stop chasing a fly because it wasn't important enough to waste time on. The floating independent news studio had been set up inside a historic landmark deep in the heart of Niuk. It was a thick-walled building made of gray stone that had been a god's house before the recreation. Since the Indy couldn't count on an interplanetary freighter to crash land during the debate, they'd wanted to give the viewers something to look at besides heads if their attention wandered. When I walked in, it was like walking into a kaleidoscope. The tall, arching windows along the side walls were made of thousands of bits of colored glass fused together, pictures of paradise painted from fragments of pure light. The Indy production crew had backlit them all for perfect effect, and rainbows of color bled into the stagnant air above the stage. It had been Stryger's idea to have this debate, but the Indy News had made it a reality. They'd even gotten an exclusive lock on it. They were plugging a lot of other VIPs into the same circuits with Stryger, so that curious citizens all over the Federation could get close to them in a way they didn't get to very often, while they were simply speaking their minds, not sending hidden messages through channels that only they could access. With all the publicity support Stryger had gotten, the ratings for this event would probably be astronomical. Everybody involved with it hoped they would be. The thousands of channels that wove the net's million separate corporate systems into something like a coherent whole were mostly there to keep their citizens amused. But they were also a way that Combines too paranoid to communicate directly could send out messages under a white flag to each other and to the rest of the galaxy. Shander Mandragora was moderating the debate. Mandragora was the Indy's most popular fax hyper. Even I knew who he was. He covered anything important the Federation Assembly did, and what they did was always important to somebody. Other hypers from more Combine networks than anybody knew existed had been crawling all over the floating studio where the debate was set since before dawn that morning. Most of them were bitching about the Indy's calculated generosity in letting them help it spread its logo all over their private systems. The media techs were easy to spot. Their attitude was, if you got it, flaunt it. They wore their cyber equipment openly as they swaggered past, third eyes and hand cameras, all their senses wired to record. Like street gangs, they liked the idea of standing out from the crowd. It gave them a special power like Psi, but it was one the Combines wanted and needed, so it made them different, but it didn't make them freaks. I felt a kind of jealousy as I watched them, the easy arrogance their portable territory gave them. After a while, the debaters themselves finally began to arrive. Besides Stryger and Elnear, the main draws in this particular infotainment, there was Isplanaski repping the FTA, 3 assembly members fronting various Combine blocks, and a couple of corporate security chiefs. Stryger came in first with his band of ass-kissing disciples, carrying his walking stick in his hand. Sojourner meant seeker. He always carried the staff as a kind of symbol of his journey. The wash of colored light from the windows only made him look more beautiful. There was no doubt in his mind that he was going to make this day his. He was in his element. I wondered if somehow he'd had something to do with them choosing this place for the debate. He spotted me in the crowd, almost as if he could feel me staring at him, feel my hatred or my fascination. He saw me, and suddenly his confidence screamed, rattling through my skull. I stood there watching while he stopped his forward momentum, lifting his staff to stop the momentum of everyone around him as he saw me. They swirled to a halt in a kind of confused slow motion while he looked into my eyes and thought, "I know you're listening." The words were fuzzy and shapeless, formed by a mind without any sensitivity to the gift, but clear enough. He raised his staff to me in a kind of benediction and smiled as if he knew some secret that only we two shared. "Bless you, boy, you are the answer to all my prayers." He smiled, a smile so sweet it should have been a lover's, a smile that leered at me like a slashed throat. I wanted to use my psi on him to find out what he meant by that. To see his smug face crack, to feel his loathing, disgust, raw hatred. anything but what I felt inside him now. But his confidence was real, and it turned my concentration to random noise. At last he looked away from me and went on, setting me free to slink off like a coward and lose myself in the crowd of techs. Elnear came in with Jardin a few minutes later, and the media image shapers crawled all over her like bugs, like they'd done with the rest. Only Stryker had his own personal image crew. I sat in a corner close by Elnear, trying to make myself invisible while I kept track of the swarms of hypers buzzing around her. She was wearing a bodyguard like all the speakers, but I did my job anyway. Now and then Jardin sent me to fetch something or someone, her voice like a barbed whip, waiting for me to do something half-assed again. Isplanaski stopped by for some kind of last-minute exchange and glanced at me like he expected me to explode. But as he passed me on his way out, he said, "I want to see you later." At least it didn't sound like a threat. Finally, every piece was pushed into place. I settled onto one of the hard historical benches beside Jardin, herded together by security with all the other aides and hangers-on and hypers. Up on the stage, the speakers seemed to float above the curving band of light that was their mutual podium, flowing into the sea of light behind them. I wondered how anyone would be able to concentrate on anything but that light. The words had better be good. They were good. I leaned back, listening to one speaker after another, the talking heads that gave human faces to the beliefs and policies of faceless economic networks. These people had been chosen because they knew how to come across well, and because whatever they were saying about the deregulation of pentryptine, that it was a disaster or a blessing or didn't really matter in the great motion of time, they believed it. They were all augmented, and they were plugged into Mandragora, letting him monitor their sincerity electronically. The viewers could read out for themselves exactly how much to trust what they saw and heard. Even Isplanaski came across clean and sincere in everything he said. But in the end, it all came down to Elnear and Stryker, the unspoken rivalry between them, the opening on the Security Council that they both wanted. Nobody was saying anything about it, not yet anyway, but everyone knew. All the hypers waiting with their questions and their prefab points of view, the Federation Assembly members, the Security Council itself. They'd all be weighing the impression the speakers made, their impact on the audience, the leverage they could get on the Assembly, which would prove their strength when the votes on deregulation were counted. Deregulation was still being data modeled by an Assembly Special Committee, but Elnear, and everyone else, knew that the committee would approve it in the next few days. And the way things stood, the measure was almost as sure to pass on the Assembly floor. Isplanaski finished his speech, and Mandragora gave the audience to Elnear at last. She looked out over the crowd, her eyes searching their faces as if she was looking for someone. But there was too much light. She looked at Mandragora again. "I had a very unusual conversation yesterday," she said, "with someone who asked me why I was participating in this debate, when I had told him that I thought individual human beings no longer had control of the Federation's fate, that our lives were ruled by the whims of interstellar commerce." I leaned forward in sudden surprise. Jardin glanced over at me, irritated. "I told him that I would be here today because I believed that even something on the scale of the Federation Assembly, or a multi-world combine, could still be influenced, if the evidence had enough weight, enough public opinion behind it pushing. I know that there are enough individual citizens inputting us here to influence the courses chosen by even such gigantic systems. You have the access right in your hands to register your opinion on the open net. I want you to do that, whatever your decision is, so that you can see the power you still have if you choose to use it. Because yesterday this person asked me some other questions, hard questions about the things I believed in. The Federation he knows is a very different place from the one I know. It made me realize how easy it is to dismiss a problem that doesn't seem to touch you directly, how deceptive, how dangerous. He also said to me that you have to know a place to really see its ugliness. Well, I know the biochem business. I listened as she went on speaking, telling them her vision of what letting these chemicals loose could do to the individual human identities of the billions of people receiving her, and how easily it could be done. Telling everyone that she was on the board of a drug combine that held the major patents on those drugs, that it would make profits off of them that would bloat Chem-Gen, and Centauri, although she didn't mention it by name. Telling the Federation that she still couldn't accept the promises that had been made about safety, because she knew too well how much promises were worth. The words weren't that different from the ones Isplanaski had spoken, but there was a heat behind them that seared them into your brain. As if this wasn't just a matter of ideology, but something she felt as responsible for as her own life. as if those invisible billions were her own family, her children. Jardin sat silently beside me, her eyes on Elnear, her face shining with pride and reflected light. All the speakers had been good, but Elnear was genuine, original, the best. But she wasn't the last. I looked at Stryker as Mandragora introduced him, and all the eyes in the room, real or recording, began to focus on him. He was the only one who seemed to belong here. His face was as translucent and glowing as the air, radiating the intensity of his own belief in himself, in the divine power he thought was speaking through him. If this place hadn't been chosen just to suit him, it might as well have been. He began to speak. Strong but easy words, nothing about God or damnation, letting the listeners know he wasn't a fanatic or a Combine VIP, but just a concerned everybody. I tried not to listen to what he was saying or to look at him, and yet my glance kept falling out of the air, away from the windows, back to his face again, partly because I couldn't help hating him, and partly because, like the last time, I just couldn't look away. Maybe absolute confidence gave you that kind of gravitational pull, or maybe it was just the fanatic's intensity he'd been born with. But I kept watching, kept listening, as his speech slowly sucked a billion minds into the dark underside of life that he claimed to understand, like he really knew anything about it. About killing to stay alive, about stealing to keep from starving, about making 10 credits the hard way, and using it to buy enough drugs to help you forget what you'd just done to earn it. Talking about how his drugs could let the light into the minds and lives of all those Deves and Pervs and Scions, and there was no change in his voice, as if he didn't really hate Scions any more than murderers or rapists. Those troublemakers who still kept crawling out of the cracks to violate humanity, kept it from running like a perfect machine, when we had the means within our grasp to change all that forever. His voice was ringing now, his eyes were smoking, but I could feel him still in perfect control of the rising spiral. And there was nothing at all on the readout below him, nothing that would prove to anyone watching whether he meant every word of it or not. He wasn't cybered, Isplanaski had said. He had no way to tie into the Indies system. But somehow, instead of making him seem like he had something to hide, it only made him seem to be above all that, so goddamn pure that he didn't need to prove his sincerity to anyone. Lady Elnear is concerned that deregulating the production of these drugs might lead to their misuse. I looked up again as I heard him mention Elnear. But I believe that it would be taking them out of the hands of those people who already misuse and abuse them. The criminals who now produce and illegally sell tiny quantities of these drugs for astronomical prices on the black market, to defend the laws that force these drugs into the hands of those very criminals who are now the only ones who profit from them financially is hardly in anyone's best interest. They are the ones who could profit the most morally if the drugs were used as they were meant to be used. To suggest, as Lady Elnear has, that using these drugs for the purpose God intended is evil can only be called misguided. To say that the Combine networks that provide for all our needs are worse than the criminals that exploit us is irresponsible. I have always believed that Lady Elnear was sincere in her unflinching crusade to create a more humane society. But now I must question you, lady. He turned to face her, violating the structure of the debate, which was supposed to leave Mandragora in charge of asking the questions. Are you not in fact protecting the deviants in our society, protecting those degenerates you claim to detest as much as I do? Elnear looked at him, startled, caught off guard. Of course not. I'm sure you know that that was not my point at all. It has come to my attention, Lady Elnear, that you actually have a scion, a Hydran half-breed, a telepath, employed on your personal staff. Isn't that true? Elnear flushed. For a second her gaze left Stryker's face, flashed out over the watchers. The readouts jumped and changed colors below her. Well, yes, I do, but... Beside me, Jardin murmured a curse. I felt her sudden, useless fury as she looked at me. What possible reason could you have for employing a member of a group known for its instability and criminality, its destructive effect on society? I hardly need to remind anyone here of what would have happened to the Federation if the psionic renegade called Quicksilver had successfully seized control of the Federation mines only 3 years ago. I don't believe in holding an entire group responsible for the actions of a few of its members, Elnear said. She recovered fast. There is a long history of persecution of scions, both Hydran and human, by the Federation. I have always tried to judge individuals on their own abilities. This individual who serves as your personal aide has a criminal record. Were you aware that he was one of the scions who conspired with the terrorist Quicksilver to hold the Federation's Telhassium supply for ransom? Elnear broke off again, her mouth still halfway open for speech. No, I wasn't aware.
His record also includes assault, theft, and drug abuse, an all too typical record.
I swore softly. How the hell did he find out? It wasn't in the public records. And he was making me out to be a traitor, and that was a goddamn lie. I wanted to shout it out to Elnear, to the whole Federation. Jardin caught my arm as I started to get up, jerking me around. "Move!" she hissed at me. I felt her rage transfer through her hand and up my arm, into my head. "Before you do any more damage. But it's a lie. Shut up, you fool." She dragged me toward the closest exit, her mind a nightmare of what would happen if those hypers gathered like a pack of dogs around us got hold of me. "It's hard for me to believe that with the security access available to you, you wouldn't have known about such a thing." Stryger was baying. "How you could possibly consider such a person suitable to work for you, unless there was some other reason." I didn't give Jardin any more argument. I just followed as fast as I could, keeping my head down until we reached the door. The door read our IDs and released, letting us out without any trouble. "There were unusual circumstances," I heard Elnear protesting, felt her rising desperation drowned in my mind by the rising excitement of the crowd. And then the door sealed shut behind us, cutting off her voice, and that was the last I heard. The cold, sheer-walled tunnel of street was silent and empty, except for the floating banks of lights high above us. Security had cleared everything for levels around before the debate started. As we stopped outside, Jardin turned suddenly before I even had time to react and hit me. "Damn it, Jardin!" I gasped. "God damn you!" I saw the furious tears backing up in her eyes. She said, "The worst part is that Stryger is right about Psions. Wait a minute." Pain began to throb behind my own eyes, frustration trying to beat its way out. A mod dropped down from somewhere, answering her summons. Chem-Gen-Gen's logo was on its side. She climbed into it, tried to slam the door on me. I forced it open again. She let me in, but only because she remembered how much worse it would be for Elnear if she left me there for the hypers to find. She sat back in her seat, pressing into the form foam. The mod began to drone. "Destination, please, destination, please, destination, please," until she finally gave it orders. "Damn it," I said. "It's Stryger, not me." She looked back at me, wiping fiercely at her face. "If you didn't exist, there was nothing he could have done to her. Nothing. That was true what he said about you, wasn't it?" Her hands tightened into a fist. "No. He twisted it around. I'm not a traitor. You don't have a criminal record?" "Yeah, but nobody was supposed to know that. It wasn't my fault." I shook my head. It didn't matter. I'd lost Elnear the debate, and maybe the vote and the council. Her freedom, the freedom of every Psion. By being a Psion. The answer to Stryger's prayers. I shut my eyes, put my hands over my ears, bit my lips, stopped breathing. To keep my brain from screaming out loud. The pain circled my head like a knotted cord, tightening. Eased off as I slowly got myself under control again. After a few more deep breaths, I opened my eyes. Jardin was rigid in her seat, staring at me like she thought she was trapped with a lunatic. I lowered my hands, wove my fingers together in the space between my knees to steady them. She looked away from me finally, wishing we were already at our destination, wishing I'd disappear. The mod went on silently through the hollow streets, the endless muted silvers and grays, blue-greens and golds, the steel and composite caverns. We flowed through the arteries and veins of a fossilized insect sealed in high-tech amber, heading toward some destination I didn't have any control over. We'd been supposed to go back to the FTA-plex after the debate, but that wasn't really an option now. I wondered how much longer the questions would go on behind us, how long Elnear would have to face them down. I began to sweat just thinking about having those blood-sucking hypers after my throat. I wondered where we were going, where Jardin thought she could hide me from them. At last, we funneled into one of the arching legs that straddled the river on the western edge of the city. The inner skin of the tube was fleshed with more city, with offices and townhouses. The mod homed in on one of them, tracking its electronic scent like a hound until we were setting down on a terrace somewhere high above the river. A Toming townhouse. I remembered that there was going to be a reception here tonight for Elnear after the debate. More like a funeral now. Until now, Elnear's biggest worry about tonight had been that parties wasted her time. I couldn't look down along the glass-smooth, green-black building front as we crossed the black mirror of the polished terrace. Looking up along its curve was nearly as bad. I followed Jardin in through the high lacquered doors into a dark entry hall.
Clatter and conversation reached us from a distance. I could feel the electricity of minds overloading with last-minute preparation for tonight. But here, just inside the entrance, it was still quiet and we were still alone. Jardine turned on me hard-eyed. Her hand gripped my arm until it spasmed. "Follow me. Say nothing." She led me through the townhouse, avoiding everyone as she took me up in a lift, 3 or 4 levels. She left me in a cramped, stuffy room that passed for a study, even though I knew by the dead smell of the air that no one ever used it. "Keep the door locked. Speak to no one until the lady has spoken to you. Do you understand me?" I nodded, and she left me there alone. I stood in the middle of the room, without even the strength to move, staring around me. The room was high and narrow, like everything about this place. At its end there was a high, narrow window. Outside, the early evening light was slanting across the river. Shadows were filling in the valleys of the city's carapace. The space around me was filled with a fungal growth of pale, diseased-looking furniture. I hated the thought of touching anything, afraid it might crumble away like rotting wood, but after a while I got tired of standing. I went toward the window, sat down on the quivering edge of a shelf seat. I couldn't hear any sounds now. I stared out at the view of the sheer, shining city wall, the gray-blue river waters rolling by below. A few hours ago it would have seemed beautiful to me, but suddenly nothing looked like it had before. I sat and thought about the time when the most important thing in my life had been whether I could scrounge enough food to make it through another week, when all I'd cared about was slipping enough stolen goods to a free drop to make what I owed to the dealer man. When a tough problem was finding a warm place to sleep at night, when everything was simple, life or death. I slumped forward, letting my aching head rest in my hands. When I hadn't understood why somebody only had to look at me to hate me. I stayed like that, waiting while the sky slowly changed beyond the windows and the world blued over, until the day was teetering on the edge of night. Then, at last, I heard the soft sucking sound as the door opened and Elnear came into the room. 11. I heard the mingled voices of people passing in the hall behind Elnear. All sound stopped as she closed the door. I got up, while light oozed out of hidden crannies in the walls. Elnear stood where she was, her body rigid. The anger and betrayal she felt as she faced me at last forced its way in through all my senses. There was nothing soft or weak about her now, like understanding or sympathy or even pity. I could forget about those. Finally she said, "I hope that Centauri is satisfied. Your presence in my life turned today's debate into a disaster, an exercise in futility. We will certainly lose the upcoming vote on deregulation now." Which meant she'd lose the Security Council slot, too. She didn't even need to mention that. Because of you. Or that either. But she did. I looked away at the deepening indigo of the sky, back at her. We were both too visible. There was no hiding place, standing here inside this lens of light. I didn't answer, looking at the floor now. "You're usually quicker on your feet." There was a tone in her voice I'd never heard before. "Aren't you going to argue with me? At least you usually argue with me. A good saboteur always tries to cover his work," I thought. "But then I suppose your real job is done. And I thought you were only sent here to spy on me." I looked up. "That isn't what I'm here for, goddammit. It's not my fault Stryger hates Psions. I didn't tell him to nail me." "You could at least have told me," she said, her voice cold, "that you were a criminal." "I'm not." I shook my head. "Stryger twisted everything around. I was pardoned. I'm clean. My record was sealed, buried. Nobody can access it anymore. I don't even know how he found out. Anyone can find out anything with the right contacts. And he certainly has them." She threw the wrap she was carrying down onto the couch. She began to move restlessly back and forth, glancing at me as she moved. The worst part of the entire ordeal was being accused of conspiring with criminals, as if by attempting to keep these drugs restricted, I want to afflict all of humanity with the plague of degenerates and sociopaths. Her open hand came down on a tabletop, hard. I had to agree with him, grant him his point, or look like a liar as well as a hypocrite. Because of course I agree that criminal behavior and deviancy should be controlled. "You mean like Psions? Isn't it enough they can't get hired for most kinds of work? Ain't it enough they get drug-wiped if they ever get caught using their psi to commit a crime? Stryger wants them drug-wiped the minute they're born. That's why he wants pentryptine deregulated. That's why he wants to be on the Security Council.
so that he can have 'em all put in relocation dumps, and then he can make it illegal for them to breathe. My voice broke. It had already happened to the Hydrons. It had happened to my mother. Now Stryger wanted to make it happen to anybody with a single psi gene drowned in their chromosome pool. I knew what he wanted. I knew. I pulled my voice back together. You said up there that Psions deserve to be judged like everybody else, one-on-one. I almost thought you believed it. You could have pushed harder. You could have fought him. Except that after what he'd said, calling me a criminal and a traitor, she hadn't wanted to. Stryger was right. The same thought, the same betrayal and disgust as I'd seen in Jardin's mind. You brought this on yourself. Half of what he said about me was lies. You believed him without even making him prove it. Yesterday I thought you... My empty hands made fists. Why? Because what he said about Psions is true, she snapped. Psions are mentally unstable, sociopaths, harming themselves as well as the people around them. Thinking of Jewel, thinking of me, the only Psions she'd ever seen. But she knew the stereotype. Psions were all floaters, freaks, head cases. We'd only proved the point. Perhaps they would be better off if their powers were under some kind of control. Now she was the one who wouldn't meet my eyes. Some part of her knew, even as she said it, that it wasn't right or just, that it denied everything she had always thought she believed. But she couldn't help herself, and her guilt only gave her resentment more strength. That's what Jewel and Siebling are trying to do, I said, trying not to reach out to her mind, not to try to make her see, knowing that that would be the worst thing I could do. To teach Psions how to control their own gift, like Siebling did with me and Jewel. That's how to stop them from getting into trouble. They're not animals. If all Psions were in complete control of their abilities, they would only be tempted to use them against others. Power is the strongest drug of all. You worked for that terrorist Quicksilver. Parroting Stryger again, the memory burning in her eyes. He would have crippled the FTA and torn the entire Federation apart if he hadn't been stopped. How do you think the FTA stopped him? She didn't answer. She didn't know. They used Psions. Siebling, Jewel, me, a bunch of others. That's when I met her. That's what I was doing out there on Cinder, at the mines. Ask Jewel. She didn't even know that. All she knew, all any of them still remembered, was that a Psion terrorist had nearly brought down the Federation single-handed. Quicksilver didn't do it alone, I said. He wasn't some kind of crazy god. He had plenty of Combines backing him, just like Stryger. But we still stopped him. Jewel and Siebling and me. I held up my fist. I killed Quicksilver myself. I felt him die inside me, and that's why I can't use my psi anymore unless I'm so drugged up I can't remember his pain. I felt tears spill out of my eyes, so suddenly that I didn't have a chance of stopping them. They burned my face like acid, like they hadn't done in years. Not since the moment after the killing when I'd realized what I'd done. To him, to myself. When I'd looked into my own mind and seen the nothing hole I'd made of somebody else with my telepathy and a gun. A wound bleeding hate and terror. A wound that would never heal. When I'd realized that I'd destroyed the gift that had become my life. That I was back where I'd started, blind and alone and going nowhere. I wiped at my face with my hand, choking on sobs, feeling nothing. Elnear was staring at me with a kind of horrified fascination, like someone watching a burnout scream curses on an old city street corner. If she'd had any doubts about whether freaks were all crazy, I'd just proved it was true. She was backing toward the door. I think, she murmured, feeling for the plate on the wall, that your work for the Tummings is probably finished. You have certainly done enough already. The anger and frustration were back in her voice. The door flicked open. Under no circumstances are you to attend the party downstairs. My own security people are here tonight. They will see that you are removed if you show yourself there. She left the room. The door sealed shut behind her, and I was alone again. I sat down, facing out on the view of coming night, blind with tears, pain like knives stabbed into the back of my eyes. I got up again and stumbled across the room, found the trash can I'd seen beside the desk, and vomited into it. After that, my head felt a little better, but the trembling in my hands went on for a long while. I lay back on the couch, feeling the skin on my face tighten as the tears dried, wondering what in hell was happening to me. Maybe I was sick, maybe I was tired, maybe it was starting. Symptoms. my mind eating away at my body because the drugs kept it from eating away at itself. It was sending me a warning, telling me to stop for God's sake. I touched the patch behind my ear. I'd just been fired, hadn't I? My cover was gone. What was the point in wearing a patch anymore, walking on broken legs? I tried to make my fingers peel off the patch. What about Elnear? Somebody was still trying to kill her. That hadn't changed. Fuck her, I said. But that didn't do anything except make me feel lousier. I'd ruined her life. What did I expect her to do, thank me? Besides, it was Brady who'd hired me, and he hadn't fired me yet. Maybe I should wait. I needed the money. I pulled my knees up, rested my head on a crust of pillows, feeling my anger slowly melt down into a puddle of envy. I listened with my mind to the rising murmur of mental noise, guests arriving, filling the levels of the townhouse below me. Elnear had said she hated parties. They were a waste of time. She was probably going to hate this one more than usual. But I'd felt her somewhere in the back of her mind, remembering a time when she'd loved the music and the dancing, the company of the best, when she'd been giddy with wine and laughter, when every word had sparkled like diamonds, when every sensation was a perfect counterpoint playing on all her senses at once, when she'd been in love. I couldn't help wondering what that would feel like, to have everything you ever wanted, even happiness. It hadn't lasted for her, but whatever did, I thought at least I'd get to taste it for one night. But now any memories I'd have of tonight would have to be stolen ones. I let my sigh slide into the white water of those hundreds of minds, all of them together but forever alone, even in a place like this. I collided with random bits of image and emotion, collecting them. Someone's eyes falling on a beautiful woman wearing a gown of jewels, the sudden taste of fresh kisk fruit rind dripping with chocolate, the smell of roses and imported incense, pulsing music, pungent disgust, hot hunger as someone's blood-red nails traced a slow line down my backbone. It was all so easy. They were all so blind. I lost myself inside their pleasure, sinking deeper into fantasies, letting myself be rich and famous, fire and ice, a scion. I sat up on the couch, jerked out of my peep show dreams as my mind wandered in through the wrong open door. But I'd been loose and careless, not trying to guard my own thoughts, knowing none of those deadheads would ever know the difference. Except this one wasn't a deadhead. It had been a man. That was all I knew for sure before he knew and cut me off in sudden panic. I lunged after him, let my mind fall like a net over the sea of stars in darkness that was the party down below. But he was gone, losing himself in the void that kept those stars separate forever. He wasn't very good, but neither was I, and one thing he knew how to do was hide. I gave up the hunt after a while, leaning back as I sank into playing voyeur again. I was better at that, and Brady didn't want me digging up family secrets anyway. The odor of warm flesh and perfume, the electric shock of sudden humiliation, braying laughter, synth music. The door opened. I sat up fast, afraid it was Elnear who'd come back and caught me jerking off my brain. But it was Derek instead. He spasmed with surprise, as if the last thing in the world he'd expected to see here was another human being. Or me. He laughed. It cut off like a stick snapping. "Well, hello." He came on into the room, every movement full of angular momentum. "So this is where she's exiled you to. The cat's out of the bag, so I hear." He raised his eyebrows, smirking at some joke I didn't get. "Now everybody knows your secret. You won't be safe anywhere. You're a marked man to the hypers. You're famous. Poor Auntie's ready to make violin strings out of your guts." I sat forward, pressing the heels of my hands into my eyes as my head started to throb again. "I don't mean to intrude. I can tell you must be having a marvelous time hiding out up here all alone while the party of the century goes on without you, just out of reach downstairs." I heard him pass close by me as he crossed the room. "Hasn't she even brought you up a cup of lukewarm tea and a handful of crumbs? Thoughtless. But then she's having such a wonderful time herself." "Jesu," I said. "You're really an asshole." I raised my head. He turned back, staring at me, but not really seeing me. "You're right." There was surprise on his face now, like he was seeing himself for the first time in a mirror. "You're very perceptive about human nature. But then I suppose all telepaths are." His mouth slid into another mocking smile. I swore and stood up, sick of being one of his sick jokes. I started for the door, not knowing where I was going, but only that I had to get away from this. Cat, wait! I stopped, turned around. He was wearing the best imitation of a real face that I'd ever seen on him. He bent his head to one side. Listen, I am sorry. I have made an ass of myself. You're absolutely right, and absolutely honest, which is more than I can say for anyone else around here, including myself. He lifted his hands in a shrug. Don't go. How about a truce? I won't make fun of you if you promise not to tell the truth. I felt my face tighten, waiting for the next slap. I didn't say anything, but he only turned back to what he was doing, which was putting his hand through what looked like a solid sculpture hanging on the wall. His arm disappeared up to his elbow, came out again holding a small ceramic box. He set the box down on the desk. My drugs, he said. He pulled it open with a kid's guilty grin, showing off, waiting for my reaction. When I still didn't say anything, he took out plastic sheets covered with colored dots and began to peel them off one at a time. He decorated his forehead with blues and greens, stuck on a double line of golds and reds around his throat inside the open collar of his neat gray tunic, shoved a purple one down the front of his pants. Ah, that's better. I hope you know what the hell you're doing, I said finally, because I'm not going to scrape you off the floor when you overdose. He snorted. Of course I do. How about you? I hear you're an experienced drug abuser from way back. Help yourself. He waved me toward the half-empty sheets. I shook my head. I don't use anymore. There was a time when I'd tried anything anybody'd sell me, trying to find the one that could fill the empty place where something nameless had been torn loose inside me. The one that could take away the pain of living through another day on the streets. I was lucky I was still alive. I didn't need drugs anymore. Suddenly my hand wanted to reach up behind my ear to feel the patch, to rip it off, or maybe to make sure it was still in place. I kept my arm down at my side. Derek looked at me, half puzzled, half frowning. I tried to make myself find out what was going on in his mind. I got the usual stench of mockery and black humor. Under it, the electric song of barely controlled tension, aimless strands of disgust and loathing. His mind was like a jungle, the drugs filling it in with impenetrable vines of random sensation as they opened up all his senses. I couldn't get any further, pushing against the limits of my crippled psi. Derek sighed, a smile of pure pleasure stretching his face out like a piece of plastic. Much better. He looked like someone who'd just had a knife blade moved away from his throat. I could almost feel him relaxing. No wonder he liked drugs. I watched him shove the box back through the sculpture into its hiding place. I have no intention of staying around here for more of the overdressed dog and pony show downstairs. Trust me, you're really not missing a thing. A vicious, meaningless, and ultimately boring game of beasts and victims, that's all it is. I'm having my own private party down at Purgatory. Argentine has created a new work just for tonight. I'm going there now. All my favorite people are going to be there. Do you want to come? His eyes brightened with sudden eagerness. Come with me. You'll be a sensation. I blinked, stared, not really believing I'd heard him ask. I shook my head. I can't. He raised his eyebrows. Why not? Are you afraid the hypers will eat you alive? No one will even know you're gone. You'll be safe. I thought about it, hit with a sudden rush of excitement as I imagined getting free of this prison, feeling alive and real for even one night. I'm supposed to stay here. I've got to do my job. Brady. Brady? He laughed. Do you really think Brady cares what you do now? Do you really think Elnear does? Do you actually believe someone is going to murder her in the middle of this crowd? Besides, everyone here has been scanned right down to their entrails for weapons. He strolled toward me, reached out to jog my arm. They don't need you, he said gently. Don't take yourself so seriously. No one else does. I jerked away from his hand. He shrugged. Irritation showed in his eyes, was gone again. Do what you like. Sit here and sulk. Pretend you matter. He turned away, starting for the door. You had your chance. All right, I'll come. He turned back, grinning. I promise you a night you'll never forget. You sure you don't want any drugs? No thanks, I said. I've got all I need. 12. I followed Derek out of the room, through a maze of empty back hallways, down a lift that only servants used. slipping past doorways that opened onto a wall of light, noise, motion, into darkness, silence again. I could feel him still grinning up ahead of me, lighting up my brain with his pleasure buzz, counterpointing the dry, empty throbbing in my own head. We came out at last in some kind of sub-basement garage, where half a dozen private mods sat waiting for people who needed a quick escape. As we stepped out of the lift into the shadowed underworld, someone materialized from behind a pillar. I swore, jerking up short, but Derek only laughed and pulled me forward. "Jiro," he called. "Good boy, you escaped them. Look who I've found to join us." Jiro stepped out into the light. His hair was still wild, and half his face was streaked with blood-colored paint. He was wearing a brocade jacket with one sleeve missing, over a torn shirt over a striped ankle-length tunic. It took me a minute to realize he hadn't been in some kind of accident. His ear-to-ear smile fell away as he saw me. The static of his excitement faded, broken by the sudden blankness of uncertainty, sharp pangs of doubt and curiosity. He knew, just like everybody else did now. "Cat!" His shoulders twitched. Are you really a freak? Are you, reading my mind all the time?" His eyes were bright and dark, the whites showing. "He knows our every secret, don't you, Cat?" Derek murmured. "No," I said as evenly as I could. "I'm not a freak. I'm a Psion." "And no," I said again, ignoring Derek's laugh, "I'm not reading your mind all the time. You're not that interesting." Jiro frowned. Derek's laughter goaded me out into the open space. Jiro skittered backwards as I passed him, came forward again, almost treading on my heels as he tried to prove something to himself. Somehow the space inside the mod seemed cramped, like there were two of me sitting side by side. The mod delivered us right to the door of Purgatory, Argentine's private club. What I saw of the deep end around it made me damn glad of that. We climbed out into the glare of 100 different hologos dancing in the darkness overhead, stepped over a burnout sprawled in the gutter. Jiro coughed from the stink of a garbage fire somewhere down the block. A gang of street slugs done in gold teeth and 3D paint gave us the eye as they pounded past. The one thing I hadn't been expecting to see was the way the city's sealed dome arced down into the bay, creating more breathing space, reclaiming the bottom of the sea. Argentine's club was just offshore. The black wall of water rose halfway up the dome here, drowning the stars in half the night sky. I don't know what I'd thought a place run by Derek Tomming's lover would look like. On the outside it didn't look like much. An ancient cement block warehouse with the word Purgatory hollowed in red crawling endlessly over its face like a blind worm. Derek strode across the dirt-blackened bricks of the pavement as if he owned this part of town and went down the shallow stairwell to the club's entrance. He touched something on the rusted iron door that sent out a silent call. I followed after him, staying close to Jiro, who was sparking with his own nervous energy. He was so high on excitement that I almost thought he'd been taking drugs. But his mind was clear when I checked him. At least Derek hadn't made his stepbrother the same offer he'd made me. I knew Jiro liked Argentine, but I was surprised Derek would bring a kid like him to the deep end. Argentine was a sim player. Like magicians, they worked your head best if they did it live. But Jiro had said she was famous. She must do gigs in bigger and better places than this. The graffiti-covered door cracked open, swung wide as whoever was behind it recognized Derek. Cinnamon smoke and screaming laughter reached out and dragged us inside. "Welcome to Purgatory!" A face or a mask pushed into mine. I couldn't tell which from the leering smile. Young or old, male or female. Somewhere inside all that I found a man's mind, or thought I did. Not quite heaven, not quite hell. His breath stank from skagweed. His hand grabbed my wrist, inside a swirl of translucent glitter cloth, yellows and golds, and he hauled me forward, shooing Jiro down the hallway. "Your first time, pretty?" I wasn't sure if he was talking to me or Jiro or both of us. If Argentine wanted to keep out anybody who didn't have a sense of humor, she was doing a good job. We half stumbled, half slid down a dark ramp. It dumped us out into the middle of a madhouse. I stopped, staring. Derek was already wading through the crowd, shouting and waving his arms. The crowd parted around him like a sentient sea, and voices called his name. I stood at the bottom of the ramp, weaving my mind into a fist in self-defense as Jiro plunged out into the shifting mass of bodies after Derek. Still just trying to take it all in. The vast scarred womb that was the club's interior. The glaring, pounding music that filled it like an invisible force.
trying to split open its walls. The people. They looked like they'd been body-snatched and dropped down here from every age, every world, every imaginable level of human life. They wore lace and brocade, leather and rags, grafts, jewels, chains and batteries, plastic, hair, skins and bones. I felt like a mark still wearing Combine colors. Derek's ultra-conservative suit looked so wrong that it actually made him seem to belong here. Some of the guests hugged him, kissed him, groped him. I began to spot a few that weren't natives, bored Vips escaping like he was from their own respectability, trying too hard to seem like they fit in. I could spot that kind in my sleep. Behind me, flanking the entrance, there were two bouncers, huge grotesques who'd had themselves built into shells of augmented alloy that made them damn near indestructible. Near the wall, on my left, 3 more or less naked men were wrestling in a pool of green jelly, splattering the shrieking onlookers with slime. 4 gilled, sexless exotics did an underwater ballet inside a clear bubble of glass drifting past overhead. One of them put a hand against the glass, gazing down at me. Slowly I reached up, stretching to meet it. The hand twitched away as I touched the glass. Its owner was gone in a swirl of silent laughter. A pair of chained-up black dogs yelped and snapped at me as I edged past them and out into the room. The strange danced with strangers, shaking and flailing like they'd been set on fire, or sprawled exhausted on jewel-colored cushions by low tables covered with food and drinks. There was nothing here I hadn't seen before, but I'd never seen it all in one place. There were clubs in Old City more bizarre than this, but I'd never had the credit line to get past their doors. There was a stage at the far end of the room. It was empty now, the only spot in the place where nothing was going on. Musicians were performing all around the club, each one singing, playing something different, lost in some separate auditory hallucination. And yet somehow it was all one sound. 6 kinds of synths playing 6 kinds of songs, fusing into one perfect web of music. The changing rhythms meshing like gears. Argentine Sim. I'd never heard one this good. But I didn't see Argentine anywhere. There was no light song happening yet either. She must be the spirit, the one who did the visuals, who made it all work. I waded on through the dance, my body twitching to passing rhythms, my vision changing color as I passed through bands of amplified light searching for Derek and Jiro. My eyes did a double-take as my sight suddenly turned black and white. All the color was missing from the far corner of the room. I looked down at myself, back at the people around me. We were all still in living color. I reached the split in reality, stepped across it. I turned black and white like everyone and everything around me. I stepped back again, not ready to go colorblind. Someone pushed a drink into my hand. It was Derek, from out of nowhere, with a couple of female exotics hanging on him. "Come on, Cat, do something. I promised everyone you'd be interesting." I took the drink. It was blue and steaming. I tapped Derek's thoughts just long enough to be sure it wasn't loaded. It was safe enough. I took a sip. "Where's Jiro? He shouldn't be left alone here. He shouldn't be here at all." One of the women blew kisses at me with tattooed green lips. Derek laughed. "My God, you sound like Auntie. I thought you were supposed to be some kind of wild boy. I thought this was your element. Don't get stiff on me." "I'll get him stiff." One of the women oozed away from him toward me. I backed up, and behind me someone else's hand slid down over my ass. I jerked forward again. The woman with a single horn growing out of her forehead threw her arms around me. There was something long and shapeless squirming in her hand, something grayish-pink and wrinkled. "This is a suckworm," she whispered. "Guess what it does?" She pushed it at me, trying to slip it into my clothes. I let my disgust slam into her brain without control, without warning. She squealed and fell back. Derek didn't bother to catch her, and she sat down hard on the floor, blinking, dazed. "Well, fuck you," she said, to nobody in particular. She picked up the worm and crawled away through a forest of legs. The crowd around Derek murmured, and I heard a ripple of applause. "What did I tell you?" Derek said to them. "Mental powers." I turned back to him. "I used to live off divers like you, night trippers with fat credit, pretending they were something they weren't. You think this is all a big joke. You're wrong. I don't want Jiro hurt. Where is he?" Derek winced. "You're telling me the truth again. That's against the rules." He raised his hands as my own hand made a fist. "He's safe. He's backstage with Argentine. She'll watch over him like a nanny. He's in perfect ecstasy. Relax." He shrugged, still amused.
The crowd of hangers-on around him kept changing like a kaleidoscope. Leather and lace, flesh and fur. Meet your fans, Cat. It's such perfect timing. Today you became notorious, a media star. Tonight you can celebrate it among people who really understand what it means to be unique, a freak. I grimaced, taking another gulp of my drink as he dragged me through the crowd to a table next to the stage. My personal table, my guest of honor. He caught my shoulders, chivying me around. You'll have a perfect view of Argentine's performance from here. Sit down. He pushed me down onto a pillow in a sea of colored cushions, keeping an arm around my shoulders. His face was flushed, his eyes were too bright. He looked like a man with a fever. Excitement, eagerness, pride. I was his prize catch, a moment's inspired impulse. Proof to the inhabitants of the deep end that he was as twisted as they were inside his silver-gray straitjacket. He lived his double life with a vengeance that was hard to believe. Flaunting Argentine at the family estates was only the surface membrane of his secret self. A hint to his family that if they dared to push through it, they'd find a lot more secrets than they were ready for. He played the perfect Combine VIP by day, but it was only a role, just like the jaded div he played here by night. I wondered what the real Derek was, or where, or whether there was anything at all behind the masks. The seats around me at the table filled up before I had time to set down my drink, and the questions started flowing. Is it true that Psions... Tell me what... Read my mind. What's your prime? How does it feel? I let the hungry curiosity seep into my brain, the eager titillation as they waited for me to rape their minds with a thought. Even fear could be a pleasure, a new kind of drug. As the drink loosened me up, I started to let myself believe that nobody around me hated my guts, or wanted to get away from me, or was actually laughing at me inside. At least I knew what kind of people these were. At least here I didn't have to worry about everything I did, everything I said, even the way I said it. I felt myself relaxing for the first time in days. I answered their questions out loud at first, until I saw that that wasn't what they wanted. Then I answered them with my mind. Slowly, gently, so that nobody panicked. They giggled and held their heads like children. Derek smiled with anticipation, not asking any questions of his own. Read my mind. The woman with scales glittering on her skin whispered again beside me. She licked her lips with a slitted tongue. I don't need to. I grinned, and so did she. I finished off my drink, and there were two more in front of me before I could even ask. I took a meat-filled bun from one of the platters heaped with food in the center of the table, bit into it, still grinning. Across the table from me, a bald, thick-necked slug in patchwork leather was stuffing food into his mouth as fast as he could, choking it down, hardly bothering to breathe. He'd cleared off half the platter closest to him already. I watched him eat for a minute longer, realized I was forgetting to chew the food in my own mouth. I glanced away at a couple of few cushions past him. They could have been male or female or both, and they were slowly peeling away each other's clothes, like somebody peeling the layers of an onion. Somebody else began to give me a back rub while I watched, kneading my neck and shoulders, pressing their thumbs into the hollows along my spine. It felt good, and I let the hand strip off my jacket without even looking around. I answered more questions as the crowd around me changed again. I drank more drinks, ate more food from the tray that never seemed to get completely empty, while everything began to feel better and better. I'd had dreams about this, about being at the center of a diver's private fantasy as an equal. I felt myself letting go, an almost physical thing, as if my bones were melting and my body was moving away in 7 different directions at once. My mind began to drift, floating in a warm, hazy sea of acceptance where the only tension was sexual, and there was no fear at all. After a while, Jiro came dancing out from behind the stage. He jumped down into the cushions beside us, panting, his face flushed with excitement, and wriggled like a puppy into a spot beside Derek. As he settled in, the music that had been all around us until I didn't even hear it anymore changed, in a way that made everyone stop everything and look toward the stage. Reality shrugged, and suddenly the stage wasn't empty anymore. Shimmering above it now was a gleaming black filament like the web of some mutant blood spider. There were human victims, 6 men or what looked like them dangling in the wires, with blood or something like it dripping from their wounds. The air smelled like ozone. I shut my eyes and looked at them with my mind, and they were the musicians who'd been playing all around us. They were still playing, still hooked into the SIM net. Their writhing agony was a free-form dance tied to the heartbeat of their music, I heard Jiro suck in his breath, half frowning, as he tried to guess whether what he saw was real. Knowing it couldn't be, but still not sure. "It's just an act," I said. He nodded, frowned a little deeper, pushing his hair back from his eyes. "I know that." He hunched his shoulders and looked away at the stage again as lightning played down the web. Argentine was there, suddenly drifting down through the web like some pitiless goddess of death, her hair a shock wave of silver white. Black leather cupped her like the petals of a night flower. Black silk fringe slid over bare flesh like the groping hands of her victims, reaching out for mercy as she passed. As her feet hit the floor, she began to sing, swiveling out of the web and along the tongue of stage in spike-heeled killer shoes, stretching her silvered arms to embrace the crowd. Watching her strut, it was hard to take my eyes off her, almost impossible to separate her from the beat that drove her motion in through every pore of my body, or her voice from the reverberating air. I couldn't make out the words she was singing, even as they etched themselves across my brain, like acid eating its way into glass. A song about men and women, a song of war, in and out of the flesh. And as she sang, and as she moved, her flesh began to heave and buckle, as if something monstrous inside her was trying to force its way out. With the music screaming, her perfect flesh tore open like rubber. Glistening limbs flailed, pushed, burst free. Her mutilated body fell away, withering like a cocoon. About getting inside each other's skins, would it really be so different? A silver-haired man, the sheen of sweat on the silver flesh laid bare above his tight black leather pants, heavy codpiece, thigh-high armored boots. Armed to the teeth, he raised a metal-studded fist to the crowd, and his voice was Argentine's, and no one else's but his own. Would it really still be war? And he turned, and Argentine was waiting there behind him. Alone, defenseless, she held up her hand as if she could stop his slow, hungry advance on her by nothing but willpower. And the gun dropped from his hands as his chest began to heave and tear, showing velvet as red as blood, as his face contorted and the music screamed while a hand struggled out through his mouth, as his body exploded like porcelain dropped from a height. A silver-haired woman in a red velvet gown emerged like a snake, shedding the man's skin, shuddering free of it as it sloughed to the floor, kicking it away. I watched Argentine walk toward Argentine, undulating like the sea. As they passed each other like figures in a mirror, the two women lifted their hands, blowing kisses, while Argentine segued into the final verse of her song. "If you were a woman and I was a man, inside the other side of life tonight." The crowd howled, its voice strobing inside sound like a sun gone nova, as Argentine appeared and disappeared, moving through curtains of synthesized reality, shouting and applause, to settle, as the music rolled away and the visions faded into the space that had somehow opened for her between Derek and me. I stared at her, hardly believing she was actually right beside me. She looked back at me, blinking with a kind of startled recognition as she realized she'd seen me before, as she realized now, like everyone else did, what I really was. "Argentine. Magnificent," Derek murmured. He put his arms around her, kissing her lips, her throat, her breasts, laying claim to her and all that she was, all that she'd just created, in a way that nobody who saw them could fail to understand. She didn't resist him, dissolving against his body, turning the kiss into an extension of what she'd done on the stage, still radiating the white heat of her performance energy. What drove into my dazzled brain then surprised me as much as anything I'd just seen on the stage. She actually wanted him, wanted to feel his lips against her skin, and it was her own pleasure that let the contact continue long after it could have ended. I watched them, like everybody else was watching them, with the heat of Argentine's energy still burning inside me, mutating, shifting, getting hotter. Derek's arousal, my own, slowly realizing that there was a whole hidden layer of sensation that only I could share. Out of everyone in that room who saw them, I shared it, hungry, greedy, not able to stop myself, knowing all the while that they knew I knew, and wanted me to know, and liked it that way. They broke apart at last, to more whistles and howls. Jiro sat gaping, caught somewhere between awe and panic. Derek looked straight at me, grinning, still with one arm holding Argentine close. He said, "How did you like the show?" He didn't mean just the one on stage. I grinned too, leaning back in the soft embrace of the pillows. I could sense the entire room now as I let my focus dissolve. The flow, the heat, the pressure, the wild energies. Feel it all funnel back along the lines of contact until my mind felt like a star. I let out a little of that raw fissioning fire, feeding it into him, into Argentine. into every mind around me at the table, letting them feel exactly how much I enjoyed it. There were gasps and giggles, aftershocks of stunned disbelief, and then everyone's eyes were on me again. They all wanted more. The slug across the table even stopped eating for long enough to look up at me. I opened myself to them, feeling the contact ebb and flow as I dropped the circuit breakers in my mind. A strangled laugh escaped from Derek. I felt his craving for the forbidden touch, the terror that squeezed it, compressed it until it became a kind of lust. I broke contact with him as I suddenly remembered Jiro. Jiro was staring at me too, his throat working. He was even more terrified of what I'd just done than Derek was, but he was trying desperately to look like he enjoyed it, to look like everybody else. I wanted to say something to him, but then Argentine leaned away from Derek toward me, looking directly into my eyes with all her attention, really seeing me for the first time. "That was incredible," she murmured. She laughed, shaking out the silver mane of her hair. I felt her enjoy the feel of it down her back, felt her titillated by the sensation of thoughts turned inside out, felt her wanting to feel another mind run its fingers through her own again. I brushed her mind with an image, and she shivered. "I'm ruined," she said, her voice caressing me like warm fingers. "You're like silk. Accessing is going to feel like sandpaper in my brain for the rest of my life. You've ruined me with one touch." Her hand reached out this time, brushing my cheek. She was only half serious, but Derek's grip on her tightened, pulling her away. She glanced at him, more amused than annoyed, pulling her spike-heeled feet in closer to her on the cushions. "You brought him here, love. Let us enjoy him. We don't see nearly as many scions here on Earth as you world jumpers do." "Why not?" I asked, half realizing that down here, where nothing was a surprise, telepaths shouldn't be as interesting as I seemed to be to them. "This is Earth," Derek said, his smile twitching with spite. "Scions are, well, abnormal." He shrugged. "They're discouraged from settling here. They might pollute the stock." His eyes moved, not meeting mine, as his own paranoia suddenly set in again. My anger shot out past my control, spilled over into the open lines of my mind, and hit him. The people gathered around the table jerked and gasped, laughed nervously. Derek wiped at his eyes, shook his head, looked at me again. Eager again in a way that should have made me want to get away from him. But the warm feedback of everyone else's acceptance melted my anger, dissolved my resentment. I couldn't hold on to my thoughts any more than I seemed to be able to keep them to myself. And somehow I didn't even care that something was going wrong. "Have you ever plugged in?" Argentine asked, leaning toward me again, her copper-colored eyes intent. "Have you ever worked a sim circuit? Would you like to try?" Do what she did. The music, the images creating a mass hallucination out of the artist's imagination. I shook my head. "God's teeth," she said. "You'd be astounding. You could make people live what they see and hear. The ultimate." "That's socket work. It's illegal," I said, the words flat. "For scions." Even I knew that. If they catch you, they drug wipe you. "If I could create that kind of effect even once," she said, "it would be worth it." "It's not your brain." She shrugged, and the petals of black leather she'd been wearing were suddenly watercolor silk. I blinked, wondered what she was really wearing. The image I was trying not to form inside my head formed anyway and leaked. More tittering laughter. Argentine smiled. "Fairly accurate," she said. Derek's frown came back, but he only kissed the back of her neck and said, "Argentine, Jiro would like to dance with you, but he doesn't know how to ask." She turned away, looking toward Jiro. "Delighted." She pushed to her feet in a wash of liquid color and took Jiro's hand. Jiro scrambled up, speechless, and followed her away toward the dance floor. I watched her go, watching her tight dancer's muscles flow beneath the silk until she disappeared into the crowd. I left a strand of thought tied to her mind even after I lost sight of her. As I looked back across the table from me, the eater stuck his finger down his throat and puked into the bucket waiting beside him on the floor. When he was finished, he began to eat again. More bodies slid into the empty spaces beside Derek, like sand funneling into a pit. I turned to look at the grotesque who was shoving in beside me. The wall of his chest had been replaced with a transparent synthetic. Blood pulsed through veins, wet purple and gray organs churned, muscles slid and contracted. He stared back at me, just as curious. Something warm and wet circled my ear, probed inside it. I jerked around, startled. The woman with the long, slitted tongue was back, kneeling behind me. The tongue that had just been in my ear licked her lips again, left them wet and glistening. as her hand slid down across my shoulders, massaging my chest. Her eyes were a golden yellow. Her pupils were long slits like mine should have been. But hers had been engineered to look that way mine had been engineered to look human. The thin film of scales on her skin caught the light, gleaming like a sheen of sweat. I reached up, touching her face. The scales felt warm and dry, softer than I'd imagined. Her lips were very soft, opening as I rose up on my knees to kiss them. Her tongue slid into my mouth as casually as if it belonged there, stayed there, investigating every corner, while our kiss went on, and a hot, throbbing pressure grew between my legs. I heard a whimper, a stifled groan from somewhere around the table. I tried to break off the kiss, looking back at Derek. I caught an unfocused flash of his knowing smile, someone else behind him, arms circling his waist. And then the woman's hands were drawing me back and around and down into the cushions beside her. Long, deft fingers slid down the seal on my shirt, pulled it open, raked my skin with sharp nails and left me burning. I reached up, cupping her breasts with my hands through the gaps in her slitted ivory gown. She squirmed and sighed, with my pleasure and hers, lowering herself until my lips could reach her. I covered one of her nipples with my mouth. Sounds and movement were all around me now, as the others at the table began to melt and flow together in my heat, their heat radiating back along the sizzling filaments of contact into my brain, until it was all one molten sea, and I was sinking into it. Don't stop begging to drown. Someone else's hands seemed to be pulling at me, hands everywhere, peeling off my shirt, sliding over my skin, unfastening my pants, setting the hard rod of my erection free to giggles and moans of delight. The scaled woman's tongue was back inside my mouth now, going deeper. Something sweet and sticky was trickling from a pitcher onto my belly. Someone was licking it off. Derek was beside me, smiling, his breath coming in shallow gasps as he lifted my hand. He sucked on my fingers, one by one, sank his teeth into the flesh between my thumb and forefinger until he tasted my blood. I screamed and jerked, screams echoing around me as he gasped and let go, falling back with my pain inside his head. He crawled forward again and dumped a freezing cold drink onto my naked skin, gasped with my pain again, and laughed. I struggled to sit up, but the hands weighed me down, the mouths, the bodies, soothing, stroking, caressing, probing, until my bones were rubber and my mind flowed into the drowning pool again, helplessly willing. Something warm and shapeless flopped onto my chest. I lifted my head, saw the suckworm lying there in an oozing pool of syrup. Panting, I watched it squirm along my belly to the music of their laughter, waiting for it, helpless with their hunger, burning with their need, screaming inside. Their hands held me down with silken cords of muscle and flesh as they drank in the sweet juice of my yearning, the vinegar of my disgust. "Jesus!" Argentine's face swam into sight above me. "What the hell are you doing?" Staring down at us, her eyes widening enough to take it all in. I had a sudden strobe flash of what it looked like from where she stood, driven into my brain by the force of her incredulity, disgust, arousal, anger, arousal, disbelief, arousal, disgust. I tried to struggle, tried to hold on to her anger, to push free of the soft, yielding heaviness that was suffocating my will like a pillow of flesh. Couldn't. "Argentine, come on." Derek crawled on his knees to her, his own clothes hanging open. He reached out for her, pulling himself up her body. "Come and feel the real thing." Argentine punched him hard in the gut, doubling him over. She began to turn away, and I grimaced as I saw Jiro's face behind her. She blinded Jiro with a sudden slap. "You keep your face out of this. Stay there." She turned back, stepping over Derek's head, shoving half-naked bodies out of her way as she leaned down and picked the worm off of my belly. She hurled it away. "This is my club. I put on the floor shows here. Get your clothes on and get out, you shit-eaters." She kicked a few more bodies. Their pain went off in my head like explosives in a sea of mud. I groaned and rolled over as everything imploded, burying my heart-on in the pillows. "You!" Her hand caught my shoulder, wrenching me back into the light again. "Put your fucking pants on, you mind-raper. Take your freak show someplace else." I struggled with my pants, struggled with my brain, my thoughts still running out of me like diarrhea. "I can't. Like hell." She fastened my pants for me, making me gasp, picked up my shirt and threw it in my face. I couldn't sit up. I managed to get over onto my hands and knees. All I could feel now was her. No room left in my mind for any thought, any choice, any decision of my own. I can't help it, shaking my head. It didn't do any good. She was standing over me, staring down at my back. I felt her eyes catch on something, felt the giddy change of direction as she leaned over to pick it off my neck like a flea. A patch. No, wait. I put up my hand, but the patch behind my ear was still there. I sat back, making my eyes focus on her while she studied the patch on her fingertip. Her face twisted. She flicked it away. A dose of easy. It took away your inhibitions and your self-control, made it easy to do anything. I felt the anger drain out of her, me, not wanting it to go, wanting to be able to feel my own. All right, she said gently. I guess the boy can't help it after all. She reached down, helping me to my feet. You understand what happened? She asked me. Somebody drugged you. I nodded. I think you're going to be ready to kick some ass in a few minutes, she said. Or you should be. She let go of me and turned away. Derek was on his feet now, too, grimacing. Her knee came up, stopped just short of his crotch. No, she said, her voice spiked with spite. You'd enjoy it too much. You turd. You drugged him, didn't you? And set him up for this gangbang. Her arm swept the circle of chagrined partiers still fumbling their clothes on. He shrugged, making odd faces, like a kid caught cheating at square cubes. I pulled my shirt on with stiff, clumsy fingers. I couldn't see my jacket anywhere. I kept my eyes on the floor because there were so many other eyes looking at me that wouldn't go away, so many minds. Come on, Argentine said to me. The odd gentleness was back in her voice. She took my arm again, making me move forward. I saw Jiro then. He hadn't kept his back turned for long. I couldn't make sense out of what flashed into his mind as he looked at me. Maybe he couldn't either. I looked down again. Argentine caught his arm with her other hand, steering us both toward the entrance. Derek? He followed us through the crowd, across the dance floor toward the door. He moved slowly but inevitably, as if she held him too, dragging him along on an invisible chain of will. My head began to clear out just a little as we left the club. Putting the physical barrier of the walls between me and the eyes and the minds made it easier. I took in long swallows of cold night air, tasting smoke and dankness. The mob that had brought us here came down from wherever it had been waiting overhead, homing in on Derek. It settled onto the street, scattering the ground traffic. The doors popped. I stood staring at it, starting to shiver inside my thin, syrup-soaked shirt, trying to decide what to do, trying not to wait until somebody else told me. Argentine turned away as Derek came out into the street and the gatekeeper slammed the door behind him. She was back in leather again, this time head to foot, solid and heavy like a trooper. I couldn't help wondering again what I'd actually feel if I touched her. See if I touched her mind. Desperately, I tied up my thoughts, and this time it held. Relief hit me so hard it felt like an electric shock as I realized I was getting some kind of control over the Psi again. Relief and disbelief. And then the betrayal and the fury riding each other's backs as I turned toward Derek. But Argentine was there first, the mask of control she'd worn inside the club gone, the anger naked on her face. You bastard, she said, and the words trembled. You scumbag, how could you pull a piece of shit like that in my place? How could you do it to me? How could you do it to him? Waving a hand at Jiro. Or him, pointing at me. Jiro stood as silent as stone behind me. People swirled past and around us, making a religion of disinterest. What makes you do these lousy? She broke off. There were tears in her eyes. Why do I let you do it to me? Her hands jerked, as if they wanted to beat on him. And trapped behind the transparent window of her anger, there was a kind of pain that only grew out of one emotion. Derek stood without resisting, his mind full of the same twisted pain, letting her bury him in garbage. Hating, loving it, her, himself. I'm sorry, he said at last, when she'd run out of things to call him, and the energy to spit out the words. I'm sorry. He said it again, as humbly as if she was the Taming, and he was no better than the burnout still face down in the gutter behind us. Go home. Go back where you belong. She waved him gone, turning her back on him. Stop fucking up my life. Without even the strength left to sound like she meant it. She was facing me again. She pushed her hair back from her eyes, studying me until I had trouble meeting her stare. You okay? She said, finally. She was worried about me filing a complaint. She was worried about me. I felt the corners of my mouth twitch like a spasm. My brains aren't hanging out anymore. So, yeah. I shrugged, nodded. Sex never killed me before. I guess I'll live. She half smiled. Forthright, she said. You seem to know this territory by heart. She touched my chest, let her hand drop. Will you get these lost babes back where they belong? Since you're the only one who really knows where that is. She glanced at Derek, Jiro. I nodded, felt a smile of my own start in spite of myself. She began to turn away, but it was only her body turning. Her mind stayed behind. And then suddenly she was facing me again, and her arms were reaching out to pull me against her. She kissed me long and hard, her nails digging into my back. She let me go and pushed away, stood looking at me again, her open lips smiling, her eyes hot. Now you know why I had to throw you out of there. She nodded toward the club and took a deep breath. If that helps, remember it. She went to Jiro, kneeled down beside him, gave him a hug. He stayed rigid and silent in her arms. Oh, baby, she said, looking away. Sometimes life's a bitter drug. If you have to take it, it's better if you get it from somebody who cares about you. You dance great. Go on now. She nudged him toward the mod. He got in, as numbly obedient as I'd been 10 minutes before. She passed me again, grazing my thigh with a warm hit. Past Derek, who was looking at her, at me. It's your fault, she said to him. His eyes followed her like a dog. The door to purgatory swung open as she started down the steps and slammed shut again behind her. I waited while Derek's eyes tracked back to me. I was ready to smash his face if there had been anything behind them that even reminded me of laughter. But his mind was the color of the streets, of need and anger and desperation. I turned my back on him, too, and got into the mod. After a long minute, he climbed in and ordered the mod to take us back uptown. Jiro sat squeezed down into a corner, as far from either of us as he could get. I stared at my feet, not wanting to watch as the mod lifted from the ground. My hand hurt. I looked at it. In the dim light of the street below, I could see the black stain of drying blood where Derek's teeth had gone through my flesh. I focused my mind on stopping the pain, to keep from thinking about how it had gotten that way. Derek was looking at the wound, too, when I glanced up at him, the way a starving man would look at a half-eaten piece of meat. Only it wasn't causing pain that he still wanted. It was feeling it. In the moment after Argentine had left him, there had been something I could relate to going on inside his brain. It was gone now. You got any diseases I ought to know about? His mouth twisted. His eyes were empty as he looked away, out the window. I sighed, letting my head fall back against the seat. Why did she kiss you like that? Jiro asked me. His voice was tiny, accusing. Me, like she meant it. Me, not Derek. Me, not him. I only shook my head. Ask Derek. I lifted my aching hand, pointed it at his stepbrother. He didn't ask. He only squeezed deeper into his corner, trying to get away from the ugliness and confusion in his own head, the images that looking at us only made clearer. And Derek didn't answer. If he had any regrets about what he'd done to either of us, they hadn't occurred to him yet. I started to reach out to Jiro with my mind, knowing that he needed help and that no words could help him. But even as I did, I knew I wasn't up to it, that if I tried to help him now, he'd know it. I pulled back into my own disgust and exhaustion and left him alone. And suddenly, I remembered where we were going to be again in another few minutes. I tried not to wonder who was going to end up getting blamed for everything when we got there. 13. I followed Derek back through the halls of the townhouse, feeling like someone who couldn't wake up from a bad dream. Elnear's party was still going on, but by now it had shrunk to just one room. Derek ducked in through the first doorway that opened onto light and noise, leaving me behind with Jiro as he lost himself in the crowd. I stared after him, not sure whether relief or envy was winning out in me as I watched him slide back into his other skin with smiling ease. Jiro stood shuffling his feet, not wanting to be left standing beside me, but filled with sudden panic as he thought about facing his family. His stepfather. Go on in, I said softly. I reached out, put my arm around him. You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't. Repeating the same thing to myself for the 100th time. He didn't believe it any more than I did. He jerked away from my hand and ran into the crowded room without looking back.
I stayed where I was, suddenly more afraid of going in than he was, as I remembered what had happened this afternoon. To me it seemed like about 1,000,000 years ago by now, but it probably didn't seem that long to the people in there. I let my mind search the crowd, searching for Hypers or for Elnear. Somehow I had the feeling she'd still be there. She might be a lot of things, but she wasn't a coward. I wondered what her evening had been like while I was gone, if it had really been as bad as mine, and what that would mean when she saw me again. My eyes followed my thoughts restlessly, taking in the scene. The shifting mass of bodies stunned me with its normalness. There were a few exotics, wearing feathers for hair or calico skin, but it could have been makeup, costuming for all I could tell. There was nobody who looked like they'd be caught dead, wearing their guts out in the open. But I could have passed for human. I could have been in there, having a painless good time, having the best night of my stupid life. I should have been there. I wondered what I would have had to say to anybody if I had. Probably just the wrong thing. I sagged back against the wall again, safe, out of sight, and suddenly too tired to move. Those were the elite of this world, and dozens of others in there. The richest, the most powerful, the most successful. They didn't need to wear their specialness on the outside, forcing the world to blink when it looked at them, to notice them, to acknowledge they were alive. Their only problem was convincing each other that they were still human when half their head was full of bioware, when half of their souls were dead, or all of their brain. My own brain stumbled as it hit a mind as empty as a broken eggshell. My sight homed in, and I stared at him, a perfectly normal-looking total stranger, wandering through the crowd with a drink in one hand. He moved through the same aimless circulation patterns as anybody else, making programmed responses when they needed to be made, circling. Why? I pushed deeper into the blankness where a mind should have been. I didn't have to be careful. He couldn't feel me. The organ was intact, the wrinkled gray container of flesh that should have held all the complicated magic that made him a sentient being. But it wasn't anything now except a piece of meat. Something was in there, keeping his vital signs up, making him respond. Programmed. That was it. What was imitating a mind was nothing but somebody's biosoft. I felt my stomach turn over. Elnear. Where the hell was she? Suddenly I was sure she was still in the room, that he was waiting for the crowd to thin out a little more for some perfect moment. I found her standing on the far side of the room, carrying on a conversation she didn't care about with a person she didn't know. Her arms were folded, her large-knuckled hands clutching her elbows, but otherwise you couldn't tell that she was enjoying this about as much as standing on a bed of broken glass. I started into the room, keeping a fix on her mind as I pushed my way toward her. It was like working the night crowds back in Old City. Some half-buried itch couldn't help signaling me that I could steal half the people in this room blind, and they'd never know what happened. Two sets of hands suddenly locked over my arms. A man and a woman I'd never seen before, with bland, too-perfect faces, were smiling at me. How good to see you. So glad you could come. The pressure on my arms suddenly increased until if I didn't stop moving, something would snap. I stopped, looking at them, groping. They were corpses. Guilt smacked me with an open hand. But then I realized they were Elnear security people, the ones she'd warned me about. They knew I'd know what they were, that I'd hear the message behind the meaningless words. Listen, I said. I have to tell. Look at his hand, Atson, poor fellow. Whatever did you do to yourself? Come on, sweetheart, we'll fix it right up. Don't make a scene, you little bastard. Just come on. They turned me around in my tracks and started me back toward the door. Suddenly I saw Lazuli. She saw me, too. I got a sudden flash of how I looked from across the room. My coat gone, my shirt fastened crooked and hanging out of my pants. I opened my mouth. Where's... The pressure on my arms got so bad, so fast, that I had to clench my teeth to keep from crying out. Take me to Brady, or the whole room hears this corpse. Their hands loosened as if I was red hot. I need to see him, I said to them, trying to keep my voice down as Lazuli came toward us. It's important. It's about Lady Elnear. Lazuli was searching the crowd, frowning with concern, but it wasn't about me. Cat, have you seen Jiro? She said. I haven't seen him since. We'll take you to Brady, the man muttered, his voice grating, urging me forward again. Come on. Jiro's all right, I called back over my shoulder. I'll explain later, not knowing how or when or what in hell I was going to tell her. Brady was waiting for us out in the darkened hallway beyond the door. Brady, you've got to... What now? his mouth pulled up in the usual sardonic smile. First you want to quit, and now they have to drag you away from the lady? The two Chem-Gen corpses on either side of me were watching him the way you'd watch a snake.
Lady Elnear's orders were to keep him away from her tonight,
the woman said grimly. No one told me that. Brady's eyes never seemed to move from their faces, but suddenly he was looking at me. Who did that to your hand? I bit myself eating. Shut up and listen to me, damn you. There's somebody in that room who doesn't belong there. He's brain dead. Brady's laughter rattled up and down the hall. Almost everybody in that room is brain dead. It's hardly a secret. I mean literally, goddammit. He's a total burnout running on somebody else's wear. There's nobody in there. I brushed my head with my hand. I think maybe he's after the lady. Brady's head twitched as if he was about to reject the whole idea. But then he said, "Show him to me." Elnear's security people went rigid as if they were ready to use their own bodies to stop us. He's not going back in there. We have orders. He works for me, Brady said, and you don't. This is my system, and it covers everyone on these grounds equally. Suddenly, there were two more corpses wearing Centauri colors standing in the hall shadows behind him. You are in my way. My arms were free. The two chem corpses didn't move as I turned around. I didn't wait for Brady to step on my heels before I was on my way back down the hall. I stood in the doorway, scanning with my mind. Found Elnear a lot closer to us now. She was standing with Derek and Lazuli. I veered away, not wanting to know what he was telling them, trying to keep my concentration whole. There, I pointed. The burnout was across the room, but angling toward her. Still smiling, still empty. My mind cringed. Get him out of here. Stop him. He's trouble. Brady watched the stranger with God knew what going on in the systems behind his eyes. He's a legitimate guest. There is absolutely nothing that could injure anyone concealed anywhere on or inside his body. He's drinking something harmless. He glanced at me. You've had too much to drink. For God's sake, tuck in your shirt. He began to turn away. Brady! I caught his arm. He jerked free. Don't ever do that again, he murmured, smoothing his sleeve. And then he was walking away. I swore and went back into the room, going after Elnear. Derek saw me coming this time and nudged her arm. She didn't see him smile as she turned away, searching the crowd for my face. Lazuli looked up with her. I felt Elnear sub-vocalize a call to her security people as she spotted me waiting toward her. Her frown deepened as they didn't appear. Lady, I gasped it out as I got close enough for her to hear without me having to shout it. Please, ma'am. Not daring to touch her mind, knowing how she'd react. I saw the walking vegetable stop a few meters behind her and smile his empty smile at me. He looked back at her, taking an awkward gulp of his drink. She was calling Jardin now as she realized the guards weren't coming. Something that wasn't quite frustration and wasn't quite panic began to wind like a spring inside her. She took in my syrup-stained clothes in one quick glance, hating the sight of me. Mez Cat. Her voice was perfectly calm and cold. What are you doing here? Ma'am, I think you're in danger. There's not time to explain. Please, will you please just come with me? I reached out for her hand. Where is my security? She stiffened, her hands clenching at her sides. What are you doing here? Probably wants to tell you all about his evening in purgatory, Derek leered. I was just telling them what a good sport you were. I felt my face flush. Shut up, you slad. Lazuli was frowning now. Heads were turning. I half heard the whispers starting. Lady, I'll explain anything you want if you just come with me. I caught her arm, tugging her forward. No trouble, I swear. I saw Jardin push past the burnout, coming toward us. He almost spilled his drink. Finished it in a desperate gulp, his eyes riveted on us. The drink. He started forward as he saw us begin to move. The drink. Get down. Oh, shit. I shoved her, knocking her into Derek and Lazuli, knocking all of them flat. I landed on top of them in a tangle of hard elbows and knees just as the stranger exploded. The shock of the blast punched into my eardrums like an ice pick. More bodies crashed down on top of me, crushing the air out of my lungs. I lay there for a long time, trying to breathe, trying to tell whether the pain I felt everywhere was inside me or outside, if any of the groans and screams were mine, if the wetness dripping into my eye was really my own blood. Everything was in slow motion. Sounds, movement, all sensation with it.
as if I'd been hit by a tidal wave and drowned. Someone was picking bodies off of me. Someone was hauling me up like a body. I blinked my eyes clear. There were uniforms everywhere, Centauri logos, blood. A hand slid down my shoulder. It wasn't attached to anything. I watched it drop to the floor, lie there in a red puddle. I saw Lazuli, heard her screaming over and over. Saw Derek, silent and dazed, and Elnear, her eyes closed. My head was so full of shock and pain and horror that I couldn't hold it all. Suddenly, Brady was in front of me, blocking out my vision, his hand lifting my chin. "Can you hear me?" "No," I mumbled, scratching at my ear. I was ready to start screaming too, as I tried to find the strength to close down my mind, shut out the terrible noise. He leaned close to my face. "Damn it, boy, how did you know?" I swore, shaking my head. "Told you. I told you." It was all the answer I could get out, and all the answer he deserved. 14. The human bomb had killed 3 people. Elnear wasn't one of them. He messed up a whole lot of fancy clothes. About 20 more people were transferred to the med center. I was one of them, although cleaning me up was the worst part of what they had to do to me there. They scanned me and picked some bone shrapnel out of my shoulder, then let me go. I was bruised and half-deaf, but otherwise there was nothing wrong with me that wouldn't be wrong with anyone who'd just had somebody else's gut scraped off of him. I finally let my eyes clear when they told me I could leave the examining room. I put on the clean clothes that had appeared out of nowhere and walked out through the doorway, bumped into the jam, and stopped. I knew that I was in a hospital and that it had to be a good one considering the clientele. But it could have been a suite in the best hotel in Yuck that I'd walked into. A cool green room that was all softness and peace, thick rugs on the floor, hidden lighting, music that was almost subliminal. No cold antiseptic halls, no ceramics, no noise. No evidence that anybody ever felt pain or needed help. It stank of total unreality, but it couldn't keep the handful of people sitting together on the modular couch from looking like survivors huddled together in a lifeboat. None of them were wearing what they'd worn an hour ago. I saw Lazuli sitting with her arms around Jiro, her face too white and calm, as if she was tranked on the same sedatives they'd tried to give me. I'd had enough drugs for one night. Derek sat across from her, sitting on the edge of his seat like he had a stick up his ass. His mouth pinched as he saw me, but this time he kept it shut. Everyone sitting in the circle was a Taming. There were 2 others that I recognized. One of them was Karen. There were no outsiders, except me. And Brady. He was standing in the center of the ring of faces, asking questions probably, or maybe answering them. I couldn't hear what he was saying. I wouldn't let myself feel what they were feeling, not yet. I was still too close to the edge. I'd managed to build the mental shield, strand by strand, that put silence between me and the agony all around me. I was afraid to let it down again. I stood where I was, half wondering whether I wasn't here by mistake, as more heads began to turn. But Brady gestured me toward them, said something impatient-sounding that I couldn't make out. I went over and sat down in the circle of Tamings, feeling all their eyes fixed on me. They all had to know who and what I was now, but I still wasn't sure what that meant. I looked up at them, down again, wetting my lips. "Thank you," Lazuli said quietly. I glanced at her. She smiled, ruffling Jiro's spiky hair with her fingers. He pressed closer to her shoulder as he stared at me, his eyes dark. Other faces smiled, other voices echoed her thanks around the circle. Karen Taming didn't say anything, and there was no crack in the cold wall of his face. I glanced at Derek. His face was frozen too, a warped mirror of his father's. "You're welcome," I said, still meeting his stare. His gaze broke suddenly, and he looked away. I almost thought he was ashamed, but maybe it was my imagination. "Where's Elnear?" I realized suddenly that I'd forgotten to say the lady. But for once no one frowned. Maybe saving her life had given me the right to forget for once. "Is she all right?" Brady sat down on the couch an arm's length away from me. He nodded. "Thanks to your loyalty." The catch was back in his voice, the way I'd heard it the first time I'd seen him, as if he hated having to say it. His finger traced the curve of his brow around the edge of his eye. It was the closest to a case of nerves I'd ever seen in him. I wondered if he'd rather have seen more people die than be proved wrong by me. I wondered what he told the Talmings, if he'd told them how he hadn't listened to me. I didn't say anything. "She's with Philippa," Lazuli said. I looked up, suddenly remembering that Jardin had been passing the stranger just as he finished his drink. Lazuli nodded, reading the question in my eyes. She was badly injured. She took a breath, getting her voice under control. They say that they don't know. Her voice trailed. She blinked like something hurt behind her eyes. I grimaced. I glanced at Brady again. His lips thinned. Can I speak to her? Elnear? Lady Elnear, I mean. I need to tell her something. Brady frowned, and Karen Taming said, I have questions about what happened tonight that I want you to answer before you go anywhere. His voice was as cold as his eyes. I shook my head, looking at him. Not tonight, I said, and I didn't look down. I stood up, slowly because I was getting stiff. I'm too goddamn tired. I just want to see the lady, and then I want to sleep. Ask me tomorrow. He stiffened. I saw real emotion on his face for the first time. It looked like disbelief. Before he could say anything, Lazuli said, Of course, Cat. I'll take you to her. And then... She glanced at Karen, back at me. Perhaps you would be kind enough to see us home to the estates? She got to her feet, nudging Jiro up. I blinked, feeling a sudden warmth creep up my face. Yes, ma'am. Lazuli. Karen reached out, catching hold of her arm. We are staying at the townhouse tonight. She went even paler, but then her color came back in a rush. No, she said. You can pretend it didn't happen if you want to. Not me. Not Jiro. She jerked her hand free and crossed to my side. Jiro followed her, glancing nervously over his shoulder. Karen half rose from his seat, settled back again under the weight of too many watching eyes. Very well. I will see you tomorrow, then. His own gaze flicked from her to me, back again. Lazuli lifted her head, still defiant. Her hand slipped around my arm. I saw Karen's eyes fix on it and wished she hadn't done that. But there was nothing I could do about it now except follow her out of the room. Elnear was sitting alone in another room that hardly looked like a hospital waiting room. But it was, and she was waiting, her face heavy with grief and shock and exhaustion. All the things I wouldn't let myself read in her mind. Behind her was a wide stretch of dark glass. At first I thought it was a mirror. It wasn't. It looked down into a surgery. She could watch if she needed to, but right now this was as close to Philippa as she could get. Elnear, Lazuli said softly as she started across the room. Elnear looked up at us, the dazed suffering fading from her eyes. She rose to her feet, a little unsteady, and held out her arms to Lazuli and Jiro. She held them close before she pulled them down beside her. I hung back, feeling like an intruder, as her eyes found me again. They were red-rimmed, but there were no tears in them now. They were a clear, steady blue as she looked at me without saying anything. Looked at me until I began to wish I hadn't come. And then she lifted her hand from her lap, holding it out to me. I crossed the room, stopped in front of her, uncertain. Slowly I took her hand, and she put her other hand on top of mine, making me sit down beside her on the cushioned seat. I feel... She said at last, and broke off, as if for once she was having trouble finding the right words. I feel as if I owe you such a debt that to thank you, or even to apologize to you, can only be so meaningless that it would be insulting. She looked down at my hand, up at my face again. But thank you for what you did. Thank God you are all right. And I am so terribly sorry, Cat. I looked away, choking on the crazy laughter that suddenly filled me up. I tried to stop it, but it burst out of my throat anyway, in a strangled bark that sounded more like a pain cry. I pressed my hand over my mouth, taking a deep breath and another, until I was sure I could keep a straight face when I looked back at her again. They were all looking at me, but no one looked like I'd done anything strange. Maybe after what had happened to us all, anything we did seemed normal. I glanced up at the window behind me, careful not to focus because I might see what was happening on the other side of it. I'm sorry too, ma'am. About... I nodded my head at the window. Philippa. It sounded about as meaningless and empty as what she'd just said to me, but even that was almost a relief somehow. She nodded, her eyes dimming again as she remembered what was being done in there. They have the best of everything here, Elnear, Lazuli said, touching her shoulder. There's almost nothing they can't do, and they'll do whatever is necessary for her. Yes, I know. Elnear sighed. Her hands were back in her own lap again, clenched together. Won't you come back to the estates with us?" She shook her head. "No, I'll be fine here. I'm not going anywhere until I'm sure that everything will be all right." Lazuli nodded, getting slowly to her feet. She glanced at me as Jiro stood up beside her. I stood up, too, waited until they were halfway toward the door. I looked at Elnear. "Ma'am, I told you the truth before. I've never lied to you about anything. And the other things Stryker claimed about things I did back in Old City, I did them to stay alive. That's all." I turned away and followed Lazuli out of the room. Not knowing, not really caring whether the words meant any more to her now than they had before, or whether she'd even remember that I said them. At least I'd know I said them. As I followed Lazuli and Jiro back through the Med Center's halls, I began to realize that everyone I saw wore either a Centauri logo or a Centauri security clearance. "Do you own this hospital, too?" I said finally. Lazuli hadn't said anything or even looked at me while we walked. Now she glanced at me, distracted by my voice. Glad of the distraction. "It must look that way." She laughed, a little too sharply, still teetering on the brink of something darker. "Centauri contributed a great deal to the construction of this wing. In return, we retained certain facilities on long-term lease for our private use." "The Taming wing?" I said, and laughed. A little color came into her cheeks, a smile touched her lips. "A number of the larger combines do the same thing. It's more secure." She glanced away, her words fading. She slowed her footsteps until she was walking beside me. She held Jiro's hand tightly in hers, and he didn't complain. We took the lift up to the garage level. A few more steps across a silent space to a mod, and I could let my whole body drop into autopilot. The day would finally be finished with me. The doors slipped open. The first thing I saw was Derek. He was surrounded. A dozen hypers were swarming over him like flies on garbage. "Jesu," I whispered. "Who let them in here?" "It's a public access." Lazuli looked left and right, her face pinching as she searched for a way around them. "Get away from me. I don't know anything about it." Derek waved his hands, twitching with irritation. "Ask him." He turned, pointing at us, at me. "He's the one you want to talk to. There's your hero." He ducked through the gauntlet and ran as the hypers turned to see what he meant. And then they were all over us, trapping us against the wall, shoving hands that were cameras and spotlights and faces with 3 eyes into my face. Suddenly, the nearest hypers were stumbling back like something had sprayed them with bug killer. Suddenly, their echoing voices sounded like they were coming at us from the other side of a wall. We were shielded. "Cat," Lazuli murmured. "You don't have to speak to them now. We're still inside Centauri's security system." I'd covered my face with my arm, ready to cut and run like Derek had if I needed to. But then I began to hear what the hypers were trying to ask me. It wasn't about this afternoon. It was about tonight. Slowly I lowered my arm. Shander Mandragora himself was planted right in front of me. I could see him sub-vocalizing to his audience. "It's all right," I said to Lazuli. "Let it down. I want to talk to them." The sudden rush of adrenaline that had hit me when I saw the hypers was making me feel brave and alert. She didn't look happy, but suddenly the voices were rattling in our ears again as the hypers surged forward. "Lady Elnear Lyran Taming's controversial young scion aide," Shander Mandragora said, suddenly coming on audio as he elbowed somebody out of his way. "You're quite a hero." He smiled at me, cool, confident, and looking earnest as hell. He was wearing padded body armor. So were the rest of the hypers. I wondered if it was to protect them from each other or from their victims. "Tell us how you managed to save the lady and several other members of the Taming family from a human time bomb." He was gazing right into my eyes, and his own eyes were the color of sapphires. He was standing so close to me that we were almost touching, and he looked just as good as he did on the 3D. Lean, square-jawed, tough. I remembered having a dream about being him once while I was asleep on a moldy mat in the back room of an abandoned building. "Did you use your mind?" I felt the crazy laughter try to get loose inside me again. I swallowed it along with half a dozen wise-ass answers. I couldn't help staring at the camera lens in the middle of his forehead. It looked like a paste-on jewel, the same color as his eyes. But once you knew that it wasn't, it was hard to look away from. Kind of like the muzzle of a gun. Well, My throat suddenly went dry with the fear of saying the wrong thing, and I had to swallow again. Yeah, I used my gift, trying not to sound like I was embarrassed to admit it. I picked up on a party guest who'd had something done to his head. He wasn't human anymore. He was a machine. I knew I had to warn the lady. I was almost too late.
What made you read the guests' minds tonight? Mandragora asked, blinking as if he suddenly wondered what I was doing now. Are you always on?
No. I shook my head, tried to smile away the look on his face. It's hard work. I was just doing my job, checking out the crowd to make sure they were all right. It's part of what I was hired to do.
You mean you were hired by Lady Elnear as a personal spy?
Someone's open hand flashed in front of Mandragora's face.
A camera eye stared at me from its palm. Some Combine logo I didn't recognize was tattooed above it.
No. I bit off the curse that wanted to follow, wondering if the hand belonged to Stryger's media base. To spy for Centauri? This hyper had on Triple G colors. I was hired to protect her, because somebody's been trying to kill her, like they almost did tonight.
Why didn't the Lady Elnear tell us about that in her rebuttal? Chandra Mandragora was back in my face again, and somebody was groaning in the background. I shrugged, feeling my frown get deeper.
Maybe she didn't feel like discussing it with the whole galaxy. Lady Elnear, Lazuli said, very loudly, very clearly, didn't want the people watching to feel that she was using a personal problem to gain their support. She felt that her arguments had to be strong enough to stand on their own. I smiled, grateful, as the cameras and the heat turned away from me toward her.
Lady Lazuli Taming, Mandragora said, acknowledging and identifying her from an augmented memory bank. Another survivor of tonight's tragedy. Do you have any idea who would want to kill Lady Elnear?
No.
Lazuli shook her head.
No idea at all.
I felt her falter behind the skin-deep mask of a board member's arrogance. How is Lady Elnear? Why hasn't she come out yet? Someone shouted. Mandragora was losing ground.
She's fine, perfectly fine. Lazuli had to raise her voice again to make them listen. A personal friend was seriously injured. The lady is waiting for news about her condition.
Why didn't you save everybody? Somebody else jarred me back against the wall. Why didn't you bring in security? Whose logo was it? I couldn't even see.
I didn't have time.
Not sure why I was covering for Brady. Why didn't you stop him yourself? Why did you let those other people die? You could have stopped him with your mind.
It doesn't work like that. I'm just a telepath, that's all. Not even a very good one. I'm not God. I'm not a corpse either.
But you are a criminal. Why did Lady Elnear hire a traitor who worked for a Psion terrorist? Why are you free? Sojourner Stryger called you.
I know what he called me.
I shoved the camera away, and 3 more replaced it.
He's a liar.
I twisted until I could see Chandra Mandragora, and he could see me.
You let Stryger smear the lady today,
I yelled. He'd done it. He could fix it.
Jesu, I don't believe this. I didn't work for Quicksilver. I killed him. Doesn't anybody here know that? How the hell can you know all about me and not know that?
Do you mean you were a part of his terrorist group and you betrayed him to the FTA? He called. The stupid bastard.
I killed him in self-defense, goddammit, and to save my friends and to save your stinking Telhassium. I wasn't a traitor. I worked for the FTA. You've got a head full of history. Why the hell don't you use it? We were fucking Psion heroes. For about as long as it took to say our names. Just like tonight. But I missed it all because I had a nervous breakdown after I killed him. That's what it means to be a telepath and kill somebody. I had to stop, taking a deep breath in the sudden silence. And I guess it still doesn't mean shit to be a Psion and a hero. By the time the questions started again, it was too late. I was halfway to the waiting mod. Lazuli and Jiro followed behind me. The mod sealed us in, out of reach, and took us away at Lazuli's order. As we left the garage, its too normal voice said, Lady Lazuli, I have detected 5 intrusive listening devices in the clothing of the passengers. Deactivate them, she said, her voice still perfectly calm. I almost thought I felt the scramble burst that burned them out. Lazuli waited until the voice reported, Clear. Then she slumped back into the form foam of the seat and covered her face with her hands. After a moment, her hand slid down again, dropped limply into her lap. They bugged us? I said, incredulous. She nodded. I saw tears shining on her face in the brief light of a passing street lamp.
Jiro looked up at her, and his mouth began to tremble as he saw his mother crying. Suddenly, tears were running down his cheeks. He hid his face against her as he cried. I swallowed hard, keeping my mind clenched, afraid that in a minute it was going to be 3 of us. "I'm sorry," I murmured, only realizing now how much it had cost her to show the Hypers that proud, cool face, to protect me and Elnear the way she had. "I didn't know they'd—" My hands made fists. Let go again, too tired to hold on to the anger. My whole body ached, my nerves felt raw. I wished I'd taken everything they'd offered me at the med center. "It's all right," she lied. "I'm quite used to them." She sat up straighter, wiped at her eyes. "It was just the last thing. That was too much. They had no right to do that to you, to Elnear through you. No right." She blew her nose. "But it's all they know how to do." "I knew the Combine Hypers were all liars," I said, rolling the sour words on my tongue. "I just didn't know the Indies Hypers were all shitheads." Her mouth twitched, and Jiro lifted his face from her shoulder to stare at me, as if hearing someone talk to his mother that way was more than he could believe. "Excuse me, ma'am." I looked out the window at the one large moon rising, the dark world down below, for a heartbeat remembering somewhere else. "Don't apologize," she said. "I find it refreshing." She frowned then, thinking about something else. "Our own media people should have been on this and given them the true story by now. I don't understand why they didn't seem to know the truth." I glanced back at her, realizing that she knew what everyone else knew about me now, the truth and even the lies, but it hadn't seemed to make any difference to her. "Ma'am," not using her name because Jiro was still looking at me that way, "did Brady say anything at the hospital tonight about what Stryker claimed I did?" She shook her head. "Nobody asked him?" "Great Uncle Huang did," Jiro volunteered. "Karen said forget it. He said it didn't matter, it just made everything perfect." "Perfect?" I frowned, wondering what in hell he'd meant by that. I was too tired to try to figure it out. "I'm not a traitor," I said. Lazuli looked at me, her face calm in the wash of moonlight. "I never thought you were." "Why not?" She glanced down suddenly and shrugged. "You don't act like one." That didn't make any sense either, but I didn't push it. Instead, I asked, "What did Derek tell you and the lady?" She looked surprised, as if I'd asked something totally pointless. "He said he took you and Jiro to hear Argentine perform. He said that you seemed to enjoy the show more than Jiro did. I asked him not to take Jiro anywhere again without telling me first." Her arm curved around him protectively. I glanced at Jiro, glad we were all in darkness just then. "I'm never going anywhere with Derek again," Jiro said, his voice hard with anger and betrayal. His eyes kept touching me and jerking away, coming back to my face again. "Why?" Lazuli asked. "He's a croach," Jiro said. Her fingers moved in a short, silent question. He shook his head. She looked back at me again. My stomach tightened as I waited for her to ask me what had really happened, but she didn't ask. Nobody said anything more. When we finally reached the estates, I helped Lazuli steer Jiro to his room. I waited while she put him to bed, letting the doorway hold me up, too exhausted to bother moving. But as she waved the lights down and came out into the hall, I heard Jiro call my name. I glanced at her, and she nodded. I went into the room. "Cat?" Jiro said, his voice thick with sleep. "Yeah, I'm here." As my eyes adjusted, I could see his face clearly in the dim wash of light from the hall. He couldn't see mine. "You probably think I'm real stupid, don't you?" he said. "No." I half smiled. "Just real lucky. I guess nobody's luck lasts forever." "You saved Aunt Elnear, just like you promised. And you saved my mother, too." His voice blurred with feeling. His eyes got wet again. "I'll give you anything you want. I have stuff like you've never seen." I didn't say anything. I turned away, starting back across the room. "Cat?" I stopped. "I was scared of you tonight. I hated you, too." "I know. I don't anymore." I did smile this time. "That's all I want." Out in the hall, Lazuli looked at me, curious. "He just wanted to say thanks." She nodded, hesitated, reached out and put her hand on my arm. "Cat, you already have. Good night, ma'am."
I went back along the hall before it was too late. I stumbled up the stairs to my own room and fell into bed, hardly stopping long enough to peel off my clothes. I couldn't sleep. I lay there, feeling the seconds pass like water dripping, feeling every centimeter of my spread-eagled body twitch and crawl and shiver like a plucked string. Closing my eyes only made me see things I'd never wanted to see in the first place. Opening them again in the empty bed in the empty room only reminded me of how alone I was. And then my door opened softly, and someone stepped inside. Caught in the random moonlight, her pale gown moving around her. Jewel. A tiny spark of light caught fire in the palm of her hand, guiding her across the uncertain darkness to me. Lazuli. I pushed myself up, feeling the cover slide down over the pseudoskin bandaging my shoulder. You shouldn't be here. Don't do this to me. I want you. Afraid to speak because I didn't know what would come out of my mouth first, she set the lamp chip on the table beside the bed, stood gazing down at me. Her night-black hair fell free over her shoulders. Her skin was like amber in the lamp glow. She reached up, began to unfasten the pearls that buttoned the neckline of her restless gown. Wait, I whispered, my throat tight. Her fingers froze, her eyes clung to me. What about Karen? I looked down, not sure who I was more afraid for, her or me. If anybody finds out. Her eyes filled with sudden tears. Please, she said, and her voice trembled. Please don't make me beg you. I need someone. I don't want to be alone tonight. I raised my hand. She caught it, kissed it, settling onto the bed. Dizzy with disbelief, I let go the clenched fist that my mind had been since the explosion, letting it fill with her thoughts, her emotions. She'd almost died tonight. But she was alive, so alive that every nerve in her body sang with need. Nothing mattered tonight. Not Karen, not tomorrow, not who she was or even what I was. She needed to feel loved, and that was all she knew. She wanted me to love her, me and no one else, because she'd known when I looked at her how much I wanted it too. I pulled her down beside me with unsteady hands, feeling her hair brush my cheek as I found her mouth and kissed it. I broke away again, not able to meet her eyes, burning with the hunger in my blood, not knowing what to do next. I'd been naked in bed with strangers before, for nearly half a lifetime, but all there had ever been between us was money. Nameless, faceless, we'd done what we had to do, with no real emotion and no expectations. I'd never had a woman like this beautiful, this untouchable, not in my wildest fantasies. One who really wanted me, one who had a right to expect things that maybe I didn't know how to give. The fear that I didn't know how to be what she wanted suddenly seemed like the worst fear I'd ever known. But she took my hand as gently as if she thought I was a virgin, and laid it on her breast. I fumbled with the buttons of her gown, awkward and uncertain as I finished what she'd started. The gown seemed to melt away under my clumsy fingers like it had a life of its own, the silken cloth becoming her flesh, warm and yielding. I shuddered with the electric shock of our contact as she pressed herself against my thighs, rolled on to her, holding her there under me, her softness beneath my sudden painful hardness. It was too easy to go on then, after all that had happened tonight. Too easy. She clung to me, her mouth open, hungry for my kisses. Her lips were like flowers after the rain. I could have kissed them forever, lost inside the wet, warm contact, feeling her pleasure. She had always wanted to be kissed this way, kissed and kissed endlessly, feeding my own. Her hands explored me in slow, grazing circles, the white scars on my back, the smooth brown of my sides, my thighs. I slid off of her, my own restless hands covering her breasts, curving down along the gentle hills of her belly, into the warm, waiting valley between her legs. She moaned softly, her hips moving to meet my touch, guiding me deeper into her hidden places. I felt the murmur of her mind, as open and yearning as her body. I followed its whispering voice down, deeper and deeper, until I knew every sweet ache, every burning, dazzled second of her arousal. I'd never made love to a woman while I'd had my gift. Never known what it could do, how it doubled every ecstasy, her pleasure woven into mine until every place I touched her body brought heat as dizzying as her touch against my own. Suddenly I wasn't afraid anymore that I couldn't give her what she wanted, because I knew what she wanted. My mouth left hers, traveling down over her throat, her shoulders, her breasts, following her lead, granting her every unspoken wish with growing urgency. Her breath came in shallow sobs. She whimpered, and then began to tremble as the realization grew in her mind of what was being done to her. Wonder, joy, frantic longing, rising panic. The hands that had clung to me, caressed me, urged me. Suddenly were trying to push me away. Gasping for breath, I let her go, backing off, putting space between us for the length of heartbeats it took for the heat of her unfinished desire to burn away her fear. And then I began again. This time I took more care, not answering every need, or not too soon. Drawing it out, letting her feel that there were still secret places that she could keep hidden, if only in her mind. Soothing, lingering, exploring, until my mouth reached the place where she had ached for someone's mouth to be. And the rising wave of her pleasure reached its crest and broke over her, over me, through every synapse of my body, until it was all I could do to hold myself under control. I swung my hips over her again, down into the waiting space between her open thighs. I slid into her, deep into the final place that now, at last, she was ready to share. I began to move, feeling myself inside her, stunned with sensation. Her hips rose to meet my thrusts, while the tide rose inside me this time, rising and rising toward that impossible crest, and exploding over me, out of me, back along the filaments of contact I had woven and into her unprotected mind. I felt her come again, her climax recoiling through my own like a riptide, fusing us into one. I covered her mouth with mine to drown out her cry, and she kissed me and I kissed her, echoing, 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 until there was nothing left of us but warm ashes. She held me inside the circle of her arms. I held her inside mine, and there were tears on my face, but I didn't know whose they were. Still clinging to each other while the darkness slowly faded into dawn, we slept. 15. When I woke up again, it was the middle of the morning, and my mind was still half in a dream. I sighed, reaching out into the warm band of sunlight to touch warm skin, reaching out with my mind. The bed was empty. My mind touched the mind of a total stranger. I pushed myself up, confused, jerked back as my eyes registered the pair of uniformed legs standing beside the bed. The corpse looked down at me, expressionless, and said, "The chief and gentleman Karen want to talk to you about last night." Lazily. I bit my tongue to keep from blurting out the question before I found the answer. No. She was nowhere in sight, nowhere in his mind. It was about the explosion, that was all. If the corpse wondered why I looked so guilty, or why I looked so relieved, he didn't let it bother him. A one-track mind had its points. Sure. Just give me a minute. While I pulled on some clothes, I wondered about why they'd sent a body to deliver the message instead of calling me. Maybe they were that paranoid about security after last night. Or maybe they just wanted me paranoid. As I passed the bathroom mirror, a sudden flash of green caught my eye. I stopped, looking at myself, turning my head. Saw the light wink again. My ear. I reached up, touching it, with a slow smile starting. There was an earring in my ear, one I'd never seen before. Green glass, catching the light when I moved, like a cat's eye. I knew I hadn't put it there. I figured I knew who had. I stuck a drug patch behind my ear and went out of the room. The first thing the corpse did when I came downstairs was make me take the patch off. Brady's orders. It took about half an hour for the effects to wear off. By the time we reached the city, he wanted me deaf and dumb. The corpse threw the patch away. I didn't bother to tell him about the second patch I'd stuck on behind my other ear. He took me back into Nyack, to the Taming townhouse. You'd never have known there'd been 3 murders and a lot of blood there the night before. I followed the corpse through the room where it had all happened, and everything in it was immaculate. Walls, carpets, furniture. Some of the furniture looked different than I remembered, but otherwise it fit the room perfectly. It made my skin crawl. Brady and Karen Taming were waiting for me in the room beyond. A space like a cell, which didn't make me feel much better. As I walked through the doorway, I felt something not human whisper across my brain and fade again. Then I understood. It was a white room, so thick with security that my sigh actually registered it. I stopped, uncertain, as Brady stood up from the couch. Karen stayed where he was, deep in its folds, staring at me. I made myself look right at him, my face as stupidly expressionless as I could manage. Trying not to look like I'd just slept with someone's wife was something I didn't have a whole lot of practice at. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he snapped. "Nothing, sir." I glanced away from him at Brady at the door. "Sit down," Brady said, and pointed at a chair. I followed his hand, glad to have somewhere else to look. But my mind was still focused on Karen, just as paranoid as he wanted it to be, for all the wrong reasons. But not deaf or dumb. Inside the forest of his augmentation, I felt him daring me to sit in that chair. Somehow I managed not to turn back and stare at him. I kept looking at the chair, the one Brady had pointed out. Soft, humpbacked, blue-gray. There was nothing unusual about it. But whoever sat in it was going to get one hell of a shock right where it hurt him most. My own disbelief made me freeze. Why? A trap. If my psi was really shut down the way he wanted it to be, then I'd go to the chair and sit in it, and he'd get to watch me jump. But if I could read him, I'd know. Brady was looking at me again. I clamped down hard on my body functions, hoping I could keep the readings normal enough to suit him, forcing myself to stay calm, forcing myself to move. I crossed the room. Without taking a deep breath, I sat down in the chair. They weren't bluffing. I leaped up again with a curse as the current sank its teeth into my ass. "What the hell?" I yelled as if I didn't know. I didn't have to fake the anger that came with it. Is that supposed to be some kind of fucking joke? I looked at Brady and shook out my smarting hands. Brady stood where he was, his arms clasped behind him. He didn't move to do anything, which had to mean I'd passed his test. Karen settled back into the couch, his body going loose as the suspicion flowed out of him, satisfied because Brady was. "Not a joke, I assure you," Brady said mildly. "A test." "Of what?" I remembered to ask, still frowning. "Of whether you were reading us." "Shit," I said. "Maybe that's where your brains are," rubbing my butt. "But mine are up here." I jerked my head at him. "Whose chair is that? Derek's?" His mouth twitched. "Sit down. I promise you it won't happen again." "You sit in it," I said. He was telling the truth, but I didn't feel much like sitting down anyway. He shrugged and sat down in the chair. Nothing happened to him. "Why do I have to play deadhead for you, anyhow?" I asked. "The gentleman prefers it that way," Brady said, and glanced at Karen. I turned to look at him again. It was easier this time. "I thought you were paying to keep me switched on." I wondered if it was just his disgust at the thought of being touched by my mind, or if he really had something to hide. By the time I got out of this room, I was going to know which it was. His anger was like a wave of heat. "I'm paying you to do what you're told," he said. "We will ask the questions. You answer them, civilly." He shot a dark look at Brady, one that said he thought Brady was letting me get away with too much, letting me mouth off without stepping on me. I remembered what Brady had done to me before the board meeting. He hadn't let me get away with it then. But then I hadn't known something that could ruin his career. He'd finally stepped off the edge. I said, "Yes, sir," anyway, because Karen was making a fist of his cybered hand. I didn't have to read his mind to know what he'd like to do with it. Knowing what he owed me for saving his family and Elnear last night hadn't changed how he felt about Psions, except maybe to make him more bitter. I went to the couch and sat on it because it was the only place left to sit down. I kept as much space between him and me as I could. Its soft folds were filled with something that shifted out of my way like water. I tried not to flounder. "What do you want to know, sir?" "You read the mind of that assassin last night," he said. I nodded, even though it wasn't a question. "And you saw something that gave him away to you, something that didn't register on any of our security scans. What was it?" I glanced at Brady. He hadn't told them. He was looking back at me, looking a little grim, but that was all. I slipped in through the hissing grids of his implants, waded 2 clear streams of Biosoft, treading as lightly as I could. He knew I hadn't told anybody what he'd done, or hadn't done, last night. He was counting on me to cover for him again, even though he wasn't sure why I'd done it, any more than I was. He figured I must want something from him. I realized he was right. I just had to figure out what it was. Somebody had stripped his brains. He'd been reprogrammed to act human, but he wasn't. He was just a BioWare death machine. The memory of what had been done to him made my jaw clench until my teeth hurt. Who was he? The poor bastard. A mid-level official of Centauri. Karen waved his hand, pushing the dead man aside like yesterday's weather report. No one important. I looked at him, looked away again. "What is important?" he said, his voice dropping until it was barely audible.
is who did it to him." Now his face showed something. Now he was angry, frustrated, sick with rage, aching for revenge. They'd analyzed every dripping millimeter of the human bomb's remains without finding a clue. But he had to know, not because whoever had done it had destroyed one life or four in a way that would make a hitman wretch. How they'd done it, what they'd done, didn't matter to him half as much as the fact that they'd done it to Centauri. To him. "I don't know who did it," I said, too softly. He leaned toward me, his eyes hot and hard. "You have to know. You saw inside his mind. Who wired him? Who sent him here?" I shook my head. "I told you I don't know. Whoever did it was good. They didn't leave any fingerprints." "Is he telling the truth?" Karen said to Brady. Brady nodded. I frowned. He didn't even know who he was looking for. They'd set him up so that when his eyes registered the right visual cue, he'd drink that drink. He didn't know anything until he saw it. Her. Elnear. I saw him in my mind, trying so damn hard to swallow that drink down before she got away from him. If only Jardin had really made him spill it. If only I'd understood what it meant before it was too late. "You knew about the drink?" he asked, his voice jerking my attention back. I nodded. I knew, but it was too late. It was the way he had to drink it. I glanced at Brady again. I just didn't figure it out until there wasn't time to stop him. All there was time for was hitting the floor. What the hell was in it? You said it was harmless. The words almost got out of me. "A glass of wine with a few random molecules of saboric in it," Brady said, thin-lipped. It appeared perfectly innocuous, and it was until it catalyzed the LDA they'd planted in his stomach. Then it blew him up. "I know. I saw that part." I looked down, swallowing. "Then there's nothing, absolutely nothing else you can tell us about who set up this attack?" Karen said. I hesitated, searching my memory for something I might have forgotten or refused to remember because it was too ugly. Finally, I shook my head. "No, sir. I told you everything. There just wasn't anything in there to see." Karen swore, turning back to Brady. "Now what? This is critical, goddammit. I want answers. You said nothing could go wrong, and everything has. You slipped, Brady. You nearly cost Centauri Elnear. She's no good to us dead." He stood up, looking like he had something down his shirt, gnawing at his flesh. Brady glanced at me, frowning as if he was afraid I was hearing too much. Too much about what? He looked back at Karen, his face under control again, as he said, "The Psion served his intended purpose, sir." Every word carried a weight on it. Iron. Irony. It took me an extra beat to realize that he was talking about me. "He filled a breach in our security just as I said he would. One that could not have been filled any other way. Because of that, Lady Elnear is still secure. Not alive, secure. Your stepson and your wife as well." Taking the credit as calmly as if it belonged to him, the attack was almost undetectable. Not many of our competitors have the capability for something like that, even if they have the intent. "What about Triple G?" "Their ambassadors didn't know anything about it," I said. "That doesn't prove anything," Brady murmured. "But the way it happened was too imaginative for Triple G's security." "Anybody can hire a specialist," I said. "There's plenty of arm in the lack market who'll kill anybody for you. Any way you want it done. That doesn't take much imagination." Something that didn't make sense bumped up against the back of my eyes as I said it. The other attacks on Elnear had been so crude they were almost a joke. Nothing at all like this one. "That's impossible," Karen said coldly. "No Combine's board would consider that." I laughed, stopped laughing as they looked at me. They actually meant that. They had their own armies, spies, assassins. They thought they didn't need outsiders. "You mean it's more fun if you do it yourself?" The stares got blacker. "Look, this attack doesn't match the others at all. Maybe they gave up and turned it over to somebody who knew what the hell they were doing." They looked at each other. The subvocal exchange between them said they knew I was wrong. They knew. How could they be so sure? I sank a quiet hook deeper into Karen's brain. "What about the lack market?" Karen murmured, his eyes still on Brady. "Could there be any possible tie-in?" "Hardly," Brady said. He was back in the control seat again. I'd covered his ass. He didn't have to worry about Karen anymore. Just me. It's in their interest to keep the drug restricted, and that's what Elnear wants too. Karen nodded, thinking Elnear wasn't exactly the sort to get into trouble over secret gaming debts. But then he was back to wondering who was taking advantage of this and why. Panic alarms were going off inside him. He had no idea who it could be. He only knew this attack had nothing to do with the things that had happened before. I pushed deeper. There was no doubt in his mind. Brady's head swiveled around. He gave me a strange look. "What's the matter with you?" he said. "Me?" I blinked, pulling back fast. He looked pained. "I'm not talking to myself. I'm just trying to think." They acted like they were thinking about this for the first time, like they'd never really considered any of this before. "Do it without your mouth hanging open." He looked back at Karen. "What about him?" "Me?" Karen frowned at me. "He's told us all he knows, obviously. Send him away." He was looking straight at me, but still talking about me as if I couldn't understand a direct command. "I don't mean that," Brady said. "I'm talking about keeping him on." Karen's head jerked back toward him. His mouth tightened as he barely stopped a refusal. "Are you serious?" Half sarcasm, half incredulity. "After what he did last night, yes, sir. We still need him. His function has simply changed." "He fed the hypers last night, for God's sake. Did you access the morning report?" I sucked in a breath, imagining what kind of cretin they must have made me look like. "I only wanted to help the lady, sir. After the way Stryger lied about me, I thought if I could make them understand the truth." "You wanted to help?" His hand jumped, fisted. I sank back into the corner of the couch as his sudden fresh anger slammed into my unguarded thoughts. He'd seen the cast, and he thought I had helped her, and that was the last thing he'd wanted. He wanted her alive, but discredited, demoralized, a failure, under his thumb. "You misbegotten gutter snipe." His hand loosened, and he pushed to his feet. "All the more reason to keep him here, at least until the vote," Brady said. "It would look bad." I stopped listening as sick realization filled me up. They hadn't planned to keep me on until they found out who was trying to kill Elnear, because nobody was trying to kill Elnear. They'd staged the attacks themselves, Centauri, Brady, under the direction of the board, of Karen. Just enough to throw her off balance, to frighten her, to make her dependent on them and their security. Just enough so they could force her to accept me. They'd lied to her, they'd lied to me. They'd been using me all along to spy on her, just like she'd figured. But more than that, they knew that Stryger hated Psions, so they'd set me up as a target and let him knock me down, so that they could make sure Elnear would be humiliated and lose the debate and the vote and the seat. Except that somebody had found out about the phony attacks on her and tried to use them to cover up a separate attack, not knowing that the others had all been faked. So now Centauri really did have an attempted assassination on its hands. "Do what you want with him, man," Karen was saying. He started for the door. "Just get results. And control him. Keep him away from me." He had to pass by me one last time to get to the door. He glanced down at me as if something had caught his eye. Stopped. "Where did you get that earring?" I shook my head, still dazed. I raised my hand to my ear, felt the slick, cold surface of the cut glass under my fingertip. Froze. I got it from a street vendor." He grunted and went on out. The door sealed behind him, leaving me alone with Brady. "All right," Brady said. "What do you want?" "What?" I couldn't remember what he was talking about. I rubbed my eyes, feeling the pressure, pain build behind them. "You know what I'm talking about." He moved 2 steps one way, 2 steps back, his hands locked behind him. His eyes were on me all the time. "To keep quiet about last night." I laughed. It didn't sound real. "Oh, that." He stopped moving. "What the hell's the matter with you?" He was half afraid that I was just plain crazy. I looked up at him again. "You used me," I said. "You bastard, you were using me all the time. You and the Tamings. There was no plot against the lady, not before last night. You set her up so you could use me to fuck her over." He stared at me. "How do I know all that?" Taking the words right out of his mind. "How do you think I know, deadhead?" His face went white with fear and fury. He looked at the chair we'd both sat in. "It didn't work, Brady." His black eyes snapped back to me. "You were reading us all along. You sat down anyway. Why?"
come on, I said. Wouldn't you have done it if you were me? He looked at the chair again. I didn't think it was possible. For me to have fooled his lie detectors, for him to have been so wrong. He'd really believed I was that much of a coward, that stupid, a punk kid, another screwed-up freak. No threat, no problem. Surprise, I said, and then I watched his hand reach for the gun hidden under the smooth line of his uniform jacket. For a minute he really didn't know whether he was going to let me live or kill me. I sat there while he decided, feeling my palms go clammy with sweat as I suddenly wondered if I'd misread him even worse than he'd misread me. His hand came out of his coat again at last. He needed me. He was still frowning, thinking I knew everything he thought, but I watched his body ease out of its systems alert. He lifted his shoulders in something that almost looked like a shrug. So you know it all now. I'll repeat my question. What do you want? I sighed. How about an apology? I said, just to see if I'd get one. I didn't. You want me to work for you, for real this time. Lady Elnear's no good to you dead, and you really think I can do something to help you keep her alive. That's what you were telling Karen, right? He nodded, barely. That's what I want, too. He looked surprised. Why? My mouth twisted. You want to hear something else I've learned since I came here? The only real difference between a combine vip like Karen and a street rat like me is how many people believe the lies we tell. I don't enjoy feeling like your whore, and that's what I'll feel like if I leave now. I want to finish this job now that it means something. His eyes narrowed. I suppose that's reasonable. He didn't know what to believe about me anymore, and it bothered him. But it'll cost you. He smiled, relieved. He could relate to that. That's what I thought. Centauri will double the amount of your contracts. All of it. For the center, too. Of course. He nodded. Do it now. He glanced away from me for a long second and back. It's done. I'll check it when I get home. The formless couch was beginning to give me a sensory deprivation attack. I stood up, shaking it off. What happened to Elnear's security people? They'd been witnesses, the only witnesses to my warning him about the bomb. Don't ask questions you don't really want answered. He folded his arms, watching my expression. You think you've figured out how to play this game, don't you? Just because you hold the key pieces right now. He shook his head slowly. Believe me, boy, you've had beginner's luck. Don't push it. Meaning that I'd been stupid not to spill what I knew about him when I had the chance. Because if he hadn't decided right then that he needed me, there would have been one more fatality after that explosion. I rubbed my hands on my pants legs. Then I said, There's one more thing I want. He raised his eyebrows. What is it? I need stronger drugs. No. His mind closed like a door. I'm still half crippled, Brady. What you got me isn't good enough. I can't do what I need to do if you really want my help. My hands flexed, and I'm starting to get symptoms. I can't get you anything stronger. The board wouldn't permit it. I had a hell of a time even getting you this far. You can do it if you want to. If Lady Elnear winds up dead, Centauri loses Chem and Gen, and you lose too. That's heavier on the scale than what Gentleman Karen thinks of scions. I can't do it. You owe me. Get me the drugs. I can't. He shook his head. You underestimate how difficult it is for me to get what you need. That's not some street corner dream dot you're asking for. Karen monitors everything that's done concerning you. You also underestimate how much he resents your presence here. I made a face, my hands tightening again. I'll give you this, he said finally. I'll give you space. If you can get what you want somewhere else, I won't stop you. I nodded, surprised. Lady Elnear is still at the hospital. She is expecting you to join her there. I don't have to tell you to keep your mouth shut about what you know, do I? I hesitated. I guess not. He nodded at the door. Somehow it had opened again while my back was turned. I started for it, happy to be going out. One more thing. I stopped. What? That earring. I wouldn't wear it again if I were you. Particularly not around Karen. My hand went to my ear, covering it, protecting it. Why not? Not quite able to keep all the tension out of my voice. It's only a piece of glass. His lips pulled up. It's an emerald, you fool. I stared at him, still touching my ear. What?
He'd scanned its density just by looking at me. He looked at me now and shook his head again. You're lying about where you got it, too. It carries a Taming registry code. It belongs to Lady Lazuli. My hand dropped to my side. I turned and went out the door. I felt his eyes following my back as I crossed the endless, lifeless room beyond. 16. Elnear was waiting in still another private lounge when I got to the med center. She looked like a different woman from the one we'd left there last night. Philippa was going to live. It was all over her face, her mind. How is she? I asked the question anyway so that she could tell me herself. She's going to be fine. Everything is going to be fine. She stood up, smiling that smile that made you feel like you'd just stepped into sunlight, actually smiling it at me. After spending time with Brady and Karen, getting that smile was like winning a prize. Right then, I probably would have jumped out a window if she'd asked me to. The smile faded again as she said, Someone said that you were injured. I touched my shoulder, hardly even felt any soreness. Surprised by that, too. Nothing much, I said softly, remembering to answer her. Ma'am, glad to hear the good news. Not as glad as she was, but close for her sake. Have you seen her? Elnear shook her head. No, she's still in the intensive unit. She'll be there until the reconstructive work is finished. It will be several weeks, they say. Her voice got a little weak. She's suspended, of course, so she wouldn't know that I was there. But still she wished she could be. At least she'll have only peace, no memory of this pain. She's lucky to have friends like you. Saying it because I couldn't help remembering what happened to people who didn't have friends like her. Loyal and rich. I touched my shoulder again, looking away at the flow mural wavering aimlessly over the far wall. She glanced at me, curious, but she only asked, Have you talked with Brady? I nodded. I sat down on the long sofa next to her, suddenly feeling tired. I seem to have misjudged Centauri for once. It seems he was right all along about how much I needed you. I kept my face empty. Yes, ma'am. I guess so. Are you still thinking about yesterday? She said, trying to read my expression. About Stryger? About all the injustice? I was thinking about today, but I nodded because hearing her say Stryger's name suddenly made me remember yesterday. I looked back at her as the final thing she'd said registered. Injustice. Yes, she said, answering what was clear enough on my face now. I've seen the morning report. I laughed once. I slept through it. The Indy's morning report. That was what Karen had been talking about. It must have been good, or at least not as bad as I'd figured. I seemed to be the only person in the galaxy who missed it. I hope so. She smiled again, but this time it was full of steel. I hope everyone sees it. Do you want to see it now? I can call it up. I nodded, and the mural that no one had been watching suddenly disappeared from the wall across the room. A new image came on screen, jumping out at us as it went 3D. Sound came with it in a blare that made me wince. Chandra Mandragora was suddenly in the room, somehow looking me right in the eye while he repeated yesterday's news. The only way I could tell he wasn't actually there was by the empty place where his mind should have been. But then, after what I'd seen last night, that probably didn't prove anything. I waited for some lurid full feed of the bombing, feeling my eyes try to look away. But instead, the report was on the debate between Elnear and Stryger. Images from it opened out behind Mandragora, as if he could project his own memories. He could, in a way. I watched Stryger tell his lies about me again. I started to frown, wondering why Elnear wanted to make me look at this. And then, suddenly, it was me up there, refuting the charges in his own words, reliving last night up against the wall with Lazuli and Jiro while the Hypers closed in on me. I looked down, away from it. But Elnear's hand closed on my shoulder, giving me a gentle shake, forcing me to look up at the screen again. I killed him in self-defense, my reflection shouted, looking me straight in the eye. And to save my friends, and to save your stinking Telhassium. I wasn't a traitor, I worked for the FTA. But before I heard the insult I'd blurted next, my image was gone again. Mandragora was back, telling me how the Indy had researched these conflicting versions of the incident. Here is the actual record, he said, not even smiling. Let it speak for itself. He stepped aside into some space warp, and I sat up straighter, with all my attention on the show now as I saw something I'd never seen before. Part of an original tape about what had happened after I'd killed Quicksilver.
A mines official, I remembered, a man named Tanaki, was describing how the psionic arch-criminal Quicksilver and his terrorists had nearly taken control of the telhassium supply. His version of what had happened didn't match my memories of it. Probably just as well. But then he was thanking the FTA's security arm for fighting fire with fire, admitting right there in front of the entire Federation that it had been Psions working undercover inside Quicksilver's terrorist group, who'd been the ones who stopped him, the only ones who could have done it, mind against mind. A sudden gust of wind, a sudden change of scene, and suddenly I was looking out across a winter-white quarry from someplace up high. Jewel and Siebling stood together on the balcony of a house, being interviewed, having their 5 minutes of fame. They didn't look like they were enjoying it much, but they did their best to make a good impression. The voiceover and visual stats were making a lot of Siebling's professional standing and Jewel's family ties, trying to prove something. I watched them, listened to them, breathing in a memory of the cold, sharp air of a winter's day with every breath. Siebling did most of the talking, like he always did, used to it. Jewel had always saved her words, turned them into poems instead. Siebling was talking about Derek Cortelliu, the corporate telepath who'd first broken through my mental walls and forced my mind out of hiding. Our friend, who died there on Cinder, killed by Quicksilver. Then I listened to him talking about me, about why I wasn't there beside them when I was the one who deserved the real credit for stopping Quicksilver. I tried to touch the place where my mind had been while that was happening. Couldn't. A dizziness like the fear of falling made my brain sing. I had a nervous breakdown. My mirror image was saying across the room, "That's what it means to be a Psion and kill somebody." I looked up, seeing myself last night again, trapped, badgered like an animal in a cage. And I guess it still doesn't mean shit to be a Psion and a hero. I watched myself push out of view and disappear as Mandragora suddenly reappeared to point out the obvious about me and the lady, about Stryger's incomplete data. It wasn't exactly an apology, and the asinine questions he'd thrown at me himself had all been trimmed away. But he'd given me what I'd wanted after all. Maybe he wasn't such a bastard. Elnear was leaning back on the couch, her arms folded comfortably, watching me with a look that was somewhere between curiosity and satisfaction. I shook my head as the facts finally winked off, taking the past with it. "So," she said, "the truth sets us free." I turned toward her. "You really think that can make up for what Stryger did?" "It will certainly help." "Why? Don't you believe that it will?" "It's only one version of the story. The lies have already got it outnumbered." I shrugged. "Even what you saw wasn't really the truth. It was what happened. But it wasn't the truth." I thought about Centauri. They'd been a part of the truth for me back then, just like they were now. Part of the combined conspiracy that had backed Quicksilver. I wondered how many people in the entire galaxy besides me knew that. Jewel knew it, and somebody might even have listened to her. But she hadn't told anyone. Blood was still thicker than water. Elnear sat there next to me, looking tired but content. She thought she knew the whole truth about what had happened at the Federation mines on Cinder. She thought she knew the whole truth about what was happening now. I couldn't let her go on believing it. She had to know everything about what Centauri had done. She'd never win otherwise, never get clear of them. I remembered where we were and how easily even the Hypers had planted eavesdroppers last night. I couldn't tell her anything here. "Ma'am, I haven't eaten yet. How about you? I saw a noodle joint a couple of levels up on my way here." She looked surprised at the sudden change of subject. But then she realized how exhausted, how hungry she really was. "Yes, of course. I haven't eaten a thing since yesterday afternoon. And I didn't have much of an appetite then." She smiled, rueful. "But there's no need to go out. I can have food brought to us here." "Hospital food?" I asked and made a face. "Damn. I'd rather have a plate of noodles." "It can be anything you want," she said, still smiling. "Do you really want that?" I'd forgotten what it meant to be a Ta Ming for just a minute. I put my foot up across my knee. My fist began to tap a frustrated rhythm on it. I rested my head against the wall, staring at nothing as I reached out with all the gentleness and control I could still manage and touched her mind. "Lady," I thought. She jerked. Her eyes went wide. "Don't panic. I need to talk to you. Outside." She sat blinking for a second, as if someone had shone a light straight into her eyes. When she seemed to register me again, she murmured, "Well, perhaps you're right. I can't stay here forever. There are things to be done. Now that I know, Philippa will be all right. She got up, following my lead like a sleepwalker. By the time we were in Ahmad, she'd taken charge again, taking us back to the FTA plex, through the security scanners, into what ought to be the most privacy anyone could hope for on this planet. But we didn't go to her office. Instead, she took me to the delegates' restaurant, on an open terrace at the pinnacle of an ancient tower. The roof garden was filled with small tables underneath umbrellas of living tree. You could look out and down across the geologic layers of time and structure that made up the city all around, and yet still believe you were out in the open air under a perfect sky. The sky was a monomole shield, so flawless that I couldn't tell it from the real thing, looking up at it from below. The higher towers touched it, supported it like rigid fingers. Elnear ordered us lunch, and spent the time until it came pointing out historic landmarks to me, as if there was nothing more important on either of our minds. Some of the pre-space structures went back 800 years. And this was a new city for Earth. I remembered when I'd thought the buildings in Old City were old. There'd been so much intermediate build-up here that by now it was hard to tell what the forms of most of the original structures had been. The one I could see best was an inverted cone, the whole building balanced on a tip a few dozen meters wide. It was built when composites were first introduced, Elnear said when I asked about it. The architects of the period tended to be a little giddy. She smiled. The food came, laid out like it belonged in an art gallery. I hated to touch anything on the perfectly designed plate, but I was too hungry to let it stop me for long. It tasted better than it looked. I sighed, looking out at the view as pastry-shaped like flowers dissolved in my mouth. Thinking that I could get used to this, I glanced back at Elnear. She was staring at me the way she'd look at something she was thinking of making into a painting. "Ma'am?" I said, suddenly aware of every square centimeter of my body, wondering if I'd made an ass of myself somehow. I'd thought Jardin had driven enough basic protocol into my brain to at least let me eat in public. But she said, "It was no exaggeration to call you a hero for what you did last night, or to call what you did for the Federation on Cinder an act of heroism. What all of you did there, but especially you. You deserve—" I glanced away. "No, it wasn't," I said, cutting her off. "What would you call it, then?" she asked. "Survival," I said. "I did what I had to survive. I killed Quicksilver because he was going to kill us. I didn't have a choice. There was nothing heroic about it. Nothing at all." I frowned, looking down, seeing my reflection trapped in the tabletop. "How did you become a part of the undercover operation that stopped him?" She hadn't even known that Jewel had been a part of it until yesterday. Hadn't believed it until today. But by now everyone's blind ignorance was beginning to make sense to me. What we'd done on Cinder had almost cost Centauri everything, and one of us had been one of their own. They must have done all they could to suppress or distort the news about it, and they weren't the only ones involved. Maybe it wasn't so insane that even Shander Mandragora hadn't heard the real story. I looked back at Elnear. There was nothing but respect, honest curiosity behind her question. I laughed and shook my head. "How?" "The hard way, just like everything else I ever did back in Old City. I got away from a press gang, and the district corpses picked me up for making fools of the labor crows. They tested me for psi. They were testing everybody they hauled in because the FTA was looking for psions. Psions are all criminals, right? How else would you find one?" I smiled, and she looked down. "That's when I met Jewel. She was in the group, too. Sieveling was in charge of it. He'd set it up like a kind of therapy group, an excuse to teach us all how to use our gift, and have the FTA pay for it. The FTA hoped we'd attract Ruby." "Ruby?" "Quicksilver. His name was Ruby. He had a name," I said, not sure why it bothered me that nobody remembered that. "They knew he'd be looking for recruits. They couldn't get at him any other way, and they figured no big loss if he found out the truth and killed a few freaks." She blinked. "A catspaw," she murmured. "A what?" "A catspaw is someone used by someone else to do a job that is unpleasant or dangerous." "Yeah," I nodded. "That fits. It worked, too. Ruby picked 4 of us, sent us to work with his people on Cinder, who were trying to break the mine's security." She glanced away, confusion starting in her thoughts. "If you were working undercover for the FTA, then why—" Remembering my scars. I touched my back, my mouth twisting. "Like I said, the truth's never that simple. Sieveling and me. We didn't get along too well at first. He threw me out of the group, sent me back to contract labor. But when Ruby found out, he used it. He got me sent to the mines. I was his inside man. The world faded into white, into the memories of what I'd seen there, and what had been done to me. The times when I'd wanted Ruby to succeed. He'd even counted on that. Ruby would have given me anything I'd wanted if I'd given him the mines. He'd trusted me, because he thought we were the same, dead inside. There were times when I'd nearly believed that myself. But he was wrong. I blinked, my eyes smarting with the burn of memory. "Why didn't you?" Elnear said, her gaze steady now. I looked down. The plate of half-eaten food in front of me seemed like an hallucination. I shook my head. "Because of Jewel. She taught me some things Siebeling didn't know how to. That I was still alive, that I could still care about someone else." I kept looking down. "I guess she taught both of us that. I wonder how she knew so much about it." Elnear didn't say anything. "Why did you marry a Ta-Ming anyway?" I asked it, finally. "Why did you let them get such a hold on you? Did they make you do it?" She looked back at me, half-smiled, as she realized that I was only doing what she'd just done. "Oh, no," she said. "I wasn't forced into anything. I married Kelwyn because I wanted to, and he wanted me to. I was much younger then." Meaning not just in years. "I loved him very much. What more did I need to know?" She'd thought that she had protected her interests. She'd thought that he would live forever. "How did he die?" "He was away on Centauri business on Dandrosa when it happened. There was a massive intrasystem failure. The details don't matter. They found evidence of sabotage." She looked away, her folded hands tightening on the tabletop. "It was shortly after Jewel's mother died." "What happened to her?" "She had a drug problem." Elnear was still looking somewhere else. "They said it was an accidental overdose. But ever since the family had learned that Jewel was defective," her mind said, helplessly, instinctively. "A scion, there had been suspicions, accusations of some sort of genetic tampering or falsification of hereditary charts." "You're telling me you think the Ta-Mings killed her?" I remembered Lazuli not quite saying something about Jewel's mother, Karen's first wife. Elnear shrugged. "Nothing was ever proved, in either case. Jewel's mother had ties to Triple G. The marriage was supposed to ease tensions. It involved the exchange of certain planetary interests in the same system where Kelwyn died. So she was a hostage, and maybe a saboteur." Elnear looked up again, almost startled. "Perhaps, in a sense." Her eyes turned bleak. "But then aren't we all hostages to fortune? So maybe your husband had to die because she did? Maybe I didn't want to get used to this life after all." "Perhaps." She got up, restlessly, as if part of her wished I'd leave it alone. But part of her wanted it, needed it. "How long ago?" 16 years. No hesitation. She could have told me how many months, days, seconds. "It should have been Karen." She turned back, her hands clenched now. It should have been Karen. It had crystallized in her own mind at the same instant it had come out of my mouth. "No," I said to her half-frown. "You didn't think of it first." She pressed her lips together, tried to wipe her eyes without me seeing her do it. She sat down again, her mind as open, as defenseless as any human mind ever was. "All I've really wanted," she said finally, so softly that the thought was almost louder, "for 16 years was to see it through. Her work, her legacy, her life. Trying to hold on to what still had some meaning, trying to keep Centauri and the Ta-Mings from taking it all away from her. That had become her whole life since she'd lost him. When she died, they lost her holdings too, because there were no children, and they knew it. No wonder she hadn't been interested in setting back her clocks once Kelwyn was gone. But she wasn't interested in being assassinated either. It had been easy to make her think someone wanted her dead when you could never be sure anyone's death was from natural causes. Her face changed as she finally felt ready to hear whatever I wanted her to know. "What was it that you were going to tell me?" I glanced away, out over the glaciers of glass and stone, suddenly uneasy again. Maybe this open terrace was really as shielded as the offices down below, but I couldn't believe it. Brady had said he'd leave me alone, but I knew how much that was worth. He didn't want me telling Elnear the truth, and God only knew who else had what kind of long eyes watching. They said ignorance was bliss. The more I knew about this world, the more paranoid I felt. I couldn't be sure of anything, except myself. Lady, I said, very gently again, mumbling something pointless out loud for any ears that were listening. I have to be sure. Don't fight me. She sat frozen, her muscles rigid. Only I could tell that inside her something was happening that no one else could see. When I was sure she was really ready, I reached out again, letting the message form as softly as snow. Lady, no one was trying to kill you before last night. Her head jerked with surprise and confusion. I let the images implode as her incredulity crushed them, waiting until she could deal with what it meant to her. I found out today from Karen, the same way you're finding it out from me. She kept blinking at me like someone taking drugs. But she nodded, letting me know she understood, ready for what came next. Centauri started it as a way to get at you, scare you, keep you under control. I let her see how and why, using the images like an information feed. I began to get feedback as she realized it was the same kind of harassment she'd endured all along, only more vicious now. Centauri was trying harder to keep hold of her as she tried harder to get away. They used me to spy for them, lady, just like you thought, even to set you up for Stryker. I winced at the stab of her betrayal. A catspaw, I thought, without meaning to. That's what she'd called it. That's what I'd been, again. I didn't know. They used me, letting my own anger batter hers back, tired of taking the blame. I'd been fucked over by Centauri, too, and not for the first time. Centauri was part of the conspiracy behind Ruby that nearly got me killed, and they got away from it clean. If I hate the FTA for what happened to me out on Cinder, I hate Centauri worse. I let her see it, let her see why, until she really believed that none of this had happened because I'd wanted it to. But yesterday night, that changed things. I showed her the rest of it, that now there really was a threat, and Centauri didn't want her to die any more than she did, that even Karen thought I had a use now, that I wasn't going to leave until it was over, and she was safe, until I'd made it up to her. She stared at me, not even blinking now, as if she was beyond anger or surprise, almost beyond any emotion at all. Thank you, she murmured finally, although that wasn't what she wanted to say. Gratitude was the farthest thing from her mind after what she'd just learned, the way she'd learned it. And yet, she put her hand out blindly, needing real, solid contact with another human. And there was no doubt left in her mind that I was as human as she was. There should have been a better way to put it, but I couldn't think of one. So I just gave up and took it the way she meant it. I got up from the table after a minute, looking back at her. My smile hardly pinched at all as I said, Ma'am, right now I've got some business I've got to work out. I don't know how long it'll take. What kind of business? She asked, suddenly uncertain again. I shook my head, calling in some favors. This is going to help us find out what really happened last night? I hope so. It's better if you don't ask, I said, stopping her before she did. Her mouth pressed shut, her forehead wrinkled. She wished that I'd trust her, not really believing there were things she really wouldn't want to know about me. I started to turn away, hesitated. Lady, how much do you think Stryker really wants that Security Council slot? She looked at me blankly for a minute. Then she started to frown and shook her head. You can't imagine that he would try to have me killed. Incredulity that was almost laughter filled her voice. Brady doesn't think that walking bomb was a hire job. I do. He can't think of a combine that would do it for themselves, but he thinks they're too proud to use the lack market. You know Stryker's got combines behind him. They think he's just another catspaw. But that's not what Stryker thinks. He wants that slot for the same reason you do, to get himself free of them. He wants the power real bad. I think he'd kill to get it. She shook her head again, half smiling as she began to get up from her seat. Cat, I understand why you feel this way, but I assure you Sojourner Stryker may be too intense for his own good. He may even be something of a fanatic, but he is not an evil man. He lied, didn't he? He smeared you and me right up there in front of God and everybody to get what he wanted. He could have been sincere. He claims that he was misinformed. Why are you defending him? I said. She didn't answer me. Do you really still think he's better than you? My hands dropped to my sides. Lady, I said finally, I met someone like that once. He picked me up on the street in Old City, bought me the first decent meal I'd had in about a week. And while I was eating, he was talking to me about how Psions were evil and unnatural, because they had these abilities. Something that wasn't really a laugh caught in my throat. I hadn't known what he was talking about, why he was saying those things to me, staring into my green eyes with their long slit pupils. Then he took me up to a hired room and beat the crap out of me. She sat down on the edge of the table, her mouth open, her mind groping. "Why?" she murmured at last, weakly. "Why didn't you leave?" "Because that's what he was paying me for." I left the restaurant. 17. "Well," Argentine said as she met me at the door, "somehow I didn't expect to see you here again. At least not so soon." Her silver eyebrows rose, asking silent questions as she pulled the door to purgatory open wider. "Don't tell me you're lonely." She was still blocking the doorway with her body. I stood on the steps, suddenly feeling more self-conscious than I thought I knew how to. "I wish I was. Lonely, I mean. Is Derek here?" She laughed, ruffling her hair. "Is it still daylight?" She glanced out, looking for Sky. "He only comes out at night." "That figures." I pushed my hands deeper into my pockets. "You want to see him?" "No." "And you're not here to close me down, or you wouldn't be here alone. So what can I do for you?" She yawned, the camp she'd been sucking on dangling from her fingers. I realized suddenly that she was yawning the way an animal yawned, instinctively showing teeth. Yawning because she was nervous, even a little afraid. Just like I was. It made her real, easier to look at without feeling my brain seize up. "I need directions." I glanced over my shoulder at the street behind me. The water line was halfway up the dome, but there was still a wide stretch of sky visible. The map in my head had brought me this far, but it ended at the waterline. "The map ends here." And no map from the city files could tell me what I really needed to know anyway. "You want to go off the deep end?" She looked incredulous again. "Alone? Why?" Now that I really knew why they called it that, I wished I didn't. It's not something I want to do, and it's not something I want to talk about in the middle of the street. I jerked my head at the swirl of bodies in random motion behind me. Argentine stepped aside, opening the way for me into the club's interior. "Sorry, I just got up. It always takes me a while to regain consciousness." Her mouth curved in a wry smile. "It's so early, you know." I grinned, stepping inside. "Yeah, I know what you mean. Or I used to." "You used to be a performer?" she asked. "Sort of. And then you got respectable." She led me back along the hallway, down the ramp. She was wearing a soft robe that looked like it had been made out of a bedspread. Most of the color had faded out of it a long time ago. It was something she wore because she loved it a lot. I looked down at my neat, perfect Centauri-branded clothes. "Not by choice," I said. The club was nearly empty, gray with filtered daylight. A couple of indifferent floods lighted up the darker corners so the drones could finish their work, siphoning up the detritus of a hard night. The space and silence made it seem like a different building from the one I'd been in yesterday. Up on the stage, a handful of bodies were clustered by a single bare table, sprawled across each other in the small island of cushions around it, looking like they'd had too much of something. I recognized the players of her simb. "Rehearsal," she explained, nodding toward the stage. It felt more like a mass hangover to me. "That was really incredible last night," I said, remembering the way their separate kinds of music had fused into a perfect web of sound, the mind-warping visuals that had come rippling out through the noise. Suddenly remembering who she was again. Suddenly feeling awkward and self-conscious again. She looked at me, about to toss off some remark about my own performance here. Seeing my face, she only said, "Glad you enjoyed it. Glad you enjoyed something about last night." She glanced down, embarrassment and leftover anger at Derek blurring her memory, and we were back on the same ground again. "That wasn't the usual crowd last night," she said. "That was a private party. I just wanted you to know." That it wouldn't happen again. I didn't say anything. "You like the Muse, huh?" she asked to fill up the silence. I nodded. "You sure you wouldn't like to complete a circuit yourself?" She climbed onto the stage, reaching back to give me a hand. It wasn't an offer she made often, or to just anybody. It was an apology, and something more. I climbed up after her, more than surprised. but a kind of panic started to choke me the second I thought about taking her seriously. I shook my head. I don't have any talent. You never know until you try. We could wire you ourselves. Nobody would have to know. It takes no time. It doesn't even hurt. She lifted her hair with her hand, showing me the flesh-colored jack on the back of her neck. She was still thinking about what she'd felt last night. Wouldn't you like to find out? She wanted to find out what it would be like to link me into something bigger and play my mind. Her copper stare met me, dared me. I glanced away at the players, wondering what they'd think of that. Maybe. Someday. Not today. I shrugged. Too much else on my mind right now. Besides, she might think it was nothing, but if the FTA's security scans picked up that socket, I'd be in deep shit. Anyway, what you did last night was about as real as it gets. You don't need a Psion if you can make that happen with your own head. She shook off the compliment. Holograms, cheap tricks. I can imagine it, but I can't make people share it, live it, even with illusions. You knew it wasn't real. I grinned. Yeah, but I forgot. And that's the real magic, right? If you can make people forget it's not real. She shrugged, annoyed and flattered. A couple of the players began to clap and whistle long trills as we came toward them, and my face registered. I felt my face start to go red, figuring last night here at the club was the reason. But then one of them said, "Yo, Cat, caught you on the morning report." And the other heads were nodding. Argentine turned to look at me, curious. What happened? She wondered suddenly if I'd come down here to get away from something I'd done. He only saved your habit and a bunch of other Vips after you threw him out of here. Some assassin blew himself into meat salad at a Taming hole last night. The flute player bowed gracefully toward me. She was dressed metallic, as long and thin as the flexible pipes that had replaced the fingers on one of her hands. "Derek?" Argentine said, with a sudden sharp pang of guilt-shocked fear. "Derek, is he all right?" I nodded unenthusiastically. "You saved him?" she repeated. "It was an accident," I said, and someone laughed, but it wasn't her. "I was hired to guard Lady Elnear. He just got in the way." She was still looking at me through a haze of mixed emotions. "Oh, God," she murmured and looked away. "Why didn't he tell me himself?" "You still expect him to act like a human being?" one of the players wearing a touchboard in his chest asked. "To treat you like one?" "Oh, bugger off, Jax," she said. "Who asked you?" Under the silver skin, the silver hair, I got the feeling there was somebody a lot more normal than Derek was. Maybe a lot more ordinary than she wanted to admit to herself. "Derek looked pretty fragged," somebody else said gently. "Don't worry about it. Maybe it'll shake some steel into him." He grinned, his teeth large and white against his blue-black skin and beard. He wore the beard tucked through his belt, and some instrument that looked like a sack full of light plugged into his neck. "Since when do you get up so early, midnight?" she asked him, still prickling. He shrugged, blinked his bloodshot eyes. "Up? I haven't been to bed." She half smiled, twitched her shoulders to shake off her mood. "Well," she murmured to me, rubbing her face. "Thanks anyway, even if it's thanks for nothing. Tell me what you're looking for. If we've got it, you can have it." I glanced at the players, back at her. "They're family," she said, "and they're not easily shocked." She moved back to the edge of the stage and sat down, her bare feet dangling. The players shrugged and flopped down where they were, waiting. I sat down too, feeling less obvious that way. "I need some drugs." Her face twitched almost imperceptibly. She took the camp out of her mouth and looked at it. "Why don't you just ask Derek?" I grimaced. "2 reasons. The second one is that he doesn't have what I need." The twitch turned into a frown. "You're in that deep? You want hard stuff?" She was surprised. I shook my head. "Just hard to get stuff. Topolase AC." She looked at me blankly. "What's that? I never heard of it." "It lets me use my psi." "You need drugs for that?" she said. "I thought you were born that way." "I was," I explained, keeping it as short as I could. She said when I was done. She pulled her knees up, hugging her ankles. "Why won't Centauri give you what you want?" "Karen Ta-Ming's a freak hater. Derek's sister Jewel is a Psion. He's afraid of me." "Of you?" She laughed. "Should I be insulted?" I said. "Oh, hell no." She waved a hand at me. "Jesu, have you seen Karen?" "Lots." "Then you know what I mean." So they want you to do this gig, but they won't give you the equipment, is that it?
I nodded. That's it. But Brady said he wouldn't stop me from getting it myself.
You really want to burn your brains out? You care that much about them? Why not just go along, play dumb, and collect your pay?
I thought about it. I looked back at her.
Why do you go with Derek? Just for the money?
It came out a little nastier than I'd meant it to.
Fuck you.
I heard it through her eyes, but then her expression changed.
It's not like that. He's not like he seems.
Remembering last night, she broke off.
Well, maybe he is, but not when we're alone.
Her hand tightened into a painful fist.
I care about him.
You love him. Saying what she couldn't make herself say. Asking the question, even though it was none of my business, just because the idea was so unbelievable. She looked back at me, suddenly resenting it.
Sometimes. So what if I do? It's none of your business, kid.
I know, I said. She thought about it a minute longer.
You care about Lady Elnear?
I nodded. Yeah, I guess I do. Surprised by that, too. Without meaning to, I thought about Lazuli and her children. I touched my ear, the emerald earring, let my hand drop.
Lady Elnear wants to change the universe,
Argentine said.
What about you?
Just part of it. She laughed.
You got it, laddie love.
She climbed to her feet, looking back at the players.
I don't know who to call on. Anybody know where he could find someone to give him what he wants?
The ones who were still awake shrugged, heads moved back and forth. No.
We don't do a lot of drugs,
she said, as if she had to explain it.
It screws up our timing.
She stared at her feet, scratched her head.
Derek knows the territory better than any of us do. You got a sample of his dream jewelry last night. He plays hard, and he makes deals for his friends.
She was worried that he played too hard, that he was already in too deep.
If you won't ask him, I can tell you who to talk to and where to look for them. I can't promise they can fix you up. Maybe they'd know who could, but frankly—
She was looking back at me again.
I'd ask Derek before I'd try it alone, even if I hated his guts. There's a reason the Deep End's not on the city maps, you know. The black market runs it. It's got a whole different set of rules.
I nodded, my mouth pulling up. Yeah, I know. But I grew up in a place like that. I know how the people there think. I know what they're thinking if I need to.
Every place is different,
she said, the worry line still etched deep between her silver brows.
But if that's what you want—
She shrugged when I didn't say anything more.
You can't go underdressed like that. You'd be dead before you got 100 meters. Come on in the back. We've got plenty of gear you can pick through.
She led me through the wings of the stage and down a corridor, pushed open a door. Inside, it looked like a costume shop having a nervous breakdown. Clothing in piles, hanging from hooks, strung up on racks, tacked to the walls.
Help yourself,
she said, wading in. I followed her into the room, breathing in the strange, musty smell of the place.
I never saw this many clothes in my entire life. You can be anything you want to be here. Clothes make the man. Into a woman if you want. Or vice versa.
She tossed a long striped wrap skirt at me, grinning. I shook my head and dropped the skirt.
Androgyny's very big right now, she said. You'd look regular. If I have to run, I might trip.
I picked up a loose yellow-brown tank top, held it out. Symbols from some pre-space language were printed inside a circle on the front of it. Roll crossing was real popular in Quarro about 5 years back. Everything keeps coming around. I took off my jacket and shirt.
Maybe someday it'll even mean something,
she murmured, kicking through mounds of cloth.
Quarro, huh?
She sounded impressed.
You must be a real trendsetter.
I laughed once, pulling on the tank top. It was long and baggy, but it let me move. I was lucky if I had a shirt on my back most of the time I lived there.
Uh-huh.
She picked up a hat made of feathers and put it on.
Being poor sucks, especially in a rich town.
I wouldn't know. She looked at me, puzzled. In Old City, if you didn't have a credit line, you couldn't even leave. I never saw Quarro. She made a face, suddenly feeling cold inside.
Being poor sucks anywhere, she said. That's why I wanted this club. After my 5 minutes of fame are over, I want to have somewhere to crawl home to.
I felt her remember her family suddenly. Remember how her father had thrown her out for good the day she'd come home with silver skin. I nodded, thinking about Jewel and Siebling. Makes sense, I said softly. I picked out some brown knit leggings and a heavy leather jacket.
The jacket would give me some protection if I ran into a little trouble. If I ran into a lot of trouble, even body armor wouldn't save me. How long you been with Derek? About a year and a half. I met him right after we went Nova and started to play gigs above the waterline. She was looking at me, but her gaze was somewhere else. We were doing this exquisite private club right up under the stars. Everybody there was some kind of famous, only they were all there for us. It was the most incredible night of my life. And then Derek came up to me after the show. He gave me a silver rose, and he said, "You've waited all your life for me. Let me show you why." She was seeing him now the way he'd looked to her that night, young and handsome, rich and confident, remembering the way he'd looked at her, as if he'd never seen anyone more beautiful, remembering the way he'd made her believe that every word he said was true. I looked away from her face, sorry I'd asked. "How do you like his family?" Her mind snapped back to the present, and her smile turned black. "About as much as they like me. They scare the shit out of me." I shook my head. "When I saw you with them, you looked like you were having a pretty good time raising their blood pressure." She lifted her hand and made half a bow to me. "I'm an entertainer. It's all part of the act, love. Derek enjoys it far more than I do." Her smile softened. "I remember you that night. You looked like you were in shock, like you'd crash-landed on the wrong planet." "I had," I said. "I felt sorry for you until you stood up to Derek. Then I figured you for a survivor after all." I looked down. "Yeah, that's one thing I'm good at anyway." "Cat," she said. I looked up. "Ask Derek. He can get what you want. I'll even ask for you if you want me to. He owes you that much." I shook my head. I can't trust him. I already knew too much about politics. "I know what you think of him." She tossed the feather hat away, impatient. "You're right, he's fucked up. But there really is a human being inside there." "That's what I'm afraid of." She cocked her head at me. "Oh," she said finally. "You think you can't trust any of us, huh? You think we're all rotten because you can see into our minds and read all our dirty little secrets?" I looked down, picked up a pair of heavy gloves. "No, I don't think that." I glanced up again, pulling them on. I try not to, anyhow. "Derek treats me better than anyone I've ever known." She was thinking about all the things he'd done for her, given to her, anything she wanted. He'd set her up with this club like I'd figured. But she owned it, not him. "When he's not treating you like shit." I shrugged on the jacket. "Sure, why shouldn't he? You're beautiful, you're famous, and his family thinks you're trash. You're everything he needs." "You don't know anything about his needs," she said, frowning, "and you're starting to piss me off." I lifted my head. "What's he ever done that's decent for anybody besides you?" She looked away, searching her memory. "The girl," she said, after thinking a little longer than she probably would have liked. "A while back he brought a kid here, a young girl. Somebody'd beaten her up real bad." Her face flinched. "He said he'd just found her on the street and couldn't leave her there. He asked us to help her. So we did." She put her hands on her hips as if she was waiting for me to congratulate her. "He didn't do that out of anything but common humanity." While inside her thoughts, she was remembering something strange about the girl. How the kid had looked like a street nothing dressed in greasy rags. Except she'd had a face that looked like an exotic's. Eyes that were too green, with long slits for pupils. Like she'd had expensive cosmetic surgery done. "A scion," I said. "The way she looked." "She was a scion." "Who?" Argentine shook her head. "You mean the kid?" Not asking me how I knew what the kid had looked like. She gave me one of those looks deadheads always gave me when I answered questions they hadn't asked. "I don't know." "She didn't do anything? Use her psi?" "Not while she was here." She shook her head again. "But she wasn't here that long. He brought her in one night. She was in shock then. She couldn't even move on her own. We patched her up and put her to bed upstairs. When I looked in the next morning, she was already gone. I never saw her again. Derek asked about her. He really cared about what had happened to her, whether she was all right." Derek Tomming playing godsend to a freak. I didn't know what the hell to make of that. Maybe she'd reminded him of Jewel. Except I thought he hated Jewel. I wondered if he'd beaten her up himself. "I still can't trust him to know about this. You've got to promise me you won't tell him I was here." She sighed. If you're that obsessed, who am I to stand in your way? She looked at my clothes. Out of all this, you had to choose that? She waved a hand. I didn't answer, my mind still hooked on the image of a lost girl with green eyes, so terrified that all she knew how to do was disappear. I wondered if she'd had any more idea of why somebody would want to beat the crap out of her than I'd ever had. Maybe nobody could ever really understand a thing like that. Cat, Argentine said, facing me without my noticing she'd move. I stepped back, startled. Remembered she'd said something about my clothes. Thanks for the clothes, I mumbled. Just tell me who to look for. I'll get out of here and stop pissing you off. We could body paint you a little first, she offered, and I realized part of her was still trying to stall me. She was really afraid I'd go out of here and get my head kicked in. I turned away, annoyed. No, I gestured at the clothes. I know what I'm doing. I hesitated, turning back, managed to smile. But thanks for caring whether I do or not. She smiled too, resigned. It's my curse. She tied a hank of green scarf around my head. Come on. She nodded and started back toward the door.